Good morning. It is 8:33 a.m. and we do have a quorum. We are now calling to order the annual retreat workshop session here at Lewisville City Hall. For those of you unaware, we do have microphones all over the place, so please pay attention to what's there, because we are not only recording this, but we are live streaming this for residents. So great opportunity to have, again, additional transparency here in how we do what we do. Have a few small things here before I hand it over to our city manager. First of all, there's opportunity for public comment. To speak on an item on this agenda in person, you must sign to speak before the meeting begins with the city secretary. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. Written public comments may be submitted through e-comments, and you can go onto our City of Lewisville Legistar website to find that. You can utilize the e-comments link located on the far right-hand side. Oh, they want me to move this over a little more? Like, because I'm not loud. Okay, now I'm louder. Good, perfect. Dial that one in.
Not good. You would never win charades.
E-comments will be accepted until 5 o'clock on the day prior to the meeting. So today, this is a workshop session, and we do have on our agenda, let me go ahead and read that so we have it. But today's workshop session will have a facilitator introduction, overview of the day's goals, continuation of City Council discussion of strategic focus areas for 2024-2025, and or our budget calendar for March 22-2024 if necessary. We've got a presentation on effective governance, related city discussion. Of course, I may be reading the wrong one. Let me make sure those are the same.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, perfect. Strategic focus areas for our 2024 budget calendar. Staff is going to make presentations on the following topics today in no particular order to provide context for related city council discussion today and on Saturday as well. Those topics are going to be affordable housing, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion goals, mall redevelopment, the Lake District, Old Town development, employee recruitment, development and retention, artificial intelligence effects on employees, 10-minute walk to a park goal, athletic field study, nature center, city infrastructure and facilities, fleet assessment, utility priorities, East Side sewer study, Business 121 corridor planning, Lewisville beautification initiatives, public engagement, economic trends, and budget calendar. We do have the opportunity to go into closed session as well, but with that, I believe I've covered the legalese for our city attorney. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, will you mind progressing? Thank you. I wanted to welcome Team Lewisville, that includes council as well, to our 2024 City Council Retreat. I wanted to first start off by saying thank you. Thank you to the people in this room that have helped to make this come to fruition. I wanted to give a special shout out to Melissa, who's sitting behind me, who worked late into the night last night to try to get this all set up and make sure it goes seamlessly. But this does take a lift from everyone, so I appreciate all the directors as well. And you're going to see a lot of the fruit of their work today. Second, I want to just cover some logistics. So bathrooms are at the end of the hall if anyone in here is not familiar with the building. So if you go out these doors straight to the end of the hallway, to your left are your bathrooms. We have food and snacks over here in the corner by the door. And then there is also cold beverages in the refrigerator that's in the kitchen near the bathroom. I also wanted to talk about the difference on the flow for this retreat. So typically in past years, you'll have items that are called independent of one another, and we're trying to make this more of a collaborative discussion. And so really, there's, as you saw, the mayor just called one item for discussion of strategic goals, and we will be flowing from one item to the next just from informational purposes, but this is all driving towards one end, which is for you guys to set your strategies for the upcoming year. I would ask that directors are ready for your presentation. So if you're up next, so that we can have the transition for the speaker tables up here, and you can either choose to have a hand mic or sit at the speaker table. It's your choice as the speaker. And I also wanted to tell council what you have in front of you. So you have a purple folder, and this is just with some handouts that are going to help you guys with exercises, and we will explain those along the way, but all of the documents you need are right in front of you, and they will become apparent of what their importance is as we go through the day. With that, I did want to introduce our facilitator. So Dan Johnson has been a public administrator for 45 years, and he's recently retired as the city manager of Richardson, Texas. And now he's running his own administrative consulting business and he's also an instructor at various universities. He has a bachelor's degree in political science from Austin College and a master's in public administration from the University of North Texas. He also is the a TCMA distinguished member of the Texas City Management Association, and he's one of only 7 people that actually have that distinction in the whole 100-year history of TCMA. So that's a big deal. I will also say that I was particularly. Dan and I don't have a long history with one another, but I will say that when I was appointed as city manager, I remember talking to a friend, he doesn't even know the story, who was in charge of a nonprofit in Richardson at the time, and when she got made the president of that, he reached out to her and called her and just said, hey, welcome aboard and let me know what I can do to help you. And I remember she was just so enamored with this man as a city manager because he just showed so much care of knowing the people and everything, and trying to be involved from an engagement standpoint. And I thought, this is the kind of city manager I want to be. And so I was really, I know I'm making him blush, so he doesn't know that story. But anyway, so I was really excited to know that he was doing these types of facilitations. In addition to that, he lives in Richardson with his wife, Tina, and they are active in their community. They also, I love this little note, they are homeschooling currently their miniature schnauzer, Luna. With that, Dan, it's yours.
For anyone that's been a Schnauzer owner, that's what you have to do. They really are. But, well, Claire, thank you. I was kind of wondering which agenda are you working off of, but very gracious words, and thank you for that. And mayor and council, and certainly staff, and to the wider community, it's an honor to be with you. I would say in my career and experience, retreats with the council is just always a wonderful, wonderful setting and forum to really make sure you're in alignment. Claire, I will say, what a great name, because the word clarity is what really can happen so much out of a day or two like this. And if I'm late in that kind of analogy, if I'm late in that analogy, Mayor, right up to the microphone. Right? No, right. If I'm late to that kind of linkage, sorry, but it just really has been impressive to me to have a chance to work with your community. I've admired Claire as she has stepped into this responsibility, and she certainly through this planning process has further amplified to me what I've already kind of were picking up as vibes. I certainly was impressed with the mayor. I had a chance through our North Texas Commission connection to really watch him and watch your community in action relative to COVID days, and how all the mayors had to come together and kind of figure out how we were going to map ourselves through that very, very tricky time. So very impressed with Lewisville from afar, and certainly now in these moments, the chance to really dig in. I'm looking as much forward to the briefings and such over the next day or two as well. So my assignment was really come along and say, how can I be a value add to this very potent set of information, and offered to Clara a framework to perhaps help us get organized and do that. And among other things, that she started sharing what was to accomplish and what was happening, and where was Lewisville in its interesting journey as it gets ready, and I call this the run-up year, right? 99, getting ready to be 100, and what an exciting kind of setup and time for that. So in that regard, it really struck me that, wow, and she talked about all the things that you were trying to accomplish in this agenda over the day or two, that I said, Claire, I'd like to introduce one more person, if you don't mind, that's going to be really in our midst, and it really drops back to how mythology oftentimes tries to take a human or an experience and kind of say, this is what people feel and stuff, and they put a name to it, and they gave it a God name, and then that person was kind of invoked or called upon to help out, etc., all those kind of things we know about mythology. And as I heard the agenda and really appreciated where you were, it struck me that you needed to be introduced to a guy named Janus. You recognize that sometimes if you looked through old, history books and whatever. But Janus was the Roman god that had this face facing backwards and face facing forward, and was in the whole realm of what gods do what, was the god that was invoked or considered to be kind of put your special stuff around the thoughts of beginnings and endings, around gates and portals, all these points of kind of moving through transitions, coming from something into something, the kind of nature of passages and frames and beginnings and endings. And I kind of go, wow, isn't that what's really going on here in powerful ways? We use that and turned it into a word we use every year. And that's how we get the month of January from the god Janus. So it's really invoked into our discussion. Certainly there's some connection of how the word Genesis from the Greek is also hooked in with that. I'm not going to get into that study. But it just struck me that this really is an interesting kind of Janus kind of way of thinking about what's going on in our great community of Lewisville, which really gets at this idea of a points of view. And would submit to you that you really have some interesting directionally points of view, and standing kind of at this portal or this place with what's going on is this idea of wonderful heritage and history of this community, and contemplating and thinking as you look backwards, as you then contemplate and think about looking forward and thinking about this kind of interesting kind of view from taking everything you have been to everything you want to be. So a kind of a, if you will, a past to future. Now, clearly, one of the other viewpoints that really happens with a council and certainly a community is this idea of outward looking. We're always looking out at the community, and you certainly are elected and you come on board and you're involved in a council team, and you're immediately involved in this idea of thinking about the community, thinking about what we need to look at. And one of the other points of views in that kind of look out kind of thing is the thought about, wow, do we ever need to kind of every now and then look inward, look at ourselves, look at the chemistry, if you will, of governance, look at how we work as a 7-member council. And is there things that even as we are concerned and are trying to refine and improve and do more in the community, we also have that chance to perhaps look inward and kind of think about checklists and other kind of how are we doing and what could we do better and what are we really proud of the fact that we're doing well. And so again, I think we've structured an agenda here to try to have you have an interesting kind of flow of past and certainly exciting discussions about future, and particularly this wonderful run-up of a big portal of 100 years. The kind of looking back and then powerfully looking forward, all kind of intentions I know that Claire and the team will talk about coming up here. And then this idea of looking outward, a big focus for all the days. Oh, you'll be talking about community in all kinds of its fashions over the next day or so. But pose to you that we'll have some interesting time tomorrow morning to talk about inward, just taking a little time to really focus and experience and think about that, that perspective as well. So I wanted to introduce the points of view, introduce Janice and say, I think that person and that process is present here today. And I think it's an interesting way. We'll kind of mention that along the way as we're going here as to how it ties in and is connected with what we're about. So we adopted a little more stylized version of that as the logo for this retreat, and certainly we'll talk about Janice moments where we're kind of looking back and looking forward in that regard. So here we are on retreat day 1. We need to get just a little warmed up, I think. So, and certainly through the team here, we want to test that you all can use these newfangled microphones, this idea of pushing to talk and such. And so each of you are going to have a chance to push to talk, because I'm passing around right now to you just a little piece of cake, because Mayor, I think this is what's getting ready to happen here. Y'all are going to be involved in a lot of cake eating, I believe, this next year. There is a 100-year anniversary seems to me like will be one big cake. And so I figure if you're going to get practicing in the start of that, we might start now and think about certainly the lighting of the candles. We don't have candles this morning here, but certainly about lighting up the future. And in that regard, celebrating this amazing 100-year benchmark forthcoming. So put to each of you a kind of a cake here to make a little focus point, and ask you if you'd help me for a minute here. Draw out in your mind a memory. Birthdays have an interesting kind of history and ways that they kind of affect each of us. And boy, there can be all kind of story dimensions about that. One of your own, one of someone in your families, a child, a brother, sister, mom, dad, a special present you received, the whole nature of icing on a cake, the lettering on a cake, was it always perfect and well? Special tastes, all those kind of things. Letting all those kind of thoughts be about how you might draw out, and take a minute here in just a minute to share a birthday story. And let's just do 7 of those real quick. But I'd like to start, because I will tell you, my birthday is in February, February 13th. It's right by Valentine's Day. And I have eaten more red birthday cake in my life than I really want to. People think, well, you must like red velvet cake. And I go, I really don't. And the second thing is that the red dye in that can be either forgiving or not forgiving, and sometimes you can finish eating a piece of red cake and you look like someone just punched you in the mouth bad or something like that. So that's my story, and I just thought I would have us go around, and certainly, Patrick, if you feel comfortable starting, or anyone feeling comfortable starting, I think the idea is also this will be an exercise for you to push the microphone, but want to share just real quickly a birthday recollection that for the group? There you go.
Yeah, I've only been on the earth for 23 years, so I don't know.
Right.
I just don't
You're
have
fairly
many to
rookie
pick
in
from.
your
Yeah, fairly
you're
new.
rookie in your living. I
Yeah.
get that.
So, we didn't really do anything super special at my parties, at least as not grand. So they're mostly just family time. So me,
Right.
my brother, my mom, my dad, maybe one or two close friends. So those are always very special. Nothing big. I'm sure I'm going to be shamed by some awesome stuff down this side of the table.
No.
But they meant a lot to me just to have some family time. So.
just yeah, perfect. That's great. Bob, anyone come to your mind? Any kind of special thing about that?
Sort of the same way. We never spent a whole lot of time on birthdays, but
Right.
my birthday is in April, and it's coming up on April 8th.
Okay.
And I guess the most memorable birthday that I had was several years ago when the 8th happened to be the day that opening day for the Texas Rangers.
Ooh.
So I got to go to I was at a opening day at Texas Rangers on my birthday. So that was
When those align,
And-
that's kind of
and-
cool.
baseball is coming up next week.
Here,
so-
here. Fingers crossed for Rangers. Absolutely.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Councilman?
Anybody that knows me knows I take birthdays very seriously. I just celebrated a birthday last Saturday, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
But my memorable birthday probably was my 50th birthday, 2019. We had it at J2 and then at Old Town Brewhouse afterwards. But the story behind some of that was everybody knows in the month of March I schedule a lot of events. Well, I was scheduling all these events, but my wife had other plans, and so my friend, our friend, had to actually do some workarounds to change all that because she'd actually scheduled a trip to Punta Cana. So, but I had all these events lined up, and I had to change all of them. So,
That's a good problem to have. That's great. Mayor?
I think the one I remember the most, Brandon's going to love this. We didn't have a whole lot when I was a kid growing up.
Sure.
And my birthday was always, my birthday is always exactly halfway between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Okay.
So I have a lot of baggage around my birthday just because it's always like,
It's sucked into another event.
it's always sucked into everything else.
I
But I do remember my mom one year, she got one of those Wilson Art cake pans, the aluminum cake pans, and then you use the frosting and make whatever it was. Really, the only ones that look good are Muppets because everything you decorate that way is fuzzy, right? Well, the cake pan she got for me was R2-D2, and so as a dedicated Star Trek fan,
Got it.
that was a little difficult, but I knew my mom was really trying hard.
Yes, right.
And so it was a great birthday memory. But yeah, fuzzy R2-D2.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Ronnie, anything?
I would say that the most memorable birthday was my granddaughter's first birthday.
Ooh.
And what comes to mind is best laid plans. I'm Italian, and the whole kitchen was full of food. Everything was decorated to the max, and it was a costume party because it was right before Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
And we put her in there for her first bite of her cake, and she just throws up everywhere. I go to get her. She's burning up. Everybody else had a good time.
Right.
We just left them in the house and said, lock the doors up
We're
afterwards.
going to the doctor.
And we spent
Oh.
the entire evening in the ER.
Right, right. Life
Best laid plans.
Life happens. Life happens, absolutely. Brandon, anything New York comes to mind?
The only thing about my birthday that really is memorable is in college it always fell on finals week. So I never, I had maybe I was 6 years old and I had a party that I see the pictures, but I don't remember. But yeah, so I've never really made a big deal about my birthday.
Right.
But this year will be my 50th, so I'll be celebrating a milestone, half a century. And I used to think it was old, and now I'm confirming it.
That's
It
right.
is.
That's right. That's great. That's great. Good.
Well, I'll just say you had me with cake.
Ah, yeah, right.
And I was also thinking the same thing as Patrick. You know, I really stopped aging about 15 years ago.
Right,
So
right.
I'm really having a hard time remembering birthday memories. You know, my mom did always make a really big deal about my birthday.
Right.
It was a summer baby.
Okay.
So I remember the parties at the skating rink and at McDonald's. That was the best.
Right.
Yeah, where they still had the store open, so random people were coming in to your birthday
Right,
party.
your party.
Yeah, but I guess more recently, a couple years ago, we just went to Broken Bow, got a cabin, rented a boat, had a day on the lake. It was a nice birthday. I enjoy the low-key birthdays.
Low-keys are good too, right? That's great. Well, it is fun to think about something like that, birthday, very much in common. And really just excited for you all thanks for sharing that. And it's really one of the things that, I was one of 5 kids, and so birthdays were just kind of, we got work to get on and do and all that stuff. It was very, boy, when I met my wife, birthdays in her family were like, stop, you get the day off. This is your grand holiday. And so different folks have all kind of different experiences like that. And kind of like, I married into that. It's like, well, this is kind of cool. So I had latter year birthday experiences, but excited for you all about the power of a birthday coming up. Think about that. It creates great memories. It's a great kind of marker and kind of way to celebrate that. And so excited for you all. And thanks for that little warm up. You now know how their microphones work, and we've accomplished all that right here in these few minutes. So the mayor, through an important process of legal notices, went through the agenda and shared that. And we're going to basically, if I were to theme it up, here's the kind of the 2-day, let's bite this off and have this all take place happening. Certainly, we want to take you through these 9 current focus areas. You'll recognize them. They were the end of your work last year that began to set in motion all the great efforts that you're going to hear about today and that you've been hearing about all year. But certainly an important set of briefing time on that as we will cover those 9 current focus areas. And I'm going to talk a minute more about the word focus area itself. Certainly, I think somewhere in there, Mayor, yes, we're going to take and have an executive session break. And I think you all just will step to another room for that experience. And then we come on later on in the day with 2 topic briefings, things that Claire and certainly in dialogue with you all has kind of sensed are things that might be future discussions. And so here's some background as we begin to think about a work plan building process for the next year. And then certainly, because this is also a portal starting, it's a time of getting ready into the budget process, some important framing and background information that'll help make that a very important process here for the next months as you put the resource concept together with the objective and mission you have. Tomorrow, depending on what we have accomplished and not accomplished today, we will continue on with that because we must first get that all under our belts and such. But then we'll spend some time on this one point of view that we talked about, this point of view of looking at the council, looking at ourselves in a powerful kind of way to think about governance, and certainly how that is the beginning, if you will, of your ability to be effective outward. And so really appreciate Mayor and Claire the chance to kind of help you through a little conversation about some thoughts on that. But most importantly, all this has been a preamble and a run-up to an interesting last but hugely important conversation. That is, let's build and put together the work plan for the new year. And we'll talk a lot about how that can be accomplished. With that, Mayor, it'll be a fun time for you to adjourn the meeting tomorrow, and we'll look at that big set of accomplishments as well. So those are our missions here for the day and a half or so that we have, and looking forward to getting involved with that. I think in past you may have used a word called priorities, and I don't want to minimize that important word, but sometimes that has a connotation of hierarchy. And really, what really struck me is that some of these are mostly just about being a focus area. It's about a kind of more than regular intensity of staff time and attention, likely a more than regular amount of agenda coordination on your part, and time of deliberation that you'll be involved, et cetera. And so begin to, and if you allow us, we'll use the word strategic focus areas and see if that doesn't kind of, if you will, kind of better articulate what's going on. Because you do have goals and objectives and great missions for the organization. Those are your priorities. Many of these are your strategic, tactical, if you will, pieces of that feed into that process and make those more robust. So these are mostly about the committed attention And I really want you to begin to think about that as one of your filters in listening for the presentations as, for the new year and for the year just finished, did we get the committed attention to that we needed to? Do we hear the outcome and the results of that? And from that, how are we ready to say mission accomplished or more mission in front of us? And then certainly, what time and resources do we want to devote to that? That's the game plan that's here, and we'll begin to use choice words like that to help us give that kind of sense of attention to that. So certainly, it's about addressing the emerging topics that are here today, the ones that you already are active with right now. Also, we'll talk a little bit about the idea of focus. And as you drive around with using your eyes and thinking about how you focus on things, how many things can you really focus on at once? And really, it's a pretty disciplined kind of process that way. So the thought about trying to have this kind of around a 10 or so things is what it's about, because at some point you can't really call them too much of a focus area if it's the entire universe of everything you're trying to work on. So one of the kind of internal disciplines, if you feel comfortable with that, would be to kind of think hard enough about it that you really say, yeah, these are the things to gain special attention for in the next year around time and resource commitments. And we'll talk more about that as we go. So other things also, it's kind of like, well, what happens if it's not in our focus area? Does it just go away? And the answer is, oh, no. More times than not, after a focus area, or as part of a focus area, it's in our overall mission. And it's things that we're still trying to be focused on and be involved in as well. And then the idea that you periodically check back on those. So again, a discipline of once a year, making sure that you check in on those is going to be certainly the exercise we do here today. So if you were to picture it as a picture, I would say it's a matter of certainly all around you is the overall mission. It's out there. Claire's on it every day, looking at everything. But with your help, you're putting and giving guidance to putting together 9, 8, 9, 10 of these kind of focus areas. And you're doing that on an annual basis. The idea of kind of like for the year finished, we're going to report and talk about these focus areas, strategic focus areas that this last year have been involved in. Now, many of them may say, stay on that focus. It's something getting ready to emerge even further, and I want to be on it. It could be it's kind of like, okay, got that. Let's deliver that on into our overall municipal mission. It doesn't go away. It's in our overall municipal mission, but it allows us then to perhaps draw our focus to some other things. And so, again, I want to give you that relationship that not strategic focus doesn't mean not around. It means very much part of our ongoing conscious departmental responsibilities, community engagement, whatever it may be. But is there a strategic focus for the new year that will really help us let the staff know where to really put the time and energy on your behalf? So here is, and if you were to open your purple folder, wanted to draw your attention, begin to give you some mechanics that we have here. These are the strategic focus areas for 23-24. You recognize the 9, Mayor. These are the ones you listed off here just recently. And certainly you'll see here that for each of these, created a little, if you will, kind of a page or two, I think it is, because I think we've given them some space to that. Claire is showing them high. But certainly would say that we've expanded more than just one little strip here, the note area. And would ask you to kind of perhaps kind of hang that close to you. Because of that, I think there's some place for you to put your initials just to make sure that you don't confuse that. Pins are being passed around if anyone needs a pin. And those are things just to have handy. It's a way to perhaps kind of check off how we're doing and moving through the topics, remind you of the ones that are still forthcoming, as well as, like I said, let you jot your notes on that. So you found that sheet and let you know that that's going to be a way to kind of, during the day here or so, to take notes point by point. We'll talk a little bit about what note-taking might be most effective, but I wanted to let you know that these are the 9, and you have a worksheet for that. Likewise, too, later in the day, or tomorrow, but later in the day, we hope today, agenda-wise, you're going to come into a set of 2 topics, 2 briefing topics. We're calling them briefing topics at the moment. You'll give them the legitimacy, if they are, to join your strategic focuses. And likewise, too, those have a little note-taking section on those as well. So when we get to that, perhaps your kind of way to jot your notes. Why jot your notes? I think the point is we really want to think about these kind of things. What are the achievements you're hearing about relative to your intentions as they were a year ago launched into our focus area for this last year. Are there any next steps in that focus work plan element that you really sense are out there as you either play that back from something staff said or in your own minds kind of say, hey, this is where I think this goes next, and we would jot that down so that you're ready to help share that in the process as well. And then from all that, posing an interesting kind of question, do you think it's likely that there's an actionable piece of that for this next year? This is where, again, the discipline of saying, you know what, this we can actually go out into kind of mission focus for now, and perhaps give room for and allow for something else to become in that focus area. Or it may be that, no, that needs to stay in focus, and that's a fine answer as well. And it certainly, if not, and it's really something beyond that, then it could be out of the focus for this next year, but certainly be back in the focus the following year, particularly if something by timing just isn't going to be moving forward much this next year, or it's in someone else's court or something like that. So help you think through all these things, make those kind of notes as you begin to think about what is our composing method tomorrow for building the work plan.
I also wanted to add, if you'll see at the bottom of these sheets, it has a place for you to put your initials. Please put your initials, because we will collect these at the end so that we have them as public records.
Good. So your note-taking colored that way too, but also say that, importantly, the chance to be jotting as we go across these various presentations. Thank you for that, Claire. So what this is building towards is also in your notebook is a effort tomorrow to begin to perhaps build, if you will, the work plan for this coming year. There are the 9 items there right now, and even added below there are 2 of these kind of topical areas that have been asked to be kind of fleshed out for conversation. And perhaps you would call them candidacies for this next year. Ultimately, after all that note-taking and everything else, it's really driving towards asking you to have a consensus around one of 3 kind of treatments for each of these items. Does it stay as a focus area for this next year? Does it evolve to a mission? Or can it kind of be dropped? And I want to offer you that option, that it's really, we're done, that's good, it's finished, and offer that. Many things will probably be in one of these first 2 categories, but we want to say the third one is there, punch that button if it feels right for the council team that way. And so that will be a sheet that, again, not so much your note-taking, this is going to be the output, this is going to be the result of your note-taking tomorrow, as Mayor, you and I keep kind of listening and put together and kind of come up with finally the consensus F, M, or D that we want to put to each one of these items. Add that likewise as well to these 2 or any others that we come up with, and consider that then a concluded and effective way to communicate to the staff their work plan for the new year. Any questions? Let me pause here and see, is there any questions on any of those kind of efforts? I think I saw you get a hold of them, find them, and many of you are going to already seen you putting your initials on them, so good to go on that. So with that, wanted to kind of give you that kind of structure of how we'd like to go about your note-taking today. And every now and then I'll check in with you and make sure that's occurring in an effective way. So any questions for me right now as we kind of move on into starting into some of the content of the program? But Mayor, with that, I think let me turn it over to Claire here. I'll give you the clicker.
Yeah.
And Claire, anything else you want to add,
Nope,
please?
that's it.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do a recap of 2023. We're going to deep dive over the next couple hours on those priorities. As Dan said, looking backwards and looking forward. So you're going to have a report on what we've achieved since you've established those priorities in the last year, where we put our focus this last year, but then also where we're going next steps, so that that'll help inform you guys as to, is this really a focus area you want next year? Is it move to mission, or is it a drop? But before we get started, we wanted to play this recap video of last year.
A lot of big things happened in Lewisville in 2023. It was a year of remarkable growth and continued success as some long-range plans came to fruition and several big projects earned state and national recognition. The Parks and Recreation Department thrived last year. See what I did there? Earning CAPRA certification, becoming one of only 206 agencies in the country with that honor. The Healthy Infrastructure Plan was adopted and earned the 2023 Clyde Award in Public Policy and Planning and the American Planning Association Texas Chapter's Gold Level Achievement Award in Environmental Planning.
It's not just about building a park, right? It's about, oh man, here I go again.
We broke ground on Glory Park, Parque La Gloria, on Southwest Parkway. It'll serve more than 10,000 Lewisville residents and further supports the city's commitment to the 10-minute walk to a park initiative. Parks earned the Administration Management Excellence Award from TRAPS for community outreach for this park. The new Lake Park Master Plan was adopted. It's an exciting plan that'll enhance visitors' experience at Lake Park and generate a significant economic boost for Lewisville. While this is all in the design phase, all I'm gonna say is, yurt! It's now on to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for approval. The newly converted Old Town Splash Park opened at Wayne Frady Park. Parks earned the Recreation Facility Design Excellence Award from TRAPS North Texas for this project. Thrive earned the Recreation Facility Design Excellence Award from TRAPS. This award recognizes one facility project each year that displays a high degree of professional design quality and recreational usage. The remodeled Frederick P. Herring Parks and Recreation Center opened as the new home of PARD admin and rental space for sports programs. This renovation revitalized a building that's been operated by the city since 1982. Renovation of the Hedrick House was completed in late '23, returning it to its glorious 1962 mid-century modern design. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was held earlier this month, and it's once again available for public rental. Man, Parks did a lot last year. The American Planning Association Texas chapter named Old Town one of the 6 great places in Texas. Several major projects opened or neared completion during 2023 in the heart of Lewisville, and several other exciting projects are expected to begin here in '24. Construction of the Tittle McFadden Public Safety Center is steadily progressing. This state-of-the-art facility marks a significant investment in our community's safety.
Yeah, we have a building underneath another building, which is very unusual.
The 116,000 square foot facility is on schedule to open in early 2025. It will house police admin, fire station number 1, and a hardened emergency operations center. And while technically not a 2023 accomplishment, the Arts Board recently selected the piece of public art that will grace the front of the building. Blessing Hancock was chosen from a nationwide search. The piece will change colors and have words carved into the sculpture. Those words will be provided by staff and community members.
To secure my appointment. So help me God. Congratulations.
We hired a new chief of police. Brooke Rollins came to LPD after spending 21 years with the Arlington Police Department. He assumed command from Chief Deaver, who retired after 35 years in law enforcement, 25 with LPD. This was the first time the chief of police has been hired from outside the department since the 1970s.
This center is an investment by the city in Lewisville's future.
The opening of Serve Lewisville has streamlined access to vital services for those in need, fostering a more collaborative and responsive city government. Located on Edmonds Lane, this facility houses multiple nonprofits in one location to address critical needs.
These ideas were so creative, and we were just in love with them, so we brought him on board to do the project.
Serve Lewisville also is home to one of the newest pieces of public art called We Are Lewisville. Award-winning photographer Christopher Bernali created the large multicolor 3-panel piece of art to celebrate the residents and community of Lewisville.
Our community is so grateful to the city of Lewisville because of this sculpture.
At the end of 2023, we dedicated Lung Thong, the newest piece of public art that celebrates Lewisville's Chin community. The sculpture features a large stone bench portraying a mother, father, and infant, and 3 smaller side benches. For those of you that don't know, Lewisville is home to approximately 5,000 Chin residents, the second largest Chin population in the United States behind Indianapolis. And just last week, Lung Thong won first place for the City Cultural Diversity Award at the National League of Cities. We also earned the Arts and Entertainment Award from the DFW Directors Association for our Painted Crosswalk public art program. There are 6 individually designed and brightly colored crosswalks throughout the city, mostly near schools and within the walking and biking trail system. And I'll call it a work of art. We earned the Silver Davy Award for Corporate Identity Design and Print Collateral for the 2022 annual report, which I know all of you read cover to cover. Good news, I'll be signing copies of this year's report during the lunch break. The much-needed new Facilities and Fleet Maintenance Building opened in March of 23. Crossland Construction Company earned the Best Contractor Award from the American Public Works Association for this building. And Fleet earned the Gold Level Recognition Award from DFW Clean Cities for its fuel savings and pollution-reducing efforts in fleet vehicles. This was the 4th consecutive year we've won the Gold Level Award. Here's a few more awards to note. Lewisville Municipal Court earned the 2023 Municipal Traffic Safety Initiative Award for medium volume courts for its outreach efforts to promote greater traffic safety. Finance earned the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement. The city earned the Diversity First Corporate Leadership Award from the Texas Diversity Council for its dedication to fostering an inclusive environment that empowers and uplifts all. The city also earned the United Way of Denton County 2023 Pacesetter Award.
You love me. You really love me.
Since you've made it this far, you deserve a little payoff. So let's revisit the Pie in the Face event from the employee picnic. Congratulations to all on their hard work in 2023, and here's to a banner year in 2024.
Mayor and Council, with that, I just want to congratulate you and thank all of staff for that heavy lift over the last year. Obviously, there's a lot of construction going on, which I think is vital, especially with inflation costs. So you need to move on construction. So you saw a lot of delivery of projects, but congratulations on all those. Does anyone have any follow-up on that before we head on to our presentations? Okay. All right, we're going to start with affordable housing, and like we talked about earlier, we will look backwards, what we've accomplished in the last year, and then what staff is anticipating working on in the upcoming year, and then asking council to help us fine-tune that. Are we missing something? Do you want that focus area? This isn't the prioritization we're talking about or the focus areas we're establishing at the end, but within this information, is there something we're missing? Is there something we should fine-tune? Want to make sure we're closely aligned with council. With that, I will hand it off to Marichelle, and here you go. You can have this. Thank you.
All right, good morning. So we're going to start off with an update on our progress on affordable housing. So first, I wanted to give you a few updates on some of our prior projects and then coming into this year of a recent project. So Heritage Estates at Edmonds, that was actually approved back in 2022, but the update on that is that they have recently began construction and they anticipate being complete in summer of next year. And then going into 2023, we had 2 affordable housing projects. One, the Standard of Old Town, which was our first PFC project, and then the other was Round Grove Living, which the City Council approved a letter of support for low-income housing tax credits for that project. So in regards to the PFC project, they are going to start construction this time next year. And they anticipate completing the first phase within the first 3 years and then moving on to the second phase. As for Round Grove Living, they actually did get the awardal of the tax credit award. So they're going to be closing early this year, and then they anticipate construction and then pre-leasing in late 2025, 2026. And the last project here, Heritage Estates at Valley Ridge, you all recently approved that letter of support for low-income housing tax credits, and they're currently going through the process. So they submitted their application, and we're hoping that they'll get an award, and we'll find out this summer, and then they anticipate that they will begin construction in summer of 2025 and complete by December of 2026. And so for a grand total, we have 22 units at 30% AMI, 104 units at 50% AMI, 143 units at 60% AMI, and 248 units at 80% AMI.
Hello, testing, there it is. Good morning. So beyond the upcoming development, we've been doing a lot of other projects. So we completed the housing strategy plan and the housing toolkit. We also opened and closed a senior rental assistance program. IT was amazing and helped us create a digital application for that. We also launched our minor housing rehab program, which is specific to HVAC. We're really excited that application closes on Monday, and we have 13 applications. So we're really excited to see how that goes. And then we've analyzed our backyard cottage regulations. And then, of course, our property enhancement program, very popular program, is continuing. And then we updated our PEP Plus and code abatement program. So PEP Plus is the one, it's similar to PEP, but they get more reimbursed. So that one has become very successful. It's citywide. And then code abatement we're working on, but that is where we would pay a vendor directly to get a house up in compliance. So what's looking forward? So looking forward, we have a CDBG funded program that's called the Multifamily Accessibility Program. We're going to be looking at our apartment complexes that were built before ADA was a thing, and so they were just grandfathered in, so they are not in compliance with ADA. So we're hoping to bring those complexes into compliance. We're also going to focus on our LIHTC properties with this program. And then for the housing toolkit, staff directed us to focus on preservation and economic mobility. And so part of that economic mobility,
I was going to talk to it.
Okay.
So part of that economic mobility initiatives is obviously going to be your TSTC discussions that we will be bringing to you, I believe, in this next month. That's Texas State Technical College and helping with economic mobility.
So to continue our housing initiatives, we're going to be creating a housing collaborative. This came out of our toolkit, designating a person to lead the housing collaborative. Claire added my name in there. But then we're also going to draft some proposed short-term and long-term goals for this collaborative. We want to make sure that what the collaborative does really makes an impact and really follows our toolkit. So short-term goals will focus on identifying potential members. So we're going to look at lenders, bankers, realtors, people from the housing community to be a part of this to help us initiate those goals. And then finalizing those goals and how we're going to implement them, and then looking forward, increasing the access to public-private programs. We as a city can only do so much, so how do we bring those private partners to the table? And then increasing the number of landlords who accept housing vouchers in Lewisville. And then continuing on with our housing toolkit, specifically for homeowner initiatives, we'll look at engaging realtors and lenders to educate our residents on home buyer resources. Tomorrow we will have a class at the Grand. We've partnered with the Greater Lewisville Association of Realtors, and they're going to be providing a home buyer class at the Grand. We're going to connect homeowners with local utility and weatherization resources, and then marketing that backyard cottage program and amending the UDC. And then specifically to renters, we're going to be engaging housing navigators. These are people that work for nonprofits like United Way that really engage our landlords to educate them on what housing vouchers means, but then also getting our residents connected to the right places to live. And then identifying local service providers to provide financial counseling, and then continue to utilize the PFC and economic development incentives.
So the last two bullet points there, if capacity allows, to set aside future funding for affordable housing. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit more about potential public facility corporation projects and kind of talk through some of the proposed projects that have come to us in the last year, some of the issues that we have seen with some of those projects, and then get some direction from you all. So one of the first things that Ashley and I talk to developers about when we meet is that we want to focus on substantial rehabilitation projects because we have aging multifamily and we want to prioritize those types of properties. However, we have not been getting those types of proposals. And so one of the things that we're trying to think through different ways in which we can get those to come to the table. So we did go through a process where we will, sometimes a developer will ask, well, can you give us examples? And we will send examples, not that those properties are up for sale, but these are the type of properties that we may want you to look at amongst others, just anything that is substantial rehabilitation that is gonna help our aging multifamily. So another subset of properties that have come to us are properties for acquisition that are currently there that do not need substantial rehabilitation. And one of the things that the new legislation did was it provided that you had to renovate the property by providing 15% of the total gross price of the property into repair and rehab. Or if you did not do that, you had to provide additional affordable units. So you had to provide 40% at 80% AMI and 25% at 60% AMI. So that gives you more affordable units, 65%, and with 35% being market, but they're not meeting the renovation requirement. And for some of those properties, that's okay because they might not need it. However, the problem that we've identified is that the rents for the 80% AMI that they're proposing are more than the current market rents. That was our that was our initial feedback as well. So I think it's a matter of them trying to make the numbers work. So, and we've gone back to them in those instances and said, hey, we don't want to increase rents. We don't want to simply just maintain the current market rents. We want to provide affordable housing now to our residents. So that's the issue that we faced with some of these acquisition projects. Lastly, we've also been talking to properties that are about to come off of their affordability. So they are currently low-income housing tax credit properties, and they're about to fall off, and that means that that property can then become market rate. And so one of the things that Ashley's team has been doing is been reaching out to some of those, say, hey, are you interested in potentially doing a PFC project or partnering with the city to keep this property affordable? So the one instance in which we have gotten some interest in utilizing the PFC or other ways of keeping the property affordable, they came to us and the property is, for instance, currently 60% AMI across the board. But with the PFC project, what they're proposing was 60%, 80% in market rate. So that means that they're not keeping the current level of affordability across the board. They're wanting to increase that a little bit. And our initial response to them was, we want you to keep it at 60%. If we're going to participate as a city, we would like to see you keep it at 60% AMI across the board, not increase the rents at all. Yes.
How many of those that are about to roll off the tax credit, the properties that are about to roll off, how many of them are senior housing?
So there's only 2 LIHTC properties that are senior, and it's the 2 evergreens that we have. Of the 6 low-income housing tax credit current complexes we have, there's only the 2 evergreens.
Are they about to roll off? I think
And
is
they're
the
about
question.
to roll off?
One is, I can get you the exact year, I'm not remembering off the top of my head right now, but the evergreen at Lewisville.
And Garden Ridge,
yes,
or the one? There's
correct.
Another one.
Not Vista Ridge, but the other one is about to roll off, I think in 25.
And we're already having evictions there under tax credits.
We've been in communication with the owners of Evergreen to talk about keeping them affordable.
Okay, thank you.
The last thing I wanted to mention is new construction. So we get calls all the time wanting to do new construction projects, and so far there just hasn't been a project that has been in the right area and providing the right amount of affordability. So that's the reason why you haven't seen any new construction project come to you all either. And so I know I said a lot and I gave a lot of examples, so I want to stop here and get just some more feedback from you all on what you want us to prioritize and if we're moving in the right direction.
Council?
I'd say, first of all, that evergreen thing is concerning. So that's a big one right off the bat. First of all, I appreciate the fact you guys are looking at this really at a global level. I mean, you're looking at this at all different angles. It's great to see that we've got at least 20 to 30%. Hopefully we can get more than that, but even anything below 50 is a win-win. So I can't say a whole lot because it's already there. So.
As we think about the recap, I want to take the opportunity to thank Nancy Sansom's group. They've just been, and we use this word with love, relentless in the meetings that they attend and the efforts that they put forth. It's a great example of how even if you're not on a board, a commission, something like that, you can still impact where you live in the city and how our city presents. So she's done a great job with that. I do have a question though, as we think about going forward. I'm a numbers guy, and I like to know what success is. So is there a percentage of units that we consider to be the mark that we're trying to get to? Is it 20%? Is it 10%? How do we know when we've hit a good goal for affordable housing in the Lewisville area? And you don't have to answer the question now. That's just a thought going forward. If you have an answer, great.
I don't have an exact number, but our housing strategy plan and toolkit has some numbers in there, so I can definitely get those numbers to you.
To further up on that, so if you remember when we finished the housing plan and the toolkit, it wasn't a goal setting, but it was where to be able to achieve with the growth in our population, where it's going, what we needed to do and to prioritize, right? So a lot of it was LIHTC, some of it was putting funding aside in a budget. I will tell you, when we go through this whole budget discussion or the economic impact discussion, you're going to see this is going to be a tight year for us, right? So I didn't want to couch right now we were going, but we are going to look at if we can put money aside. The ideal thing is if we can find a developer who wants to do these rehab projects, we're like, hey, we have money to help you fill that gap. Right now we're trying to play matchmaker with those developers and those landowners, and sometimes they don't align perfectly. But again, with council, the direction that was given at the end of that discussion with the housing study was you wanted us to focus on preservation, which is the evergreen situation, but you also wanted us to do economic mobility. So that really will be a shift, I think, in this upcoming year, if that's something that still is of interest to council, is focusing on that preservation, which I'm hearing that is something you guys are still concerned about, especially with evergreen falling off, but also focusing on that economic mobility component.
That's great. I kind of forgot about the economic mobility part, so that's great. How do you lift people out of the need for the affordable housing? The other thing that I'd love to see is how do we compare to our benchmark cities? So when we look at the Carrolltons, the Highland Villages, the other 11 or 12 benchmark cities, how are we comparing our efforts to them? Just something I'm curious about.
Great.
Go ahead.
I just want to add one thing. We've done all we can do. We send the smoke signals up to the county and the state. We also need to work on HUD and our federal partners, because this is not just a Lewisville issue. It's everywhere, and I think the benchmarking will be good to see where everyone is ahead or maybe not. But we need to put a focus on. We need help with this because we've done everything we can trying to help our seniors. But we have to do that, and I don't think that's a partisan issue. No one wants to see someone's grandmother or grandfather on the street because they can't afford a house or an apartment. So that's just one thing I just want to say. I know we have like NLC who lobbies Congress, but we need to get their focus and get their head turned toward this issue before it becomes catastrophic.
I was just going to say I appreciate the conversation about focusing on trying to figure out a way to get some of these rehab, because we do have a lot of aging multifamily complexes, whether they're affordable or not, at least designated as affordable units or not below market rate units. We have a lot that is kind of run down, and I think a lot of times when people hear the term affordable housing, they associate it with something that's run down and not meeting code. I do know that, was it a year or two ago that we looked at, we revised the multifamily inspection program to include, so more of these units are going to be getting inspected, and I'm hoping that that is uncovering some more things that really kind of help push the focus on the rehab forward, because the landlords are going to be getting away with less than they have been able to in the past. But I would encourage us to continue to figure out, just as you're already getting into, how do we help move along the rehab and focus on the rehab over the new builds. I do think some new builds are necessary. I'm really excited about the one here in Old Town. But let's keep pushing forward on rehab, figuring out what the barriers are. Because I realize for the developer, it is way easier to go build something new than it is to get into something that's already existing and figure out how to fix it up. So with that, I would say I want to focus on quality, affordable housing, and not just when it's built, but I don't know if there's anything that we could do as far as long-term management goes, because I think that really is a key factor in how these multifamily complexes age, is how they're managed. And so I don't know if there's any tools that we have that would be able to help with some of that. But if there's anything we could do, that would be great.
I have a concern, like what everybody else does. First of all, I have to say, Patrick, Highland Village doesn't believe in multifamily, so we can't use them as a benchmark. The AMI that came out in the census, we're in a district that is unrealistic. It's an unrealistic AMI for our residents here. They only wish that was their AMI, and which is complicating things a great deal. And I would like to see if there is some way, tongue-in-cheek, that we could get information on how we can be realigned. It may be 2049 before they look at it, but somebody needs to look at it. It's
So it sounds like an advocacy.
It does. Mm-hmm. I mean, the AMI that's set, you can get, 30, 40, whatever. It's unrealistic to us.
So the current AMI is the area median income is 105,600.
We are in the Dallas area metro, so
right.
That's why we get included.
And it pulls in a lot of, You understand what I'm, okay.
Yeah, and like Councilmember Jones said, it's really gonna be at the HUD level.
And one of the things with that is, I don't think we can, I've talked to some people that I know that work for the feds. I don't think we can change the getting out of the Dallas area because our income in Denton County would be different. But I would definitely like to ask them if they could put in something for seniors where they receive, Social Security, because their increases don't match that of someone who's working a job. That may be something, that may be a lighter lift, instead of 2049, maybe 2046.
But it would be amazing, wouldn't it?
But I mean, something that they need to consider now is that that revenue, that income that people are receiving is not even aligned with the job market, and maybe that's something that we can work on.
Maybe we can put a legislation together, you and I, across the aisle, to where the seniors' Social Security has to be so much of the AMI.
Yeah.
But they would get a double raise.
I will say a good advocate is the United Way of Denton County. So out of their Workforce Solutions leadership team, they're creating a senior working group. So hopefully that group will be able to be a good advocate for that. I know that they have a donor that is looking at providing funding to continue the senior rental assistance across the county, not just here in Lewisville. So hopefully that'll be, but again, like our senior rental assistance, it was a Band-Aid. So hopefully that advocacy group can really bring those voices up further than just the county level.
Thank you. Actually, we had our first senior work group meeting yesterday at Evergreen with Dr. Sansom, and one of the things that stuck out to me when we were talking there was there's so much involved. There's so many different topics that cause issues, and yes, we need to concentrate on getting the rehab and keeping the affordable housing that we do have. So it was a very interesting meeting yesterday.
I had an additional thought that I didn't mention before. I think the most affordable housing is for people to stay where they are, right? So I don't know what we could do on the single-family residential side, but if there's a toolbox or a kit, and we do have a lot of things that would help residents that are living in a single-family home that is, has some code violations that can help them, renovate some of those things. I do think that there's probably a lot of benefit to getting the word out. I know we've pushed a lot, but look at new ways. How do we keep pushing that information out? Because there's still just a lot of people who don't know about it, or some misconceptions, especially when we change things a little bit. Maybe they knew about it before and they were like, well, I don't qualify. Maybe they do qualify now and they just don't know that they qualify now. So just pushing it out regularly. But also, is there anything else that we might be able to do?
There's definitely some programs at a regional level. I pointed out like a weatherization, those kind of programs that will reinforce the house, like new windows, things like that, to bring energy costs down so that they can put funding towards other pieces of their home. Our PET program is very popular, but also the PET Plus program. When those changes were made, we did a mailer out to every single house in the city of Lewisville that was built before 1980. So that really generated that education, but education is so important, and so we can send out a flyer, but then somebody missed it or something. So I definitely agree that education needs to be continuous.
Yes, I will say, as an owner of a home that was built before 1980, I did get that. I think I've mentioned this before. We're in an economy where everything is astronomically expensive. So I think maybe there's probably a lot of people that got that thought, well, that's great, but it's out of my reach right now. So I just think we probably need to, what we did with that was great. We need to do it again and again and again.
I do want to take a quick opportunity to punctuate a point here, because I think somebody brought up, when you think of affordable housing, that can conjure up warehousing of people in dense spaces. What the projects that we looked at for 2023 and going into 2024, these are not that. These are homes for families. These are units that are in communities that are shared with people that are paying full rent.
Right.
And there is no designation of these are the cheaper ones, these are the more expensive ones. It's all the same. It's all the same pool. So I wanted to make sure we punctuate that for anybody who might be listening. And then two, going back, Councilwoman Kay, thank you for that clarification point. I'm still very interested in benchmarking. If we have communities that aren't pulling their weight for part of the broader community, I think it's important to call them at, show who's putting the effort forward. So, but thank you for that reminder, Councilwoman Kay, appreciate that.
And last thing I'll say, I want to thank staff for the work that you guys have done. It's been a lot, and I want to thank our partners, especially United Way of Denton County, because Gary Henderson stepped up in a very big way, and the county as well has helped us do this. So I just want to make sure we're giving our kudos.
Yeah, our friends at CCA, all those, there's the whole list of them, so awesome. Just going to put a couple of flourishes on this if you don't mind. Don't know what kind of engagement we've had with the Apartment Association of Greater Dallas, but they may be a resource.
I have not reached out to them. But
Okay, I think they may be a resource at least for getting feedback on what the community can do. Maybe there's other developers that they've worked with across their portfolios, something there. I think to Councilmember Kelly's point, one thing that I really would help is to take a look at the breakout of our folks that are using affordable housing. So the percentages of those that are seniors, the percentage of those that are maybe starter families, just their first jobs that just don't have the income, so this is a way for them to get there. Percentage that are ADA, folks that maybe have some living challenges that they use this. So I think it is, this country has gotten really, really picky about who gets to live where. And I don't think they realize that it's their mom and dad. I am regularly talked to by residents as I roam the streets of Lewisville that, hey, we wanted to stay in Flower Mound, but we couldn't. There was nothing for us to downsize into. We wanted to stay in Highland Village, but we couldn't, and our kids can't live here. And so we become a home for those folks, and it's wonderful. It really is. And so, you know, to the what communities, who's lifting their weight, communities are missing out because they have this idea of what affordable housing is or was. It is not that, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that it's educated and people understand that this is mom and dad. More often mom than dad, because y'all women just outlive the heck out of us, and I have some suspicions about that. The other thing I would like to maybe have a conversation on, and maybe we could do this as a workshop. Judge Curbo has got some really good information on evictions and eviction rates. I'd like to kind of have a history of how that's gone, where we are, where we're headed. That not only is it interesting from just a total economics standpoint, but I think it also can be a leading indicator of where we're headed. So would like to maybe get some context on that.
Our housing analysis analyzed our eviction rate, and we had a very low eviction rate. I
Right.
can get you that, and then we can get some updated numbers for you as well.
Awesome.
What was I know that we got it into in 2023, but the data wasn't 2023.
It was 2017 to 2021 ACS data.
Which has greatly changed. And in part of the eviction rate or the rental rates is there's a lot of families now and young families that are starting that can no longer afford Lewisville.
Right.
And they're going north. And part of that, quite frankly, is when you buy a house for $239,000 and now it's $800,000 on the tax rolls. And the landlords that own those, of course, they're having to pay all the taxes, and everything is just going up. So, a stone in a pond doesn't just sink; it ripples into everything. So, we have to do the 360 view on it because everything has an impact.
Got some direction? It
Yes.
sounds like it.
Yes, thank
However, I have one question.
Yeah.
So the acquisition projects, the ones that I mentioned, if they don't renovate, would go up to 65% affordable and about 35% market rate. That could provide affordable housing relatively now. If the rents work out and they're actually reducing the rents instead of increasing them, are those the type of projects that you all would be open to seeing, or would you want us to focus just more on the substantial rehab?
I think what helps me the most, just being kind of data-driven as I am, is when we had the assessments on Ohala and it showed the return to our residents in rent rates. I think that number is more important to me than the percentages. I mean, they're important. The percentages are important, but if that little change creates a really massive drop-off, then no, I don't want that. but if it continues to keep a comparable competitive return to our residents, I think of it a lot like an economic development project, right? I mean, if a business brings in a percentage of sales tax that we're like, okay, this is worth doing this for because we net out ahead, I'm in a very similar mindset when we talk about these developments, whether it's the redevelopment or new development. I'd much rather see that analysis if we can get it.
I would also like to say that I would be open to the discussion about it. I would want to see if we're going to work a deal where rehab is off the table. I want to see what the existing condition is.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, just an assessment of what the existing condition is. Do we have any ADA issues? Because I do feel like those probably are not things that I would really want to not address. This would be our chance to address it.
Right. It would have to go through a needs assessment, and it would also have to go through a form of underwriting as well.
Also on that is, I don't want to be untrusting to some of our developers and stuff like that, but it is, how long are we going to hold them to keeping the rents? Is it going to be 2 years and then they go back up and they've done nothing to the property and now it's falling apart? No, we have to really look at the situation and make sure that there's accountability processes in there big time.
Right. The agreement would require that as well as annual compliance.
I think that whether you say 60, 65, whatever it is, I think at the end of the day, looking at the data and if their rents are going to go down and that's going to be a help, I think that's a win-win. But also we need to see what the details are and all that. But I think every senior is just looking at the bottom line. They're looking at what is my rent.
I just had one thing. So I was real big on the rehab, but in school, I'm in school with a whole bunch of real estate developers, and so I pull them aside and really drive them crazy. And they tell me about kind of what Kristen was saying. It's easier to start with a clean slate, and so it's not really viable. But I would love for us to, if we can, at some point, have conversations with those folks to kind of see, what's viable, what's not, and maybe we can come up with something. I mean, it's not something that I don't think needs to be a priority, but along the way, because we have a lot of older apartment complexes, that something's going to have to happen. I'm not sure what the direction is, and I don't think that should be priority. I think the priority should be whatever we can get done first, do that first, but I think that should be on the back burner.
That could be part of our housing collaborative, is having that conversation with that group and then seeing what other incentives are out there that we could be bringing to the table for them.
Yeah, I kind of had wrote down the same kind of thing, is how do we entice these developers to do the rehab? What do we have to do to make this a good project for them? I think that's where we get a deep dive into that, and then I think you'll probably get some developers to come in and do these projects.
We've talked about potentially doing a request for proposals, and if there is room in the budget, including an incentive package that could help make that happen and help more rehabilitation projects happen.
So just to clarify, what Councilmember Jones just said is what I tried to say, but you said it much better, so I appreciate that. And just so we're clear, when I mentioned the inspection program, if we're seeing data from the inspection program that is showing a lot of violations, that can we go to them and initiate a conversation saying, hey, we see you've got a lot of code violations, let's have a discussion and see where it goes.
Yeah, our multifamily inspectors have built strong relationships with the managers at all the complexes, and so anytime a developer comes to us with a potential project that is an existing building, I immediately go to them and ask them and have that conversation with our inspectors before we come back to the developer to see if we even want to move forward with it. So I definitely think that's an opportunity through our multifamily inspectors to have those conversations.
Is there a way that we can work with the existing ownership?
Yes.
Rather than just a developer that would come in and try to purchase and upgrade it? What communication do we have with existing owners?
Yeah, and we've had some of those conversations. It's really interesting. You find developers are in one of two buckets. So you have people who are able to work in the affordable housing realm, and you have those that do not. And so it's, if the developer or the owner, they're not developers, but the owners aren't in that realm of affordable housing and operating that way, many times they're like, I don't even want to touch that. So it's a lot of time. I mean, you can have those conversations, but a lot of times it's getting that property to sell to someone who is comfortable in that environment. I wish it weren't like that, but that's what we keep finding over and over again.
So, as an example, there is property that we reached out to and offered to work together in order to continue to make it affordable and then also rehab. And they're open to it, but again, these are the owners that haven't done necessarily a PFC project and had multiple meetings just talking through what it was and how they can do it. They can, in this particular instance, they are good, they're managing the property well. And so it's not something as if, you know, we would say we would rather or potentially look into selling it to someone else to go through that process. And we said, hey, if you want to stay in the game, we'll work with you all directly and we'll help you guys through the process and we can make it happen. And so they said, well, let us think about it. We're going to talk internally. It may be something that we do ourselves, but it may be something that we may have someone else do. Can you send me potentially folks that are in this realm that we could potentially work with? And so that has been going on for maybe the last year. And they're just getting them engaged and pushing them to that point. We're still working through that, but it's not an easy process or conversation because they're just not in that space most of the time.
I think that's great that we can put, the city can be a resource on both sides and connect the parties that need to be connected. And it may take time, but I think we're headed the right direction.
Okay, thank you, Marichelle. Next up, we are going to have Tad, who's going to be...
Next up, we're going to have a
Break.
12-minute bio break.
Okay.
So we'll be back here at 10:06.
What?
If we could settle back in, we are back. Mr. Phillips, thank you so much for allowing us to take that pause.
Of course.
And we are going to move on to our Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion with Tad Phillips.
Thank you, sir. So Tad Phillips, HR Director. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I'm going to tag team this with the infamous James Kuhnke. And so over the next few slides, what we're going to do is, well, first off, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion encompasses, it stems from the Mayor's Commission, Listen, Learn, Lead, and it encompasses initiatives that are both internal and community focused. And so I'm going to walk through some of the employee-based internal actions that we've taken, walk through our dashboard. James is going to share some of our accomplishments and activities with the greater community, and then I'll close out with a look ahead and get y'all's feedback. Feel free to interrupt us throughout, though. So this next slide is a look internally. So what have we been doing internally? So as I said, the Mayor's Commission, Listen, Learn, Lead established a variety of things. One of those is internally it established an internal racial equity and diversity team comprised of city staff to promote diversity within the organization through special events and education. Starting early in 2024, we reframed our diversity program to be more inclusive and representative of all. And so one example is we're going to be highlighting in April that April is Neurodiversity Month. And so we're broadening our look. We're also adding a focus within this team on belonging, so adding belonging to the list. So why belonging? Inclusion, equity, and diversity all relate to the actions an employer takes to help bring about a feeling of belonging for its employees. While there are many definitions of what belonging means, it might simply be understood as having the same feeling at work as you do in a personal setting with friends where you feel comfortable to be there, to share your opinions, to feel truly cared about and accepted, and not afraid to be yourself. You belong. A workplace that is truly diverse, equitable, and inclusive can create a higher sense of belonging for employees, which results in better work performance and better retention, which ties to one of our other focus areas. An example of an inclusive culture that results in feeling belonging is where, for example, employees are not only able to share individual perspectives and ideas, but also are encouraged to do so and are recognized for their contributions. So that's one addition, is bringing belonging into our DE&I work, now DEIMB. This year, staff identified opportunity for this important DEIMB work to more closely tie in with our broader culture building activities that were previously conducted under our internal way team. So our internal way team has been focused on internal events and activities, but what we identified was we had this separate committee off on the side specifically focused on DE&I, and what we identified was there's better alignment if we bring the two teams together and unite them under the way team, and we believe that is useful for a variety of reasons. So that we can be sure to develop a sense of belonging across the organization through our events, education activities, and so forth. So that's an endeavor that's underway right now. We've also launched our Power of Difference podcast. Really appreciate Claire and Shantae were guinea pigs for our first episode. Shout out to Chris Chastain out of our Parks and Recreation team. He's an excellent host of our first quarterly podcast. We have our second podcast episode that is lined up to be delivered to employees probably early June, and that's gonna be an educational one on the Juneteenth holiday as we approach the celebration of our first Juneteenth holiday, thanks to City Council's approval back in the fall for the city as an observed holiday. Let's see. So the next thing I want to focus on here is we initiated an employee engagement survey through Gallup back in February. I'll talk a little bit about that more at another initiative, but I bring it up here to say we purposely included within that employee engagement survey a variety of questions that tie into this topical area. So through that, we can establish a baseline of sentiment around belonging, around DEI, et cetera, and use that as a measure in the future as we go back to resurvey, and a basis for us to design activities and programs so that then we can go back and remeasure that in future years and identify our progress around this area. And then last, internally, really proud of the work that this team has done in the years leading up to before even I was here, was on the employment side. We were recognized by the North Texas Diversity Council a few months ago, the Corporate Leadership Award, and that was because of our recruitment process. And just to recap what that is, coming out of Listen, Learn, and Lead, what we do in order to minimize hidden bias is our hiring supervisors, when they initially review job applications, they cannot see names. The names are hidden during their screening process of candidates. Only after they have reviewed qualifications of candidates and identify ones that they want to have identified as their smaller, narrowed list do they ever see a name. Then once they look at those candidates, before they bring them in face-to-face, they also do a phone interview. So there's no visuals on the candidate before they narrow it down to the relatively smaller group that they bring face-to-face. And so we've been doing this for the last few years. I would say it's not something every employer out there is doing, and really proud that the North Texas Diversity Council saw fit to recognize us for that. Just an anecdote on that as well. I was talking to a consultant just a couple of weeks ago, and we were actually going through and looking at our current recruitment process for ways in which we can make it better for the workforce. But this consultant who works in another state said, "I love that you all do this. I see very few employers that do that." Yes, sir.
Ted, do we have any measures of impact of what that's done or what that's changed?
It's a great segue into the next slide. Glad you asked. And so I'll getting to that question. Another piece of what came out of Listen, Learn, Lead is that Human Resources provides annual reporting, and we do one better than that. So I am giving you your annual report right now, but thanks to our friends with the ITS team, we also do consistent, continuous reporting on our website, on the HR page of our website for hiring, promotion, demographics. And so that's what this report is showing. Is this is a snapshot in time. They may look slightly different if you went on the website today, but as of March 13th, what this is showing, and you showed you all some similar data last year, don't expect you to specifically remember it. What you see on the top chart is a focus on what are the demographics of our residents in Lewisville, and then what are the demographics of our employee base. And then on the bottom, it's looking at, and so you see some differences there, some differences that are long-standing. I will say, if I looked at the same chart a year ago to today, we more closely resemble our community today than we did a year ago. But it's small incremental improvements or changes. And then on the bottom, employee demographic trends. That's again showing the same employee base on the left, but then we go to what have our hires and our promotions look like over the last 12 months. And so we continue to see a trend in both cases. You see more diverse results in both our hires in the last 12 months and our promotions in the last 12 months in relation to our overall employee population. So did that answer your question, Mayor? I want to go back to your question and make sure I covered it.
It gets me there.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Before I move on, y'all have any questions on this slide? If not, I'll keep going. Okay, so that rounds out internal focus. Now I'll pass it over to James, and James will talk about, here, I'll give it to you here, community.
Thank you, Tad. Thank you, Tad. There we go. Mayor and Council, much of our JEDI initiative is focused internally, but we also have the privilege to serve a community that celebrates a very rich cultural diversity. And so we have to be aware of that and contribute to that through JEDI initiatives that reach into our community. I like the word that Tad and his team and the city team has added of belonging. Human beings throughout history have craved a sense of belonging. We want to belong in our family. We want to belong in our church. We want to belong in the workplace. Ideally, we want to belong in the place where we live. Several of you joined us when we dedicated the Lung Thong sculpture at Central Park in December. And one of our speakers was representing the Chin community. And he talked about how they were looking for a home. They didn't know where Texas was, certainly not where Lewisville was, but they found a home in Lewisville, Texas. That's a sense of belonging. And so our challenge is, how can we get as many residents as possible to feel that way about Lewisville? So we've done some external activities, and this highlights them. There's certainly more. It's small type because I'm verbose. But we start with the Lung Thong, which is a sculpture out at Central Park, and that really was the culmination, well, the latest highlight, if you will, because it's not over, the latest highlight of our ongoing outreach with the Chin community. 5,000 residents, used to be 5% of our population, then we annexed Castle Hill, so now they're around 3.5%, but still a sizable group. And we had to overcome language challenges and cultural challenges to reach out to them and make connections, personal connections. That has worked extremely well. There's still work to be done. We're working on it every single day, but putting the sculpture in was a huge achievement toward that. And while we don't do things to be recognized, it's nice when we are recognized. And the project for the Lung Thong sculpture was recognized by the National League of Cities a couple of weeks ago with the City Cultural Diversity Award. First place in our population bracket of 50,000 to 200,000. That is this spiky weapon-looking thing that is in front of me. We're very pleased because, again, one city in our bracket. This is a big bracket, and we're not at the top of it. And NLC chose us to be recognized for that Lung Thong project and the associated Chin outreach. Juneteenth is something that we've recognized with events in the past, but not highlighted the past few years, partly as a result of Listen, Learn, Lead. We've really emphasized Juneteenth. We have 2 or 3 events each year, and we have had tremendous attendance for that. The Healthy Infrastructure Plan that you've seen a couple of times since it was adopted March of last year, it has an equity index so that when we are doing park projects, it's not just where it's convenient for us or where land is available, but where it's going to have the greatest impact, especially on populations that maybe don't currently have that opportunity. So that was an important factor in the Healthy Infrastructure Plan, and the Blue Ribbon Committee did the same. When they were prioritizing projects, they considered what is the community impact. We know what the impact is for the city, we know the cost, we know what it would take, but what's going to have a bigger benefit on the people who live in our community? What's going to help them feel as if they belong and have a place here? Translation, we have translated documents into Spanish since before I got here, and I've been here a very long time. But there was a time when we did not translate many documents. It was a very slow process, a very regimented process. And a few years ago, we realized we were not serving our population well by doing that. So in some case, there's a minor cost, not a big one, because fortunately we have a lot of resources in-house, but we do a lot more translation of materials into Spanish, including routine forms and documents. One thing that's not specifically mentioned here, but we do a food handlers class in Spanish. And it is well attended and successful and has helped with our food safety for all the people that eat in restaurants. So they are benefiting from this class even though they don't attend it. Our resident satisfaction survey is distributed in Spanish. Now, we're not getting many Spanish responses yet, fewer than 50 last time, but the number has grown each of the past 3 surveys. So the more we promote it, the more people will participate. Coming out of Listen, Learn, Lead, they did ask that we make a goal that our performers at concerts in the festival, they didn't say the grand, they said at the festivals, 30% of those be fronted by a woman or person of color. And that can be challenging sometimes, especially women fronted for some reason in this market can be hard to find. But we've done it, and each of the past 2 years we've been more than 50% of bands fronted by a female or person of color. So we have hit that mark and exceeded it, and we intend to continue doing so. And then finally, obviously, we have to think about the Latino market. We are, according to the census, 30% Latino. We do believe there was an undercount, so we're probably closer to 34, 35% based on what we know. And while we include, say, a Latin band at Western Days or things like that, we didn't have a dedicated celebration. Cinco de Mayo does a big one. We had a community one that did not survive after we had a few health issues. Swine flu, if you'll remember that one, back when bad diseases lasted 2 weeks instead of for the rest of our lives. But Fiesta Chara was started a few years ago, and it's a celebration of Latino culture. It is a charreada, that's a traditional Mexican rodeo that's focused more on horsemanship and showmanship than can you hang on. So it's kind of like dancing horses, and I love dancing horses, but with colorful attire also. And attendance has grown each of the past 3 years. And what we really like, we were at 2,400 last year. So it's not a big event. It's at the rodeo grounds. Frankly, anything more than about 4,000 probably outgrows that space. 2,400 is a pretty comfortable number. But the vendors told us that this past year they saw an increase in the percentage of non-Latino attendees, which we think is important because part of the celebration is to celebrate the Latino culture, but it's also to expose the other 65 to 70% of the population to the wonderful sounds and tastes and colors of that culture. So that, again, it increases the sense of belonging and interaction with all of our residents. So we have a whole lot of arms reaching out to the community, to various populations, and we do expect that's going to not only continue but likely expand as we embrace the fact that we are a minority-majority community. We are diverse, and we love it, and it benefits us all. My own opinion. Any questions on this slide before I pass back to Tad? All right.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I'd like to know what, we've left a whole segment as far as racial out up there, and that's our American Indian. That's our American Native.
True, and it's a relatively small part of the population, but a culture that in this area predates all of us. Right?
Absolutely.
By about, 15,000 years. So we do include the indigenous ace dancers at Western Days, one of the most popular things. We've looked into doing a specific event, a Native American powwow. Mm-hmm. It's a big cost issue, but with the groups we've been talking to, we've told them if you can bring money to the table, we might be able to match it and make it happen. And they're still talking to us. They're still interested in doing that, but at this time, we don't have a firm proposal. So we'll talk to them again before budget season to see if it's a request we make. But if they're not able to commit, it's $100,000 to $120,000 to put on the whole event, and that just exceeds our available resources.
I'd also like for diversity to actually be diversity in this, and that is all abilities.
Yes, yes. And to clarify, I talked a lot about Latino and Chin, which are all cultural diversity. We also have tremendous diversity in Lewisville, economic diversity. We have diversity in terms of we don't leave out people. If you go to our events, they're all accessible, and we go out of our way to make sure they stay that way. And then I know PARD has some great plans coming forward as well with the, assuming voters approve it, with the new park and athletic field down at Vista Ridge. So absolutely, we don't want to ignore those populations. Sometimes it's hard since they're not as cohesive. It can be difficult to do. So we include as best we can, and then we hope that we get a champion that steps up and shows us a path like Listen, Learn, Lead did with the Black community.
I wasn't going to say there it goes. I wasn't going to say anything, but since what I wrote down was, how can we talk about what we've done for people of all abilities and income levels? Then since you both just mentioned both of those, I thought I would just, chime in really quickly. For me, with the all abilities, it's and the belonging that we have, it's about that really filters across all of our departments. Certainly in parks, I love that we're looking at the parks with that can accommodate all abilities without really kind of segregating them to you on one side and you on the other. It's blending them together. I think that's really a beautiful concept. But also when we're talking about transportation and everything that we're doing with the expansion of the trail system, and looking at equitable mobility whenever we're designing streets, to make it, we've got to consider all modes of transportation, and we're doing that. I'm really, really proud of where we're going with all of that, that we're going to be designing our streets with all modes in mind, so that if you're not in a car, because not everybody can be in a car, either for economic reasons or maybe they have a physical ability that, with their eyes or whatever, for some reason they can't drive. And if that's not you today, it could be one day. I love that we are creating environments that are not hostile to any mode of transportation, and just to change that mindset of it's not just about cars. And then also what we've done with the public transportation and working with DCTA, maybe TJ would have better numbers on that, but with the GO Zone and the increase that we've of accessibility to public transportation that we've had in the city within the last 2 years with the introduction of the GO Zone, and the percentage that had access to it before versus what we have now.
So, and I'm glad you brought up ability diversity and economic diversity. I probably should have squeezed in one more bullet. With ability diversity, we've taken some steps. If you've been at recent groundbreaking ribbon cuttings, you've probably seen we have an ASL interpreter. That's not something that was requested. And so far, I've asked the interpreters, they've not seen anybody like watching them intently. They know when people are watching them. And they said they've not seen it yet. I said, well, they'll show up. We'll just keep telling people it's there, they'll show up. And we are really just probably one flip of a switch away from having closed captioning on our cable channel. We're trying to get a piece of equipment working with one of the cable companies, and then we'll have closed captioning. Again, something not requested, not required, but it's the right thing to do. In terms of economic diversity, this council, for the past 20 years, has made clear that as often as possible, our special events should be free for the public to attend. And with the exception of Western Days after 5 o'clock, they are. And if you show up before 5 o'clock, Western Days is free to attend also. That can make it a challenge sometimes to grow events to like a regional or state type of status. But if you're trying to serve the community, keeping it free makes it economically viable for all populations. So we've been aware of that as well.
I just want to bring something to mind because I'm very excited about this. I know it's going to be a while down the road, but when we're talking about different abilities, the master plan at the lake, once instituted, it will finally, and I say finally, give those in our city and surrounding areas the ability to just go and fish, because you can't do that now with any mobility issues safely. And this will be one of the first times that I know of in the history of Lewisville that you can go out on a pier and you can fish and you can be with your family, and that's huge. It's huge.
It was not a concern when the lake was built back in the 50s. It's definitely an issue today.
I just want to quickly jump in and just give kudos to staff for, first off, I love the name Jedi for obvious reasons, to drive the mayor crazy.
Sorry.
But
crazy is not a drive for me. It's a short walk.
But I want to commend you and just kind of just reiterate for people who may be watching, who have questions. We've had people who've come and had issues with diversity, equity, inclusion, and I love belonging, because that's a piece. You can be in a place but not feel like you belong there. It's about people. It's about people looking in their community and looking at the people who represent them that looks like them. There's a time, I always think back to, there was a time when there were no women city managers, not because they couldn't do the job, because nobody thought about it. So it's important that people see people who look like them so they can dream to do those things. And so I commend the staff for the work that we've done. The Listen, Learn, Lead has been fantastic, and we've taken a lot of great things away from it. I would just say, progress over perfection. We'll never get it 100% right. And for people who say, oh, well, the city's not doing this, well, communicate to us, let us know what we're doing, and we can work with the community to try to add more to it.
Thank you, Councilman. And I would probably pass those kudos straight through us down to the residents of this city. There's an interesting phenomenon you'll see on social media. Somebody will post an angry comment that is derisive towards some cultural group, and immediately they are bombarded by other residents that say, no, that's not Lewisville. I think, Councilman, you had the chance at the YAC conference to meet the Mayor Pro Tem of Port Arthur. I know Mayor Gilmore did. And we were talking and about DEI initiatives, and she said, how in the world have you gotten your people not to be angry that you're doing these things? And that, frankly, with our population, they'd be angry if we didn't. That's just the community that we have here. We celebrate it.
So just our final slide here, and then, oh, please, go ahead.
Lots of great comments around this. So a couple of things I wanted to, I love belonging being put in here as well. We have a Smiley Center going out in Castle Hills, and then I've gotten some emails about this. They belong, and they feel like they belong, and we're going to continue to fight for that sort of thing. It's a great example of the belonging, so I love that it's in here. Can we go back to slide 24? Is that possible, real quick? So a lot of times when people hear diversity, equity, and inclusion, they think immediately of percentage goals, and that's not what this is trying to say, right? We're just looking at this. So good. So that's
this
important.
This is just a reflection. It's showing where we're at, and I'm just indicating to you directionally what's happening. But no, there's no specific expectations. And
I love that, because this can be correlated but not causally related. There can be things beyond implicit bias that causes this sort of thing to happen. So I think that's just an important point to drive home for people that are listening, that these are not goals. We look at it and we take that as an input, but this is not, we don't feel the need, we're not driving toward exact representation across these different groups.
That's right. Okay. That's exactly correct. And bottom line, we want to hire the best people for each job. But this just gives us a chance to view it from a particular lens and just make sure we're considerate of who all is here. But yes, sir, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
So the last slide we had on this is just looking ahead. I think the broad theme of this slide, and I appreciate all the comments you all have already made, but it's generally a continuation. It's continuation of our existing efforts around our hiring practices, around affordable housing, which we had a lot of thorough discussion on a few minutes ago. We have upcoming the opening of Parque La Gloria, and James's team is doing great work. I love all the comments y'all made across our organization, and so we want to continue that good work. One point to mention here that Stacy had shared, the Lewisville Park Alliances, they're going to work this year or the intention is to work this year to establish a support program for residents who can't afford access to park services. And then we'll continue our work with the DEI, internally with the DEI&B team, folding it into the WAY team and making that a great marriage and even more impactful in the future. So those are our talking points. Wanted to turn it back to you all and really just ask the question, in addition to the feedback you already gave, do you think we're headed in the right direction? Do you all have any further feedback?
Go ahead.
I'll just say, keep it up. I think we're doing, I like what we're doing, and just keep going.
Yeah, I think I'd echo the same sentiments. I'd definitely like to see, I love the data, like to see the data. I also wanted to say previously too, I went to Fiesta Chara this year, thoroughly enjoyed it, a little rainy, but I think you'll see that event grow more than the 2,400 from when I was there. Particularly enjoyed the jalapeno eating contest. That was interesting. But yeah, just keep up what we're doing.
I'll say the blinding of the names on job applications, I hadn't really considered that before, and I was a little skeptical when I first heard about that. But the results that we see that came out of that prove otherwise. I would love to see that sort of thing also trickle down into things like grant programs and things like that. If we have potential for implicit bias in hiring, I don't know why we don't think we would also have potential for implicit bias in our grant programs and other things as well. But something we've talked about before, but I just want to take another chance to bring that up.
Yeah, great point there. If it's working in one space, let's see if we can replicate it in others. Love what we're doing. I love that it's becoming just part of who we are, and it's not a trying to fill a quota or those kinds of things. It's just we're doing the right thing to get the best people and the best mix for our community. I love the shift to a belonging, because there have been places where I haven't belonged. And I think we all have experienced that in some way or another. And so how do we find the opportunities for that? So I would encourage that focus for the coming year. I would love to see how we can get more engagement with our Hispanic community. They are such a large chunk. And I understand a lot of the reasons why, but whatever we can continue to do to kind of put a foot on that gas pedal would be great. I also, one last thing, and then I think we can move on, is that you really had the opportunity to use infinite diversity in infinite combinations, which was Star Trek's diversity model instead of Jedi. And now we'll move on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, guys. Next up, we are going to do a briefing on the mall redevelopment with Mary Shell Samples.
All right, I'm back. So I wanted to start off by just giving you an update on where we are on mall redevelopment. So over the last year, we've continued the conversation with the owners and with our consultants. And so if you recall, probably about a year or so ago, the majority of the mall was sold to a new owner. And when they took it on, they said, okay, give us a minute. Let us get the day-to-day down. Let us get the mall running and continue to run, and let us get it acclimated, and we'll come back to y'all. And they did. And so where we are now is that we're going to be meeting with them next month in person with their architects to go over potential recommendation and changes to the initial plan. So the initial plan that we worked on with our consultant, it was a culmination of talking with the owners and, of course, talking with the stakeholders in the city on what we'd like to see there. We're anticipating that the uses will stay fairly the same. It'll be a mix of employment, mixed-use development, so retail, as well as open space, and keeping both the day and night activities going to keep those businesses that are going to be there, that are there, thriving. And so we have that meeting coming up, and then once we get to that point and we get a little bit further down the line, we anticipate starting to draft a plan development. And that PD will then govern what types of uses can go there, what's the minimum and maximum types of uses that could go there, and we will work through it through that process. We're also hoping that in the next year, the reciprocal easement agreement that is executed amongst the owners will also be either amended or terminated, because that will also then open it up for all of this redevelopment and the additional uses to happen. And the last thing that I wanted to note is that the Vista Mall Public Street Infrastructure Project is on the 2024 bond election. Those funds, if approved, are for infrastructure only.
Mayor, I just want to say, great job, everybody. We've been looking at this mall redevelopment for how long now? 2-3 years? Unlike the information on social media.
At least since 2013, maybe 2014.
Yeah, but I mean, just us collectively. And public engagement is so important when it comes to this, because you would think that on social media, for those that think that social media is the encyclopedia and know-all, that we haven't even looked at this project yet. And getting this out to the public is paramount, but it's also the responsibility of our citizens. You can look at it on our dashboard. It's all right there. And just to be cautious and not use social media as the actual information, the real information for Lewisville, because it's not by any means. Thank you. This is amazing. And when it comes to fruition, it's going to be so great. Of course, I remember camping there, and I remember when stables were there, so.
Okay, well, I don't remember that, Ronnie. But I wanted to reiterate that, this effort has gone on for a long time, and it's going to continue to go on for a long time. This is not a sprint. It is a marathon. And, a couple of years ago, maybe we talked about this at either retreat or, I think it was retreat. Okay. Mm-hmm. There are so many pieces and parts to this that I didn't even understand, and still don't fully understand. And likely we're going to get into some more as we continue to move this forward. But I'm really encouraged to hear that the ownership is on board, because without that, it doesn't happen. Yeah. So just focusing on the fact that this is going to take some time. This is not a private entity or a public entity. This is both of them working together, and to overcome a huge hurdle. So I just wanted to remind the public that this is moving. And there's probably going to be times where it seems like nothing's happening, but this is going to happen, and it's working its way through. And staff has been really diligent working on this, and I just wanted to say thank you. I'm really, really excited to see this happen.
I'm going to jump in with support here as well, real quick. And this is the good stuff. I've heard somebody say recently, why do other cities get all the good stuff? This is the good stuff. This is going to be exciting. This is additive to our overall economy. It's how we present as a city. It's fantastic. The Lake Parks projects, Leo's been out there for a while. That's another great, but this is the good stuff. I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Not to belabor the point and sound like our suburban neighbors to the south and give a speech, but government is a tugboat, not a speedboat. It doesn't move as fast as you want, but it does move. And with good planning, when we have time, and this took time to get the owners down to a level, because I think there were 7 owners at one point, I've been on council long enough now to have seen the full, I guess, scale of this. I'm looking forward to it. I still would like a full-service hotel that has at least one more room than Denton. But the work has been there, and I tell people all the time, you know, my first council meeting that I ever attended was to come to complain about the fact that there were no specialty restaurants here. My wife and I had to go to Dallas, or we had to go into a Highland Village or something. In that very meeting, they were talking about the 3 restaurants that were there. So what I learned from that was, you don't really know everything if you don't ask, and things take time, because even at that time it was still trees over there where the old church was, and not where the lot was, and you see what we've done. So there's always work in progress. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. And just ask us, you know. And if we don't have the answer, we'll send you Claire. Claire knows everything.
All right, I don't see any other green lights. I think everything's been covered.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we have the Lake District, which is going to be Richard and Marichelle? Richard and David? Okay.
Richard and Marichelle and David and
Okay, everybody.
anybody else.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Richard Lutke, Planning Director. It's my pleasure to give you an update on the Lake District. You may recall the western side of I-35E for about 9 years now has been a concentrated effort to transform that area from a planned industrial park to a mixed-use urban village, and that has been a very heavy lift. But as you can see, there's quite a few projects now that have either occurred or still in the planning process. But we're also excited about the east side of the freeway, where you have Lake Park and the marina all about to undergo a major transformation. So we're tying both sides of the freeway together and have coined the term the Lake District, unifying both sides of that freeway into one community. So we're really excited about that. I'll cover a few of these projects, some highlights here. Number 4 on the map is the Lakeside Crossing Project. And that'll be nearly 800 multifamily units, over 200 townhome units, 30,000 square feet of retail and restaurants. The infrastructure is currently under construction, the streets, water, sewer, and drainage. So that is expected to be complete in July of this year. Number 5 will really truly be the village center for the Lake District. And this project's called the Hamptons, about 25 acres, and city staff's been working very closely with the developer, who is really pulling together a very impressive mixture of office, medical, hotel, hopefully a grocery store, we got our fingers crossed, restaurants, parks and open space, entertainment. So that will really be the anchor and the hub for that whole area. So we're really excited about that. We are anticipating closing with the developer this coming June. Then number 10, the former Zone Action Park, which has been sitting idle for many years, will be reinvented as Jack's Backyard. I know y'all have seen some of the details on this. Renovations are currently underway and will continue throughout this year. That will include a restaurant, outdoor performance theater, pickleball courts, zip line, and of course, renovated putt-putt and go-kart track. And they are expecting phase 1 to be completed sometime in 2025 and phase 2 sometime in 2026. So that is moving along well. So that'll be a great venue for our community to hang out at once that is complete. And then the newest one, number 11, just recently, we discussed this at a council meeting, is the new specs. That will be a 14,000 square foot retail business, and it's currently going through the development review process. And of course, this is just a listing of the key to all of the projects that are shown on the map. Some additional updates, like I said, we are continuing to work on rebranding the entire area as the Lake District, and you can see the logo is there on the slide on the upper left. We're really excited about that. Already talked about the the infrastructure with Lakeside Crossing that will complete the connections of Moccasin Trail between McGee Lane and I-35E. Summit Avenue will also continue northward and intersect with the Moccasin Trail. So some major sections of our thoroughfare network will be completed with that. Last year we completed kind of downsizing, making Summit more of a complete street with trails, and kind of put it on a road diet with on-street parking to make it more walkable and to provide parking for all the open space. And it's definitely being used, which is the good news, but there's also some other issues that have cropped up. So I'll turn it over to City Engineer David Solomon to give you a few more details about that.
The city manager asked me to address the social media post that came out a couple days ago with regard to the accidents on Summit Avenue. Of course, what we did out there last September has always been intended to be a semi-permanent solution to the parking and the road diet. So it's sort of a first phase pilot project, so to speak. Of course, as Richard indicated, people are using the parking, and of course that's what we wanted. That was the intent. The social media post indicated that there had been quite a few accidents out there over since that painting has been completed. And so I worked with Chief Rollins over the past couple of days, and we've done a very deep dive into the accident data that the city has. Of course, we only have records for accidents that the police were actually called out for, since September, there's been 10 recorded accidents on Summit Avenue. 5 of those actually happened within the first month after the paint striping occurred, which is kind of what we would expect because of the change in traffic pattern. And then the other 5 have happened since October. Of course, we know that there's probably other accidents that have happened out there that just, where the police weren't called, and they were probably minor fender benders and people just exchanged information or whatever. Our public services department actually just yesterday, in response to that, went out and put up some orange barrels at some of the transition points to make them a little bit more clear. We think what's happening out there based on the data and some of the photos we've seen is that people, when they get into that section of Summit Avenue, I don't think they're realizing that that outside lane is actually for parking. And so looking at some of the photos and some of the cars that have been hit, it looks like people are actually driving in that parking lane thinking that it's a drive lane. And so that's partially what the barrels have been put out there for, is to help delineate that. And of course, obviously, we can't keep those out there for very long. So over the next couple of weeks, our staff is going to be working on a more long-term solution to make sure people understand that that outside lane is actually for parking and it's not for driving. We've got various ideas already being tossed around, but we're going to have to come up with something here in the next couple of weeks to do something a little bit more permanent to kind of clarify, where the drive lane is and where the parking lane is.
I just wanted to, again, remind, and this is I think council knows this is mostly for the public. So the plan for this area with all of the residential that's coming in originally had that we were going to put this road on a road diet, right? And it was going to be done in a phased approach, as David has said. So first phase, and let me back up. The intent of that is because this entire development circles or abuts a large green space that is a park. And then there's a phased approach on this park. So there's a cattle pond that's over there as well. And so the intent is also to build a boardwalk around that cattle pond so that it is truly people want to come and visit this green space. We have to go through the Army Corps of Engineers to get that approval because there is mitigation bank requirements on that property. So that has federal restrictions on it. So we are working towards that, ultimately getting those approvals to get that final done. But we're trying to slow walking or driving out there, because we want pedestrians to be able to walk across the street. So there has been discussion about this being built to accommodate the multifamily. That is not true. From the very beginning, this has been to try to make this more of a pedestrian-friendly street. Now, with this other information, obviously we want to make sure we're doing this in an appropriate manner. So we've got those barrels up right now, but the ultimate thought originally was pilot program, and then we're going to create bump outs eventually. So where there's trees in these bump outs, and so that it truly feels more like a natural environment. You're slowly driving through this area until you get to the commercial zone that's up at the top, the Hamptons that we're developing. So that has always been the plan. We are looking at other, interim measures right now, and we'll be bringing that back as a report to council.
The good news on that is the fact that the speed studies show that the speeds have reduced from about an average of 40 down to 35. So it has had a positive impact in that aspect for all the other drivers who are at least paying attention to the markings on the pavement. Some other exciting updates, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers lease. The lease expires April 14th of 2025, and a request for a new lease has been submitted, and it is under review by the Corps, so that's very exciting. And the Lake Park and Marina Master Plan has been completed, and it's the basis for the Blue Ribbon Committee review and the recommendation on the bond election. So moving forward, I've got a pretty good list here of things to look forward to. Construction of additional private developments in the overall area. You'll be seeing an amendment to the ED agreement for Jack's Backyard coming your way soon. We have new kiosks for Tower Bay and the Lake Park day use areas coming soon. Temporary shoreline restoration plans are currently under review, so that'll be moving forward. The total Lake Park redevelopment project, over 18 million, is on the bond election, as I mentioned. The sale of the Hamptons lot to our developer, Russell Glenn, will be coming soon, and the developer is currently negotiating letters of intent for the various uses that I mentioned earlier. We're also submitting the overall Marina Lake Park plan to the Corps of Engineers, and then overall we'll be continuing to implement the overall plan for that whole Lake Park branding. So with that concludes the presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
So more good stuff. This is very exciting. I'm going to confess, I've been in the area for 25 years. About 25 years. I've been to the lake just a handful of times. So it doesn't occur to me to go out to the lake. I think this is going to be a great draw to bring people out to the lake. Take tax revenue, reinvest that in the city over and over again. I do want to caution, though, not to staff, but really to anybody who might be listening. I'm going to steal something from James Conkey if he's still sitting around here somewhere. I was doing a tour downtown with James about 6 months ago, and James was telling a story about an old Sonic that used to be on one of the streets that we had to take down, and people were conflating nostalgia with historic significance. So I get that there's a lot of memories for what used to be out here, even though I wasn't part of them, but this is a great step forward, and it's just more good stuff for the city. So I think this is an exciting project. Excited to see this get further along.
Yeah, obviously this is very exciting. I mean, I've been in that area primarily on the two golf courses there, and somewhat on the lake in a kayak. But this is a great thing coming forward. I think this, right now you go down there, it's pretty much softball, baseball, golf. We've got the campgrounds back there, disc golf, but this brings a whole new level to things. Also with that. Obviously, that the Hamptons is, to me, is a big project. Hopefully they're going to knock that thing out of the park, and we're going to have some different things on that property than we would normally see. So I would say just keep this up. This is just like the mall redevelopment. This is a huge project.
I just wanted to quickly, because Richard mentioned it, but he said it really fast, so I want to make sure that everybody heard what Richard said when we were talking about the west side of 35 and the conversion of those properties were zoned light industrial, which means, I know this is a big issue because there's a lot of perception that Lewisville is the city of warehouses. That's what was gonna go there. So the city, there, a couple of different strategies were used there. One of them was the city bought a piece of property that is kind of right smack dab in the middle of it. But secondly, there's, the city has sought out developers who are willing to work with us to do something different, because right now the market says build more warehouses, because it's profitable, because we all like to shop online, and that brings warehouses. So so that is a very, very hot commodity in the market right now, and the city has been out ahead of that, working with developers to because that started a long time ago, to remove that LI off the table. And without doing that, even though I think maybe there's it's just rezoning something, and that was years ago, and so people have forgotten how huge that is. We could have had a whole bunch of warehouses right there. And, the Lake District could still be really cool with all the stuff that we're talking about on the east side of 35, but now we can incorporate this piece on the west side. And that's a huge victory for us. And again, not a sprint, it's a marathon, but this is happening. And also, the city works very hard to try to get grocery stores. There's a lot of market conditions that have been difficult to overcome, but we're trying. And we will continue to try. And we'll see what we come up with. It may happen, it may not. But I just wanted to say thank you to city, and I just want to make sure that we all understand what a big deal that has been.
Yeah, just to reinforce that, going back to the map, that kind of triangular area on the west side of I-35 is 300 acres. That would have been, I don't know how many millions of square feet of industrial. It was not easy. And still, some of the vacant parcels are still zoned light industrial. And we've got a lot of challenges still ahead of us, but the bigger pieces are moving in the right direction, and I think we'll be very proud of the finished product, and it'll greatly complement what we're doing on the lakeside. I really feel what we've got in this area is truly a hidden gem.
And to kind of add on to what Kristen was saying, a lot of the focus on not having that being warehouses was from the Vision 2025 plan, having a northern gateway. People think that the city council just willy-nilly making up decisions. No, this is something that's been in the works for years. And again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And that was a very, very time-consuming task to get that from light industrial to get to what we have that's going to be built over there now. So I mean, very time-consuming. I remember that during the pandemic, working through that.
Well, and at the end of it, you had to have a property owner that wanted to work with the city, because if they saw more value the other way, then they absolutely could have kept their entitlements.
I want to say I'm very excited about this lake, as I said before, especially giving people ample opportunities and equal opportunities to enjoy this overlooked asset.
Mm-hmm.
I played on those ball fields, and so did Jackie. I played baseball, he played softball. And we had a mini putt-putt. It was huge. And there was actually a restaurant that had the best fries in town at the Cove. And but with time, things evolve, and that's where we've improved since then, because that was 20 years ago, and now we're improving even more. So
the good things are getting better.
With that, we have a video to show you. I think it's a good punctuation on the end of this conversation. So to help with explaining the vision to the public, we went ahead and took our 2-dimensional plans that you guys have approved and put it into a 3-dimensional. You saw a little bit of it. So we wanted to showcase that here today, and then we will be able to put that out on social media in the future. All right, next up we have Old Town Development. And that's Richard and Mary Shell, are you doing Old Town Development? Okay. They're getting ready.
All right, another map. We love our maps in planning. This is a map that we've been using for about the last 5 years from some of our major projects. But before I even get to that, I just want to say that planning matters. Planning transforms, and it produces extraordinary results. And Old Town has been an example of that. If we had to have done all that planning 25 years ago, we would not be where we're at right now. We still got a long ways to go, but we have accomplished a lot. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mary Shell first. She's going to give you a real quick update on some of our multifamily projects here in Old Town.
So I'm just going to give a few highlights of some of the projects that we have coming to an end. So Main and Mill Lofts, they have officially completed both buildings, both Building A and B. So as a reminder, that's to 203 units with the retail on the ground floor at Main and Mill, and they are about 19% leased currently. Mill Old Town has also received their CO, and they are also complete. They are 55% leased. So we're really excited about that as well. And the Whitlow, they are still currently under construction. They recently opened their leasing office this month, and even before they opened their leasing office, they were at 5.5% leased. And lastly, the standard at Old Town, we kind of went over that earlier. That's one of our projects, the Affordable Housing PFC project that will start construction around this time next year.
Got a few notable commercial projects I want to talk about. Number 11 on the map, the Deck on Main. Of course, it's a 3-story building with restaurant, retail, and office and event space. I've been watching it from my office window, so it's been so exciting watching that project go up, and it's slated for completion in September of this year, so we're excited about that. Number 12, Sullivan's Barbecue. Very excited to be working with them on an expansion. They need more room, and they are converting their parking area in front of their building along Mill to a covered patio area to accommodate more seating. So we are working with them on that. That will also be in conjunction with the city adding more reverse angle parking in that area too, which will provide more parking and also complete another segment of our complete street along Mill Street. Then right next door, number 20, project called Foodsies. I know we have brought that to the council before. That'll be a 2-story mixed use, ground floors intended to be. We're working really hard to make that a very small grocery. We're gonna have to start small.
That's gonna be a boutique.
We're going to get the best that we possibly can. So we're continuing to work with the developer. It is under staff review, and we're hoping they'll be submitting for a building permit here soon. And it'll have a for-sale condo. Actually, it's a 3-story building that'll be 2 levels of condos, a total of 4 condos on top of that, the retail. One other project that's not even on this map that I just have to mention I'm really excited about, and that's at 165 West Main. That was the former Alkies, the former Flying Pig. It is going to be our newest restaurant, and it will be called State 28. So we are very excited. Staff's working with them, going through Old Town design review for some of their signage and exterior improvements. So I know one thing, I've heard many people here in the last couple of months state that they've seen a very noticeable increase in foot traffic. I've seen it myself, just coming and going from City Hall. And so it's really good to see it all coming together. The growth is actually starting to happen. You notice all the little gold stars. Those are upcoming townhome and condo projects, owner occupied housing. That is something that that was discussed at our last retreat. And we heard council loud and clear that to focus on getting as much diversity as we can. The multifamily is important, but having a mixture is going to make it even a better Old Town. These stars represent about 173 either townhome or condo units. 4 of them are small, like 5 or 6 unit projects. The one at the very bottom is 55 units. That's the Lake Haven project on South Charles. That's going through the zoning review right now. And then up at the very top along College and Mill, that's a project that was approved back in 2018 but didn't happen. It's being revised, reworked, and we're hoping we're working with the developer to bring it back to you for a PD amendment for 84 condo units. So that would, again, be very, very exciting, a little bit different type of housing. So again, that's something that we think will really help continue making Old Town successful is the diversity of housing options.
Richard.
Yes.
I wanted to comment on that because you keep stealing my notes. How are you seeing my notes from over there? That's pretty impressive. But I did want to mention that I think it's important to point out that yes, we have the visible residential, the highly visible residential has been the multifamily because they are very large developments in Old Town. And so I do think it's good to highlight some of the smaller projects that are, there really is a focus on not just one type of product, but multiple types of products rental, and ownership products. And all of that creates an old town where maybe we have enough people to get a grocery store down here, or maybe we have enough people to support more businesses down here. I agree. I've seen a lot more foot traffic as well. Ronnie obviously wrote down the same thing. So, yes, grocery store. Okay. So, you know, and again, grocery stores have their models. And I, you know, I know I've seen a lot of complaints about multifamily in Old Town. But if we want a grocery store, if we want to sustain the businesses that we all, not only have right now, these mom and pop support local business, but actually grow our local business base, we have to have people that live here, because it can't be people just driving in. It has to be people living here. So I'm very, very excited about that. It's a game changer. Again, I walk my dog down here every day. I see a lot more foot traffic as well. One thing I will say is that what I would like to, one detail I think we need, the more foot traffic I've seen, unfortunately, there are some negative side effects of that as well. I'm seeing a lot more, I love seeing people walking dogs, don't love to see what they leave behind. And I love to see people out walking the, you know, on the sidewalks and all of the things, but I hate to see cigarette butts everywhere. I don't know, you know, some of that is human behavior that we can do our best to change. But, you know, ultimately it's on them. I think one thing we can do is maybe provide more opportunities for them to have a trash receptacle. And we've done really great along Main Street. We've got them all the way down. I have my path mapped out for where I need to go, because I know where the trash cans are. But once you kind of get past Main Street or, you know, around City Hall, you're kind of out of options for trash cans. So I would love to see us be able to expand where we're offering, you know, public trash cans, to maybe help with some of that, and maybe some more doggy bag stations as well.
I'm going to second the trash cans, because it's actually just happened to me. I went to Sullivan's on Wednesday and I had a couple cups in my car. I parked in front of Sullivan. I walked the perk, and I found myself juggling my bag and in cups looking for a trash can. I didn't hit a trash can until I actually hit Main Street. So that actually it's funny how that resonates exactly with me as well. So anything we do to try to make that, especially as we get more people down there, we're going to see more trash, more cigarette butts, more dog leavings. So an opportunity to fix that ahead of the game would be great.
It's good notes.
Yes, I just want to note too, you know, the success of the Complete Street project at Main and Mill was a game changer. And so our plans are moving forward for College. Ultimately, I believe for Church Street, we really want to do all the streets. East Walters, Henrietta, the rest of Leonard, Harris Street, all the streets. I think Elm Street is coming here just a few months. I think that's already gone to bid. So you'll see that street tore up for a while, but the finished product will be really nice. And I think those will be opportunities for us to include all of those amenities that are going to be needed for the increase in foot traffic.
Where are we on the arches?
So Stacy and I as team is, because we're doing the landscaping, we've got that as part of the project, and we're going to be coming back to you on the cost associated with that, because I think the costs were underrepresented of how much it's going to cost once we talk through that. Stacy, is there anything else you want to that covers it? So we're going to have to talk about budget and what you want to do.
I just want to compliment you guys, because I remember a time when we had no parking garages, and we were saying, oh, that'll be about, 10 or 12 years from now, and it was slow, and then boom. Now we have a few parking garages now, and we are seeing, like, I went to Denona on Wednesday, and it was packed. So, I mean, we're starting to see the fruits of the efforts. Mm-hmm. So I just want to pass that along, and great job. So I know we'll get the trash cans worked out. That's a great idea, and get Church Street up to par with Main Street at some point.
It's funny you mentioned the parking garages, because we beg developers to do a wrap a multifamily wrap project in Old Town, and none of them would do it because they said there's no comps. And so city took matters in our own hands. Number 2, which was originally developed by Trinsic, which is now the station at Old Town. That was the spark that we needed. Once we bought that land and we picked the developer and got the project to kind of serve as the example, the developers started lining up, and they're still looking. We get so many developers looking at Old Town that have an interest. So right now the challenge is assemblage, but that will happen over time.
We do have new parking areas in the parking garages, but I don't know how many people know that. And I will say that gives us a little bit one up on Grapevine. Everybody says, well, we're going to be Grapevine. Why can't Lewisville be Grapevine? Grapevine, you have to park 2 blocks off and walk, and people don't mind doing that. But you don't only have to walk here. I mean, there's ample places to park if you look for it. However, we have 2 parking garages now that we can utilize the bottom floors on. And under public engagement, I guess we'll
Well, we also have plans to install signs for public garages.
Just want to dogpile on all the success that's going on down here. When I first started driving to this side of town, 2004, we had just started the facade grant program. We were an innovator in that regard. Downtown was boarded up. I don't know what other people remember there, but we get back into that nostalgia conversation. Old Town was dead, and it wasn't going anywhere until City Hall got built down here. And so now we have this going on, and of course, one thing that we don't even talk about is the bookend on the other end, which is coming along, which is the DCTA light rail station and its mixed-use development, which we can see here in some of this. But that's going to be another linchpin to the development as we keep moving forward.
Very quickly, I'll just touch on some successes. The adoption of the Old Town TOD Master Plan update. The images there in the upper left. Huge success. We get so much good feedback from developers. They all want to be down here, so that's ongoing. We've been coordinating with DCTA on their plans for their site. That's moving forward, very positive. We've adjusted the thoroughfare plan to reflect the new street grid that's reflected in the plan. And the infrastructure assessment has highlighted some deficiencies that we have with infrastructure, and that'll be discussed a little bit later during the capital projects presentations. Other updates, public wireless internet expansion is coming. Retail recruitment with Catalyst Commercial is ongoing. New solar lighting on the sidewalk around the Grand Theater will be installed, and the Old Town sound system will also be installed. Looking forward, I talked about Sullivan's Barbecue. 300 North Mill, was something was not on the radar. That's the image at the bottom left. That'll be a 13,000 square foot commercial building at the northeast corner of North Mill and Walter Street, where the portable offices used to be. So we're trading an eyesore for a really classy looking building. We're really excited about that. Staff's working with Spectrum about additional shared parking, so that's ongoing. The Poydras Plaza Turf was installed this week, so another plus. And the City Hall and Vic Landscape Improvement Project, that has been, bids are being evaluated. It'll be awarded in April and construction this summer.
And we just have a few more updates for you all. So we're going to consider the proactive rezoning of Old Town property on the east side near DCTA, continue efforts to attract new entertainment, restaurant, grocery uses. The Grand Theater courtyard improvements are moving forward as well. You'll see that the plans in the top left corner there, the Grand Theater home design, in which staff was given the direction to move forward with upgrades at the last retreat last year. Expansion of the Old Town sound system, as well as the Old Town pocket park design. You'll see that in the bottom left corner there. Old Town entryway features, that was touched on just a little bit here. as well as visioning planning for well house redevelopment. So for the well house, the NROs will move out in 2025 with the completion of Tittle McFadden. Staff is looking into the possibility of using the building as a primary or supplementary visitors information center. If the current visitor information center converts, then they'll need to find some lease space and decide what to do with the continuation of the history of the exhibit space. And also converting the use will also require that the hotel fund be made whole. And then the one thing I want to plug about the parking, going back to Main and Mill, that is 175 public parking spaces. And lastly, the Salvation Army redevelopment request for proposals. That's for the properties located at 206 West Main and 207 Elm. So the staff had issued an RFP back in January. We received responses by March 15th. And at this time, Mayor, we're asked that we go into executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.087 regarding deliberations regarding economic development negotiations.
And Mayor, we can do that in the next conference room, so
We'll
the
just take
council
it.
will
So
move.
council, if we just go over to the next conference room, and Marichelle just took my job.
We wanted to make sure it was covered, Mayor.
Awesome job. Thank you for backstopping me. We're gonna be back into regular session. Folks, I think at this point, lunch is back in the back room, and in order to not run out of sterno to keep everything warm, we're gonna go ahead and move right into lunch. Plan to be back here in about, what did we schedule for lunch here?
We were generally doing 30 minutes, but
Yeah, so plan to be back and ready by 25 after. All right, we're going to come back into session. I think we're going to just have a touch point here with Dan Johnson. Dan?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've had the chance to observe from my viewpoint some good note taking. I think I just want to reinforce and remind you about that. Some of even these ones that on clock time moved a little faster. There were some great questions and great observations. Really hope you've captured on that your note taking as well. Again, heard some very important things that'll be really important for us tomorrow as we start talking about these in summation. So really hoping that you're getting those great thoughts that you were using oral time to talk about jotted down as well. So those can be pulled together in our summary work. I also appreciate the flexibility that really has allowed you to kind of expand and dig deeper as you needed to on a couple of these key topics today, and other ones where you kind of go, got it, we're on it, and moving forward. So really in a good pace of this right now. We certainly have some important sessions coming up as we finish the green sheet, so to speak, and begin to move later afternoon as time will allow on into these other couple of special topics. So just wanted to kind of remind us about our note taking on that to make sure we're kind of having good effort so tomorrow we can really start polling and kind of really starting getting the benefit of that thinking. So thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity. Claire, let me turn back over to you and certainly keep it going.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, we don't have a schedule per se. I do have the number of things I'd like to get done in the day, but we created flexibility, so if we go over, to give you guys opportunity to have these meaningful conversations, that we can carry things over into the next day as well. So with that, Mayor, if you're comfortable, we'll move over onto employee recruitment, development, and retention. Tad.
All right. Tad Phillips, HR Director, here to talk about focus area of employee recruitment, development, and retention. I've got a few slides for you all. We're going to start off with looking externally, more broadly at the labor market, then switch into looking at metrics around our employee base and what has transpired over the last year, talk about some of our accomplishments and activities, and then look ahead. So when we sat here a year ago, one of the things I was conveying to you all, and you all were surely well aware of, we were talking about the Great Resignation and the broad impact felt across the labor market generally, and here at the city that was resulting in high levels of turnover and vacancy rate within the organization. So since that time, the last 12 months, I'm happy to say that nationally the quit rates have stabilized. The graphic on the bottom, it's a little bit busy, but the circles on the bottom show that quit rates from November 22 to November 23 went from 4.17 million to 3.47 million. But as you look at that orange line at the bottom, it is high in late 22, and it was even higher in early 22. But I think the theme around quit rates is that we are back to earlier in the pandemic, but if you take a longer view, our quit rates right now are still above 95% of the last 20 years. So it's definitely better than it was a year ago on a national scale, but it is still relatively high when you take a longer term view. I think contributing factors to that are, wages have come up across all sectors. There are also fewer employers hiring, again, broadly, nationally speaking. And so what some of the things I have on the slide here, but I just want to underline to you all is that while things have stabilized to some extent on quits, the fundamental dynamics of the labor market, of it being really an employee's market, have not shifted. When more jobs do come available following investment or decrease in interest rates, we will see quit rates rise again on a national level. And so it continues to be important for employers to do all they can to create a strong value proposition for potential as well as for current employees. So how does that relate to us as the city of Louisville? This slide shows, you've seen similar data in past years, but I'm really pleased to be able to share this slide. So a year ago, we stood here really struggling with filling jobs and stemming high turnover. As you'll see in our turnover data, we moved back to a much more normal 12.5% turnover rate over calendar 2023. That was a decrease from 18.2 in the prior year. By just straight math, that's a 5.7% decrease, but that's truly a 31% decline from year to year in our turnover rate. So one question about that would be, okay, well, we saw national trends are that things are getting better. How much are we reflecting national trends versus are we a unique case? So was looking at turnover rates at our comparator organizations. Did not get data points from all 17, but from those we were able to get, we found that our turnover was significant. I'm sorry, our decrease in turnover rate was significantly better than what we saw from our nearby comparators, beating out the average city decrease over this 12-month period by 2.3%, which is a pretty big delta. And so I think that points back to a lot of the good things that I'll mention on the next slide, a lot of the good work that between the council and the team that we've been able to do to get at that issue. Over the last year, we've hired 172 full-time employees. So now as of right now, we have the most working staff we've ever had with 856 employees working as of a few days ago. And our vacancy rate, which in the prior year was high, relatively high at 10.5%, is now down to about 4.8. It shifts day to day, but it's at about 4.8, or it was a few days ago, down to only 43 vacancies across all the departments. So that's what you see over there on the left. That is a 54% decrease in our percentage of vacancies across the organization. So a huge change up over the last year. And I think that can be attributed to a lot of things. But we're really proud of these trends here. These trends show that we're really being aggressive. The work that we're doing is showing results. Some of it's external forces, but a lot of it is the work that we're doing. Our HR team, some of the things that we've done is our HR team has improved the recruitment process to help managers select and hire more quickly. And all of our departments have put a real tremendous focus and emphasis on hiring over this last year. In a few areas, we still have some higher vacancies. We're aware of those, and we're working on strategies with those departments to continue to push those numbers further down, and we will continue to do so. So a major contributor to those good data points is the work that we've done this last year on competitive compensation. Yeah, and so y'all know the history. Y'all did we really appreciate y'all's support in as we went through the compensation study and made significant adjustments to employee pay over this last year. We also followed through on changes to our employee benefits plan, aligned with the 2022 employee feedback. So effective January 1 of this year, we went from 3 plans to 2 plans, made it much more understandable, tried to convey it better, so to try and enhance employee perception and utilization, effective navigation, I should say, of our benefits plan. I mentioned our org-wide commitment to hiring. I think one good case study is down there on the bottom left is our fire department. So kudos to them and a partnership between the fire department, HR team, city management, et cetera. What we did during this last year is we created a lateral entry program where we could bring in firefighters with experience at more than the entry rate of pay, a program that didn't exist before, so that was a new creation. Then when we went out to find candidates, we found success for a variety of reasons, but some of that tied to the competitive pay that council approved, the lateral entry program I just mentioned. And then within the fire department, we had chief put together recruitment teams, and members were proactively interacting with candidates from the beginning to the end of the process and bringing them along in what, as you all may well know, but with police and fire, those can sometimes be drawn out processes. So they were creating a connection with those candidates all the way through. So that's just one example, and then that resulted in the largest class we've ever had of new hires with 17 new firefighters a few months ago. Besides our focus on hiring, thank you, Council. We've added the Juneteenth and Cultural Appreciation Day holiday, so that says something to our employee base and creates some more flexibility for them for time off. We've created the volunteer time off program, which Council approved back in the fall, and that's we look forward to ramping that up further. But that's where employees can use time to support local community events, and I think Claire will touch on that at a later presentation. We continue to provide a variety of training opportunities. We had this new space, really excited to have this new space downstairs. Look forward to taking more advantage of that in the coming years. The other picture on this slide is our graduates of our Lewisville Leadership Academy. So we have 2 different tracks, but that's one of them. We had 49 graduates this year, so this is an internal development program for our employees, where they go through a variety of different training, but we're really trying to invest in them, and we'll continue to bring forward programs like that in the future that will further engage folks and show our commitment to developing them. We just got through conducting our first Gallup Employee Engagement Survey. We had 90% participation. We have not unveiled the results. We'll be doing that in the next few weeks. but 90% participation is really, really high. We're really proud of how engaged our folks are at participating in the survey, and then we have follow-up work coming in the next few months to really take action and work with the departments through that process. This year we started semi-monthly HR communications. It sounds like a small thing, but we really try to consolidate our communications to give employees greater clarity on what events, what ways can they engage with their employer, what are all the things going on. We try to create clear lines of communication there. Claire continues to do her coffee with Claire, and I know y'all don't sit in on those, but it's really great. Employees really appreciate the opportunity. Once a month, she's going to different departments, spending time with those employees, broadcasting that to the whole organization, and making herself available to share information and to listen and to receive questions. And I know folks really appreciate that coming from senior leadership. We continue to recognize employees. We have a Way Award program. That's where employees could get a $25 gift certificate when they've gone above and beyond in living out our culture and our values. And so we've distributed 155 of those this year. We also, in the last couple months, we had been hearing from our workforce that when they get injured on the job, they've had some frustrations with their care, and so we created a second occupational health provider, and we're already getting great feedback and returns on that addition over the last few weeks. And then we've had numerous employee events, including Way Day, Employee Picnic. You saw some footage from some of that in the earlier slide deck. So those are some of the accomplishments. Looking ahead, there's a few things I do want to specifically highlight here. Really appreciate council's support on employee compensation previously. That's maintaining competitive compensation is an area of continued importance. And so the HR team has started to work on benchmarking and identifying how our pay structures stack up to our comparator organizations right now in 2024. You'll expect to see us, the HR team, back presenting at a workshop to council through the budget cycle, probably in June or July, where we will give an update on that and strategies going forward on how to maintain competitive compensation. Just as a reminder, in our last summer, council agreed that we want to lead market and be competitive. And so in an example of, say, a police officer or a firefighter, we identify the maximum market pay for each job, the average of them across our 17 comparators, and then we set, in the current methodology, we set a target of what is the average of that plus 3% in order to lead the market. So that approach puts us in a lead at certain moments of the year, and at other times we lag, and it's always all the other employers are doing the same thing, so it's always kind of restacking the deck throughout the year, but it's on us to continue to monitor that, and we'll bring that information to council in the next couple of months. The next up here is job family progressions. This is another element of the compensation study where we have 32 different job employee to senior level relationships that we're building right now, and we'll be launching those in the next couple of months for our employees. That could impact up to 146 employees. So think of those as individual contributor jobs where I sit in my job and I say, what is my path forward here? What would make me stay here? Well, if there's this senior opportunity, that is a path for me where I see what my future looks like. It's a path for some more pay. It's a way to help retain folks. So that will be launched in the next couple of months. Third one on here is enhanced employee training plan. So we've got this great space. We've got a great team. My team is now working on developing kind of a longer term strategy to present to management, and we'll be part of the budget process to identify how we can step our game further around employee engagement, or employee training, I should say. And then I mentioned the Gallup survey follow-up. We're about to start meetings in departments in April, running through the summertime. And that's really where the magic's going to happen. We're really going to sit and listen with our employees, understand their perspectives on things, come up with action items in smaller groups, and that'll really start to help folks at the local level. You know, the action around employee engagement, it does matter what all of us do in this room, but the thing that really matters is what happens between the employee and the supervisor. So we're really going to try and activate those relationships. Performance evaluation improvements is something that we're going to endeavor to make happen this year. And then I mentioned in the earlier presentation about JEDI, the WAY team, and how we've expanded and enhanced that WAY team. So we'll be focused on maximizing the efforts of that group. The last thing I wanted to mention on this slide looking ahead is our ERP software. So ERP software is enterprise resource planning. And what that means, for the unfamiliar, is for any employer, your finance and HR software program, those are typically the two core elements. There is more, but we are at a place where our current provider is, we're not at end of life, but we're at a phase where our current provider they're no longer selling this product anywhere, which over the life cycle of software means at some future date, though, they won't support it. So we've already started some good collaborative work amongst finance, ITS, HR, with the support of city management, and we've been starting our process of evaluating what our needs are around a future answer in that arena. And we'll be seeing in the coming months plans to go out and look at procuring and then possibly implementing in the next fiscal year. But why does that matter? It sounds kind of boring. How does that tie back to employee recruitment, development, and retention? I think, the systems do matter. So if we have a system that enhances the employee experience around self-service, my ability to look at my payroll information, et cetera, all those little things make a difference in the employee experience. Also, our reporting out of systems and our ability to understand and leverage information from our employees is huge. So that's a big lift involving multiple departments that's upcoming that ties back to this area. So that concludes comments on this area, but want to turn it over to you, Mayor, and any thoughts y'all have. Are we heading in the right direction? Any feedback, et cetera?
I love this. This has been a priority of mine since I came back on City Council. There's one thing that's missing, and every 2-3 times a year you're going to hear it from me. If it's good enough for the retirement of our prior city manager and good enough for the retirement of prior appointed officials, then it's daggum well good enough for all employees of Lewisville. I want some sort of retirement insurance.
Yes, ma'am. So we
I don't know what that looks like.
No, absolutely. We haven't forgotten that. So from our last conversation.
I'm not going to let you.
What's that?
I said I'm not going to let you.
Oh, okay.
Not going to let you forget.
Oh, not going to let me forget. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Should I stop talking is what I was wondering. Okay.
No, he forgot already.
He forgot already. Ginkgo biloba.
Yeah, exactly. That's a whole different topic.
Yeah.
But no, we haven't forgotten. And so from our last conversation, our prior conversation, we had done some initial looks at what costing looks like to fully cover that. It's a big one. But what my team's been is working on, and we'll present to you by the time we get to that summer presentation, is we'll have information on what kind of supplementation happens with our comparator organizations, so we have a better sense of how we fit in the marketplace around that. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about turnover real quick. So
yes, sir.
We do exit interviews.
Yes, sir.
So what have we learned from that? Is there anything that you can divulge that we learned from that we could be doing better?
I think it's we pair an HR member with each person when they leave, and we try and understand. And I think each one is contextualized to their own individual and their team. And so I don't think there's one specific thing we've learned at it, but I mean, just overall, we've seen fewer people leaving, so that's a trend. But I guess our approach to those is if we see something out of an exit that's actionable, we jump right on it.
Okay. And then the other question is that a lot of times when I look at these numbers, we'll look at regrettable versus non-regrettable turnover.
Yeah.
Everybody's got those employees, oh, thank God they left, right? You have to turn them over, whatever.
Yeah.
So and that also can shed light on if you see a lot of regrettable turnover, maybe there could be a misalignment. There could just be a staffing, something on the front end of the funnel is going wrong, evaluation process. So do we look at regrettable versus non-regrettable?
Not expressly, but I think this, to me, this relates back to the work that we're starting to do with Gallup. So as we're focusing on learning sentiment from our employees, what's your engagement, we're bringing those down to levels directly with their supervisors. I think data says, 60% 70% of why an employee sticks around in an organization or not ties to that supervisor relationship. So how are things going at those local levels? I think as we dig into that Gallup project, that will help us target some of those things a little bit more.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate the little graph that you included on slide 44, that talks about the turnover rates and categorize it by the total and then without the retirees, because I know the retirees, especially as the baby boomer generation continues to retire, there's going to be a lot of people retiring, which is expected. I don't know. So I did want to point out that without retirees in 2023, we are actually under 10% now, which is awesome. We're always going to have turnover rates. We're never going to get to 0%, right? So what is from an HR perspective, what's a good target number there?
I've always, in the municipal sector, I've always thought a good target's right about 10%. Ideally you get a little bit lower, but I think if you're under 10%, you're in a good spot, and we haven't seen 10% in a long time. So I think to me, that's a good number to shoot for.
Okay, and the only other thing I wanted to say was, there's, with what you were saying about, the reasons, there's always all sorts of reasons why people leave. I do think that one of the things that I'm hoping is a factor that has started to help us improve that is the investments that we've made in our facilities, particularly the public services facility. I don't know if do you have any, that was a department I was worried about when we were talking about this a year or two ago. I would have a hard time working in the building that we had before. So are we seeing improvements there based on?
Feel free to jump in, Claire. I think it's kind of mixed. We continue to see challenges at the labor frontline positions because that's a fundamental challenge across all industries. So we haven't fixed that.
The only thing I was going to tell you is we're going to do a whole fleet staffing analysis later in this presentation. And I think we can touch on kind of the experience they're seeing out there with regard to turnover as well. I think there has been, you will see before your compensation study, before we built this building, we were carrying a lot of vacancies in that department, and we're not seeing that now. So it has improved. It's just, do you tie that to the building? Do you tie that to the compensation study?
And I apologize, I didn't mean to drill down into specifically the building, but I do think that it's important that, one of the benefits of making those infrastructure investments and facility investments is how it helps us improve our retention of employees. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Just clarify, what does ERP stand for?
Oh yeah, Enterprise Resource Planning. Just think finance and HR software. Is primarily what it is. Yeah.
And just looking at this graph, I just had made a comment. I guess, is there something else that we can do for like engineering, parks and public services on these percentages? I mean, is there something?
Engineering is a great example. That's really just two vacancies at a moment in time. So when I look at that, the ones that stick out to me are the high numbers. So like police, for example, I'll just pick on those. Like Chief and I were just talking about that. They have a lot of folks in their pipeline. They're just working through hiring on those right now. Public services has, to the point Claire just made, historically has been a challenge. It still is a challenge, but we're working really actively with Aaron and his team on some different tactics to try and bring in great people and then also push folks through. But also, I would just also say, just on a daily, just so you know, Mr. Meredith, on a regular basis, I have a recruiter on my team that's working with the hiring manager on each one of these vacancies. So we're trying to build a customized recruitment strategy and approach for each one as we go through it. So we're trying to be proactive at finding folks for those jobs.
I guess are these different based on the job?
Totally,
yeah.
totally, yeah. So if I'm going to find engineers, it's a whole different angle. One thing we did recently is before we just recruit for an engineer, now we're recruiting in tandem for an engineer and an EIT simultaneously, and seeing what we can find in the marketplace at the rates we're able to pay. And so we're becoming more flexible in how we go look for an engineer in that example.
And just to also to point out, like I think last week we were in background check for that engineer position. So this was as of that date, but in a week we may be full on that position.
Yeah.
I just wanted to commend the department for and the council, how we work to try to entice people, but more importantly, how we've maintained the culture around here. Because like kind of what Kristen was saying, talking about the facilities, I'm like, in your job being correlated with your supervisor, I've worked in a warehouse with wildlife, and I had a great boss, and I didn't think twice about it. But at the same time, I worked in very great facilities with a terrible boss who turned a great job terrible. So I think we're going the right path. I think our numbers, our vacancy numbers are showing that. It's just going to be a continued effort, and I just want to commend Tad on his work on that.
Tad, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Where do we find that we're having the most job turnover? Is it mid-career, starting, in career? I mean, where are we seeing that in the continuum?
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak to you, so I couldn't tell you that off the top.
Okay.
But I do think anecdotally, I think it's broad based, and I think it just depends.
Okay.
But I would just to Brandon's comment, I think so much more of it's about are we, I think the question I ask us as an employer is, are we doing an effective job at bringing them in to show interest in the first place? Then are we doing a good job of onboarding them? Then do we have a strong management team around them that's supporting them? And then do we have the fundamentals from HR and from management? And so I think we're asking ourselves those questions all the way through to try and minimize turnover. But I apologize. I can gather data on that.
Yeah, when you have time, that's fine. Yeah. And then my other question is, because you guys threw Gallup out there, they're still highly focused on engagement, right? And of course that number has fallen off the cliff. I'd love to see where we stack up.
Yeah.
So when we get to that point.
You can give them general how we compare to others.
Yeah, from memory, I think we had 90% of our employees participate, which is huge. On the whole, our first overall look was we, against the entire Gallup book of business, private, public, worldwide, et cetera, we're in the 43rd percentile of engagement for our team, which is a great starting point, because what we said is like, okay, this is our first one. We've never done it before. We've never done this survey. We're at 43rd percentile. So, and we've got, I'm trying to remember that, they talk about engagement. I believe that we were at 49% of our employees does that ring a bell? 49% are engaged. So what Gallup will show you that broad one and say only 22 or somewhere thereabouts, 22% of all employees are engaged in the larger world. We're at 49% of our employees would fit into that categorization as they define engaged. So our initial numbers were good, and I think we're going to be charting paths to push it higher.
Right. Super. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tad. So, Mayor, next up, and it's interesting to have a presentation on artificial intelligence when it's falling under the umbrella of employee recruitment, development, and retention, but we're really going to talk to you about how AI is affecting our employees, or could affect our employees, any employee for that matter. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Chief Information Officer, Chris Lee.
Thank you. That was said with some uncertainty. So, so I do currently have the privilege of serving as the CIO for the city of Lewisville. And with me today to help in the presentation, I've got Jason Kirkland, who is our Business Intelligence Officer, as well as David McAllister. He serves as our Infrastructure Technology Officer. And I have roughly, I'm told, about 45 minutes to an hour to spend with you all here today. So I know it's after lunch, but it's truly a fascinating topic that we're about to talk about with AI. I would suggest there's certain moments in time that are truly transformative, right? You look at the Model T, right? automobile totally changed the way in which we have transportation, right? You look at nuclear energy, totally, game changer. You look at the internet, late 90s, totally changed the way we do business. I would suggest to you that we're in the midst of a change that's transformative that a lot of us don't even recognize is happening, right in front of us. And that's really this concept of artificial intelligence. So what is AI? And if I were to ask everybody in the room, I'm sure we would have a different answer, right? The term AI was coined back in the 50s. And then you looked at it was really conceptual, what we were talking about. It was John, what was John's name? John McAfee, I believe, McCarthy, a computer scientist that actually coined this term. AI ranges all across the scale, right? So from autocomplete on your cell phone to autonomous vehicles. So it's a wide array of different technologies that you're seeing. And it's different than anything we've done thus far as technology. So you see here where we're talking about statistics-based math models. So not only the way in which this is developed, the way in which it computes, the compute that you need to actually run it, it's all different. Brand new skill set, extremely exciting. We're saying not classical math because we deal with relational databases all the time, right? Where you have primary and secondary keys, things that truly tie, that are absolute, right? Well, here, this is not an absolute. These are more, again, the relationships between objects or things. So when we talk about what is AI, that's really a loaded question, if you will. So we are definitely right here with respect to Mr. Clippy on the path, very much at the beginning stages, right? And that's what we're trying to illustrate here. Currently, all AI that's in production is known as narrow AI. And what that really means is that it's only capable of doing a very specific task, right? And what you're going to see, or what we're trying to get to, is this concept of AGI, right? And AGI is, think of it more of, okay, so now it's not a specific task. This is where machines would truly have cognitive ability that would be on par with humans, right? So you would be able to make these decisions. I say you, it would be able to make these decisions, right, without any human action, intervention, and it would be across a wide, broad range of activities. So, when you look at use cases, this could be from healthcare to education to space exploration, all of those things, to where you would not need that human element, right? Now, when's this going to happen? Well, it depends on who you ask, right? With the current advancement in technology, there's a couple of things that really have to transpire. You would have to have not only advancement in the ability to compute, right? So Moore's law and all of that good stuff happening, but then the algorithmic aspect of it would have to accelerate as well. And if those two things came together, then potentially we could be here, right, at time frames. People say anywhere from 2030 to 2060, right? So people don't know, is my point. But it's here as far as the AI, the narrow AI, and it's not going anywhere. And so what we're going to do today, we're going to go through this. I'm going to give you some examples of what we're doing currently. We'll talk about some of the future states, and then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions at the end. Really going to try and get through this presentation relatively quickly so we can concentrate on that. If you guys are like me and you can't wait till the end to answer a question or have a question, please interrupt me at any time. So when we're talking about AGI to ASI, now this is the superintelligence, right? And this is hard to even conceptualize because at this point, theoretically, the machines would be smarter than we are, right? I mean, that's in essence what you're getting to. And in order to get here, there's this theory of it's a intelligence explosion. And in essence, that's where the AGI is capable of understanding its own programming and its own code and redefining it, right? Making it better and better and better to where you have this constant change, and it changes so rapidly that it's uncontrollable. And so it's hard, it's far-fetched, it's hard to wrap your mind around it, but that's really when you hear AI and you hear the different types, this is what people are referring to. ChatGPT. This is something that I think all of us are accustomed to, or I think. If you're not, you really should be. And what I mean by this is you look at these large language models, LLMs, that's what ChatGPT is. And this is, I think, a lot of people's first exposure into this field. And when you look at how quickly this is advancing, GPT 3.5 was released in the fall of last year. Within 6 months, ChatGPT 4 was released. And you look at the capabilities, it's roughly tenfold, 10x. So that way is faster, vastly faster than what would be produced on the hardware side if you're looking at Moore's Law. And so to think that this is not going to be impactful would be an understatement. I would liken it to Excel, for instance, with accountants, in the early 90s. If you're not leveraging this, then you're really putting yourself at a disadvantage. So we're going to talk more about that. In fact, I'm going to have Jason talk to some of the use cases with respect to ChatGPT.
Hello. So ChatGPT, as Chris was talking about, is a large language model. Language models are trained on text, lots and lots of text. When they go through training, what they're supposed to do is find the relationships between words. Billions, trillions of words from across the internet. They are looking at where they occur in sentences. What words are they close to? When you look at different sources, you see those same words close to another word. They start to build up those relationships between all of that. Small language models are things like autocomplete on your phone. So when you're typing a text message and it recommends the next word that you might be looking for, that's a relatively small language model. Large language models like ChatGPT are able to carry on entire conversations and sound as though they are coming from a person. When we put in a question to ChatGPT, so you have your box down here at the bottom with ChatGPT, and you come in and you type in a message, that's called a prompt. And so that's a word that we're all becoming accustomed to, is the word prompt. It's similar to the word query or a formula, but you're typing in a prompt. Things that ChatGPT can do, it can answer our questions. It can make images from just a written description. It can analyze images. That's where we personally find it to be really interesting. It can analyze both images, documents, and then it is excellent. Its bread and butter is doing things like writing stories, resumes, and memos. Over here, I have an example of the image that was on our cover slide. This is where I typed in my prompt, my question to it, and it created the image right there in the web app. That takes a lot of computing power behind the scenes to be able to do that.
So, Jason brought up the idea of prompts, right, and prompting. And this is a whole new field, meaning there are courses dedicated to just prompting, meaning that now, for instance, I don't have to be well written to be well written. I need to be well prompted to be well written, right? So very interesting concepts, right? And again, it's a paradigm shift with respect to tools that are available to us.
So one of the downsides to the way that these are trained and the way that they're created is that they can hallucinate. So a hallucination is where it makes up part of its answer. And it's similar to somebody trying to recount a story from a long time ago. And in your own brain, as you're going through, you may have gaps in what you remember, and your mind might trick you a little bit and fill in those gaps and replace what really happened with what you think was supposed to happen. AI, large language models, have a tendency to do that, especially the smaller ones. The hallucinations look real, though. because the model types it out in front of you super fast. And so you're thinking, well, that must be true because wow, it didn't even have to think about that. It just told me that was exactly what it is. And they will look authoritative because, again, it's written right there in front of you. So we all have to be careful when we're using large language models that we double check them for accuracy, that we don't just blindly accept what they tell us as though it is truth.
So when we're looking at current uses, some of the uses of this technology you probably wouldn't even think of as it pertains to how we're using it today. Several applications that we use every day, it's embedded in here, and we have some future uses that we're going to go through. We talked about ChatGPT. Currently, in our shop, we're leveraging that for employees. Specifically, on Jason's side of the shop, with respect to development, there's some additional, outside of just ChatGPT, tools that we're using to assist with code and things of that nature. Jason, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so a couple of months ago, we started looking into how to get licenses for the ChatGPT Model 4 system. So that one costs money. And the reason was I had been using it personally for several months and was just blown away by its ability to write code. It doesn't always get it exactly right. So you can't always just copy and paste the code that it provides you right into a system and have it run, without fault. Part of that is the hallucination problem. But it gives you ideas. It gets you going on things that you didn't know how to do previously. One of the biggest challenges with writing code prior to these large language models was that you learned a language. So you might learn a language like Java or Python or C or whatever it was that you learned. But you would go out and try to discover a way to do something new, but the people had written it in a different language. And you didn't know how to translate that to the language that you were familiar with. And I've experienced that many times, and that could take you a long time or never before you could ever make that work. With ChatGPT, I can take something written in one language, put it in there, and ask it, okay, I need to do this in another language. Tell me how to do it. And it will do a really, really good job of translating that to another language. That has really sped up some of our development efforts. It's helped us to overcome some problems that we've struggled with for years of where I was like, I just can't get past this one hurdle. But with these large language models, they work amazing for code because it's text. And so we lucked out in the development world that what we do is text, and these systems have been trained on all of that text, and so they are excellent at coding. GitHub Copilot is an additional tool. They're actually both based on the large language model called GPT-4 that OpenAI made. That's what ChatGPT-4 is based on. GitHub Copilot is like a super duper autocomplete. So we're all used to an autocomplete in our text messages. You're typing and it suggests a word. GitHub Copilot suggests an entire function while we're writing code. So I can go in and start typing, the list of names sorted by first name. And by the time I've gotten halfway done just typing that word, it's already giving me in the autocomplete an entire function that it understands is going to do that for me. And I just hit tab, accept it, move on. It's amazing because it slows down all of that boilerplate code that we used to write. Every time we would go out to make an application, oh, you want to sort by this? No problem. Let me type out the sorting function. It was always the same. This thing, GitHub Copilot, thinks ahead. It also helps us writing SQL queries. It's been amazing to be able to speed up development.
So you can see how these create great efficiencies in our shop, and you can imagine how it creates great efficiencies really across the board. With the license plate reading, you're training data, right? And these models, you hear the word training, and it's truly training. It's interesting because you have data that you would send to it to train, but now there's a term, I believe, synthetic training, to where you're actually having the AI generate the context that the AI is training on. So again, super, super cool stuff. The Mapillary is another application that we leverage with AI. Jason, do you want to explain Mapillary?
Yeah, so Mapillary is a system that's kind of like Google Street View. You can kind of make your own Google Street View. You take your camera, you mount it in your car, you drive around, it takes pictures, and then from that, you load those pictures up to this service called Mapillary. They were actually bought by Facebook about a year ago, and for the data. Facebook wanted the data, not the convenience. But so they will then do object detection in those images. And not only detection, they won't just tell you, hey, I found a stop sign. They'll tell you the latitude and longitude of where it is. And that's based on the latitude and longitude of where your camera was when the picture was taken. And then it uses the pixels on there to guess what the latitude longitude was of the stop sign that was over on this side of the picture versus the telephone pole that was over here on this side. So from that, we've been able to go out and do some surveys basically to be able to collect points and things like that.
So Jason was talking about object recognition. And so when we're talking about future uses, you know, that's a big consideration. I really like that picture, by the way.
I had to think of the prompt for that picture, so that took a lot of thought on my part to get the prompt for that.
What we're seeing here is just a picture, right, of an intersection. And so we're asking to do analysis of the picture itself, right? And so it has to, again, conceptually understand not only from a written language aspect what's being requested, but how to analyze this particular picture. So in this, you know, the prompt is, would you describe this as light, heavy, or medium traffic? And from the depiction, it's able to count the cars and give you an answer. And so when you're looking at this, you can think of things like, for instance, maybe you're doing this at a intersection and you're wanting to know more than just traffic. Maybe it's weather conditions. Maybe it's, I mean, you can think of all the additional use cases, but conceptually, it's the same. We've talked about text as far as natural language processing, but then we've also got the images and video as well. And so that's like the next step, right? And again, this is all from an NLP standpoint, natural language processing, to where I can just type something in a prompt and actually have this generated for me. Super, super cool. We're going to show several examples of this. You heard me talk about how now I don't necessarily need to be well written to be well written. Well, it's the same with brainstorming, where, you know, it might have taken several of us to get together, get in front of a whiteboard, spend the next, you know, hour and a half to come up with some concepts or some ideas. Well, not anymore. I just need ChatGPT and myself, and we've got this covered in 15 minutes. You know, it's truly, it's a paradigm shift, quite frankly, and not only the way we operate from a business aspect, but I think the way in which we learn as well. Jason, did you have anything you wanted to add on this slide?
No, sir.
So when we go into the future use, right, we're doing some POCs currently with respect to traffic intersections, for instance, that this is what those are doing, and meaning that what it's doing historically on a traffic intersection, you're going to program those, right, for specific task functions and all that. Here, with these POCs that we're doing, it's actually analyzing the traffic in real time to make decisions that are not dictated by any human interaction. Now, there's a traffic controller, right, in place that's going to ensure that all the lights aren't green at the same time. But my point is, you know, when you have these types of technologies, you can see how efficient you can make things that are currently infrastructure in the field. It's a game changer. You know, other things that we're doing on the traffic side, for instance, you know, we're sending a lot of data. All these new vehicles, you know, they're relying on a lot of this traffic information to make decisions with respect to knowing when the light's going to turn red or green, to optimize your fuel economy. You know, things that simple, but it's, when you look at it across the board, they can make huge impacts. One of the initiatives that we have this year, I believe James and his department, we're going to implement a CityBot, and it's a chatbot, public-facing chatbot. And there's, you know, again, when you're looking at customer interaction, there are a lot of aspects of AI that can improve the interaction with residents as it pertains to being able to get exactly what you're wanting. You've got 24-hour access, And what we're trying to do is create a scenario to where that information is curated to where you don't have to necessarily go through a whole bunch of documents or pages or whatnot to get to what you want, right? You're just going to type what you're looking for and have that information come back. And that's where we want to be. And in fact, we're going to show you an example of that here in a little while. Analysis, that's one of the big use cases. Jason, you want to talk about some of the efforts that we've got there?
So analysis for my staff a lot of times starts with having to go through a relational database, which looks like a Excel spreadsheet, and we'll have 20 tabs in our database, kind of like in a sheet, and we have to figure out how do we line. I mean, just to be able to answer a question of what was the employee turnover in the last 3 years, we have to first start with all of that raw data and try to figure out how to link it all together. But with a large language model, I can give it that data and then just ask it in English what I want. That is huge because it saves me time. And that's one of the big things that we're finding with all of these large language models and various AI systems is the amount of time that it is saving employees. It's a tool, just as Chris was talking about, it's a tool just like a spreadsheet was a tool that really made accountants' time go much faster because they could calculate a lot more things in the same amount of time. These AI tools are allowing us to do some of that with analysis now.
So what we see here on this next slide, and Jason, if you want to go ahead and give us some examples, and we're going to run some of these prompts over here just so you guys can see. So if I can get your attention on this side screen, but here this would be an example of, hey, we need a policy written, right? And as many of you know, it can take quite a bit of time to come up with that initial revision. In this scenario, leveraging a tool like this, right, you get that initial draft as soon as you really hit your prompt in. Now, with that, obviously, there's a lot of consideration that has to go into play with respect to how do we leverage this responsibly? And you're going to hear that term over and over and over again, right? Responsibly. We're showing you a lot of the good stuff, right? There's another side that needs to be evaluated in order to ensure that we're doing this in a reliable manner. But this entire policy right now is being drafted right in front of us, and I guarantee you that it's going to be a much better draft policy for municipal government than I could have written or authored single-handedly. So when we're looking at, and we're still going here, we're on number 4, implementation. I'm going to go to the next slide here, and that is image generation. This is something that if you haven't played with, I think you're going to find extremely powerful. And I think that some artists might find this as extremely offensive, quite frankly, because some of the creativity, efforts, if you will, I think are being, some of the creativity efforts, I guess, are not being as appreciative as they might have been in the past. And that's just my own personal opinion, but it is extremely a powerful tool to be able to create images quickly of really any type of concepts that you can think of. What did you prompt here? Purple Martin cartoon bird telling the public to conserve water. So
to have been here long enough to remember Willie Water, this is where I got that idea from.
Our next example here is video generation. And again, we keep pushing the envelope, right? Here on the generation of video, this is something that the Sora product has the capability to do. It's not been released to the general public, but there are some examples. And this is, again, taken from the same type of prompting, right? So if you look at the prompt on this particular image, what does that read, Jason?
Says several giant woolly mammoths approach treading through a snowy meadow. Their long woolly fur slightly blows in the wind as they walk. Snow-covered trees and dramatic something, something, something.
again, that's all that was utilized to actually create this image. When you look at, in fact, when you look at some of the people in the images, there's one from the Gold Rush, or that's a movie trailer, for instance. None of these people are real. None of this is real, for that matter. And the ability to be able to generate these things, you don't need to be great in video editing. In fact, the only thing you need to be good at, again, is that prompting aspect that we're talking about. And so it's truly a new day from an aspect of, one, being able to believe what you see, right? Being able to rapidly produce information, whether that's video, text, or pictures. But it also presents a lot of challenges, right? It presents challenges from the standpoint of, if we're producing these things, they're city records, right? So we have the same responsibilities that we would with anything else that we produce. If we produce, or if we just put a chat bot out there that was a large language model that we have not trained, and it gives a response where we say all permits are free, well, there's some accountability there, right? And so, you know, there's a lot of things that you have to think about when you look at the data that the models are trained on. Is it fair? Are there biases in that data that it's trained on? Because that will reflect in how these return answers. As he goes through some of these, and I've already started on some of the problems, you can imagine public trust. You know, now if I can't believe what I see, you know, who do I believe, right? Jason talked about the hallucinations, and I've talked about some of the biases, but they're definitely present. What you see up here are some of the headlines, some of the AI headlines here of late. Can you read those, Jason, for the people that can't see?
So the top one is Air Canada held responsible for chatbot's hallucinations. So the chatbot gave a traveler the wrong airfare information and then sued when the company refused to give them a refund. And the next one, this one was about legal issues. So a popular AI chatbot's found to give error-ridden legal answers. That is notorious right now for hallucinations in these. And another one is Google's AI tool making offensive historical images. Google had a problem with that about 2 weeks ago, and they stopped their large language model from being able to produce images. They have recently turned it back on, but it will not produce images of people because they're still not confident in it being able to produce historically accurate pictures of people. So right now it will happily produce androids, which is why I have androids all over here, because it was willing to do that for me. And the next one is about Adobe Firefly is another image creation tool, and yet again, it was producing images that people found offensive.
So where are we? What are our next steps? People are utilizing this technology right now. You know, it's here to stay. And so again, how do we do it in a responsible manner? So one thing that we're doing is we're creating a steering committee, if you will, that's not only comprised of IT, because this is not just an IT function, right? We will have membership from legal as well as HR, potentially James's shop, right, from a community outreach standpoint. We need to ensure that any of the data that we're leveraging, the integrity of the data itself is sound, right, to try and ensure that we don't have some of those biases. I would envision that very similar to how we do cybersecurity training, onboarding new employees, we'll perform a very similar training with respect to AI and the use cases and what's acceptable within the organization. We want to create guidance from that same steering committee as well as potentially directives, if you will. And when you look at how are we going to do this, there are certain things that need to be pillars, right? You know, I talked about the integrity of the data, but also the reliability, the security of it, because a lot of what you're putting in there, these LLMs will become targets, if you will. Fairness, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to accomplish. And so that would be another pillar, if you will, as it pertains to how we're going to move forward. So with that, I've gotten through this presentation, so now we can do some of the cool stuff that we've got over here to show you. And with that, this machine here, this is not a giveaway, even though the mayor asked about it. The reason we brought it here is when I was telling you how all of this functions differently than in the past. This thing that looks like a shoebox here that says GeForce, right? That is actually a video card. And so traditionally, most of your processing on machines would happen right with the CPU and then the memory that's located locally. Well, now all of that's actually running on the GPU. And it's because, again, it's a different math. The math, it's much more like how you would mine cryptocurrency, if you will. And so the bus speeds, meaning the speed, the highway speed, if you will, that you can travel on these GPUs is far greater than anything that you're going to have locally on that motherboard, right? So again, the hardware changes, the way in which you compute changes, everything is different. All of that changes. Let me be quiet for a second and open it up to the audience to see what types of questions, and then we can go anywhere with this. We've got a couple of things keyed up for you guys, but I really wanted to try to see what piques your interest so we could focus the remaining time on that subject matter.
Chris, can I just jump in? Can you also talk about how it's important to keep things keep your research in AI segregated from the rest of our systems?
Yeah, so one thing that we're trying to do, and thank you for the question. You know, you see this here, and we've invested. This is roughly about a $5,000 machine, right? And the reason that we did that is so we can run all of these tests locally, right? So we can start to try and do this in-house. You know, Claire was talking about the security or the scrutiny. When you're using like ChatGPT 3.5, right? That's not something that we're going to recommend that we necessarily use for our organization because there is no privacy. There is no, when you're putting in your prompts, whatever you're searching or prompting, if you will, there's no expectation of privacy. So let's say that we had something confidential, or you were wanting to write something, or you were putting in city information into these LLMs, right? That potentially you could be violating some issues from a standpoint of confidentiality. And so here, if we're doing it locally, it gives us the autonomy to do a lot of things that are within our control. And again, we're trying to do things not only from a security standpoint, but also what makes sense from a financial aspect. Because when you start to use these LLMs in the cloud, there's a huge spend for this compute power that we're talking about. So, thank you. So what questions or comments might we have?
It's been so hard to not just blurt into your presentation. This is exciting stuff, and I agree. This is transformative. This isn't like Hadoop or even blockchain. You know, kind of hit the hype curve and came back down again. This is here to stay, and it's big stuff. I am excited to know that we're using this to augment coders and coding efforts versus just doom scrolling through Stack Overflow, a bunch of bad answers to finally get the answers you want. I am curious. Have we started looking at now the Copilot's available for desktop now? So as people are going out there thinking about a presentation or they're thinking about getting put a job description, they can do this all within Copilot desktop. Have we started looking at that for general use in the city?
Yes, we have. And Copilot, for those that may not know, it's a Microsoft product, right? And so that is their AI client. We are a Microsoft shop from a standpoint of OS only. Okay, and so we are a Google shop when it comes to email and docs and all that stuff. And so what we have been, and we've tested both. We've tested the Copilot, and we've also tested Google's latest iteration is Gemini. And Gemini does a lot of the same features. In fact, Jason, I know you weren't ready, but can we bring Gemini up? Well, you're on a different screen. We can bring it up in a minute, or if you can bring it up now. But anyway, what that gives you the ability to do is exactly what you're saying, Councilman, where if I need to compose an email, or if I need an image in a PowerPoint presentation, or if I'm working on a document, or even better, one thing that I think is really cool is the ability to create spreadsheets just from, like, so for instance, let's say I wanted a spreadsheet of every, let's see, who do we have in? I've got a park fan back there of every native tree in Texas, right? It would actually create the template for me, and it would fill in all the native trees in Texas, right? And then, so my point is, that might have taken me an hour to research and produce, and it's right there with you. Now, have we rolled this out to all of our employees, Councilman? We have not. We've purchased just a handful of licenses so we can do the testing because there is an additional spend, right? It's about a 20% additional cost to every license for each employee. But absolutely, we are planning on proceeding that in this budget year, sir. Any other questions?
So aside from coding, what's the low-hanging fruit?
I'm glad that you asked. In fact, what you're seeing right here, this is, if you guys, I don't know if you're aware of actually you are, because it was talked about last meeting. We created a new hotline for the city. Okay, well, I do not want to steal anybody's thunder, so I'm not even going to talk about the hotline. I'm going to talk about Rock Solid. We have an application called Rock Solid that you guys are familiar with, and this is where, as a resident, you would call in, right, or there's a couple of ways you can get the information in through the app or whatnot to report an issue, whether that be a pothole, whether that be street lights or something of that nature. And we're trying to look at additional ways that we can funnel requests that are outside of that into the same application, right? But when we're talking about categorizing, right, most people think they know where to send it, but it doesn't always get routed to the right place off that initial response. And so what you're seeing right here, this is super cool. This is all of the information. I believe is this the last 1,000 or 100 requests?
Yes, this one right here I just did for 100.
Okay, and this is real-time data. And this is data coming from our CRM, where we're actually using AI to read the description, right, of the complaint, and then Jason has trained it on all the departments and their various functions and what they do. And so it is actually depicting what department this should be routed to without any human intervention whatsoever. Jason, do you want to talk about how you were able to get this to function in this manner? So
dealing with free text fields used to be, like up until a year ago, the bane of analytics existence. So people would take, they would have an application, and instead of typing into the field the number of widgets that they made, they would write a comment that said, "Today I made 5 widgets." But then somebody would say, "Hey, can you count up how many widgets were made today?" And I was like, well, they wrote it into that free text field. I don't have any way to do that. Up until a year ago, I didn't have a way to help solve that very well. AI and large language models specifically are really, really good at looking at free text fields and helping us to get information out of them. So currently on Rock Solid, when you go in there, one of the steps you have to do is pick the category that you believe your issue relates to. And what we would like to get to is to avoid that step, because it would be a lot more convenient if you could just type in your complaint and then we'll do the rest. We'll look at it and figure out where to route it. Up until a year ago, that would have required a person, a city staff member, looking at those requests and deciding which one to send it to. Now we have the potential to allow an AI to route those requests. This is just an experiment. This is not in production. We're not actually doing this right now. But this is a test to see, can the open source large language models that we're running on this machine, can we fire it at all of these different requests and see in the blue here what department or division it thinks should be assigned to that complaint. So here somebody had said pothole in alley, and the AI, based on all of the descriptions I gave it of the city departments and divisions, picked streets maintenance. That's one of the categories that I gave it that it was allowed to choose from. So it's really good at the code enforcement, and things like that. This is, again, just a test. We are in the early experimentation phases of running something like a large language model on a system like this and having it go over real data. But I am very encouraged with these capabilities, because it really will allow us to get into some of those free text things that used to be really difficult for us to help classify.
Thank you, sir.
Can I quick comment on this? So one of the fallacies that I see when people go forth with this is the expectation this is going to be perfect. The goal is not perfect. The goal is better than the status quo. So if we do 1,000 of these and 10 get misrouted versus 100 got misrouted by people, that's still a win. So it's not perfection. It's better than status quo. So that's exciting stuff. That's neat.
This one here in pink is not one of the categories I gave it. So that's what I was highlighting, and I know it's hard to see on the screen, but on here, the complaint was that there was graffiti on a pedestrian bridge, and the department it picked was graffiti on pedestrian bridge. Well, that's not obviously a department. That's an example of the hallucination happening there. And each one of these, we gave it one at a time. We didn't give it like the whole list and tell it to process. So this does give us a insight into how accurate it is, because it is firing blind on each of these, and occasionally will just give us the wrong thing. Sometimes what we find is that it will give an entire paragraph as an answer. Most of the time, it does pretty good and gives us the category that we told it, one of the ones we told it to pick from. But other times, we have seen where it will return an entire answer to somebody.
So what's interesting, Councilman Kelly, with your question or statement, and you're 100% right, and thank you for clarifying for the audience, there was about a 30% diff as far as what it was selecting and what individuals would select. And then what we found is that out of that 30% that was different, the majority were actually a better response from the AI than the actual applicant or person submitting it. Another use case, Mayor, as far as how we could use this outside of just development, is with documents and searching through documents. So this is, you can point this to a UNC path, right? So something on a file share or something of that nature. And so it'll look through all of the embedded documents. And so what we were playing with were just our policies and directives. And what was really cool, instead of me having to call HR and say, hey, Tad, where do I look in the policy for how long I have to wait until I can use sick time, with employees or something of that nature, I can just pose those questions, and it searches through all of those policies, and instantaneously it's going to come back, it's going to give me the answer, it's going to tell me what policy it's in. So that would be another efficiency, if you will, that we could leverage just right off the bat. And I think Jason's bringing that up as we speak. In fact, what he's having to do on this machine, remember I was telling you all that's running on the GPU. Well, as we load different LLMs, large language models, these open sources, he's actually loading new ones into the RAM to provide these functions. Everything wants to run on the actual GPU, graphics card, graphics processing unit itself. And what is now slow, where if you're familiar with computers, what you would do if you didn't have enough space for an application, you would page out to disk, right? And the disk was a slow storage. Well, guess what? Now, if there's not enough room to load that LLM on the GPU, you page out to RAM, and that's the slow memory, right? So what used to be fast is now slow, if you will. But I believe this is an example. So he poses the question, can I wear jeans, right? And instead of searching through the dress policy and all that good stuff, it says, sure, I'd be happy to help. Based on the context information provided, it appears that you are looking for guidance on what attire is appropriate to wear for work at the City of Lewisville. According to the policy statement, an administrative director provided appropriate business attire for work at the City of Lewisville includes, and then it tells me the casual work attire, appropriate on dress down Friday, and it gives me the context. Now, there are some things, I asked just in playing or testing, I asked, how do I get fired? Well, it came back and it told me, you should not want to get fired, right? And it went through, but then it did tell me, that you can only get written up 3 times. And then it goes through the discipline, and it showed me insubordination would be a top way I could get fired and things of that nature. So conceptually, all kinds of use cases. But these are some of the examples that we're playing with. I'm really proud of our shop. I would suggest that a lot of IT shops are not doing what we're doing right now. And quite frankly, a lot of that's just due to Jason, his team, the skill set that we have on staff. What other questions might we have? Okay. Well, with that, thank you guys for entertaining me. This is super exciting, at least for me, it's super exciting. And I think now we're going to transition into something that AI cannot reproduce, and that's going to be nature. So I think Stacy and her team's up next. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Really great stuff. Look forward to seeing what kind of efficiencies we can get out of it.
So Mayor and Council, I know we're going to go in a 10-minute walk to a park goals, and I did want to frame this because you're going to have two other presentations that are part of this overarching topic. One, you're going to get your looking backwards and forwards presentation where we're looking at what we've accomplished this last year, what we're planning to accomplish next year. But then we're going to do a deeper dive into athletic fields and nature center. And so you may ask, why is that connected to 10-minute walk to a park? Is 10-minute walk to a park just the amount of parks in close proximity to our residents? But really, with 10-minute walk to a park, and Stacy she's expounded on this several times, just to remind you, it's also the next iteration of 10-minute walk to a park is not just about getting parkland there in close proximity. It's also about the quality of parks and are you meeting the needs of your community. So with that, I just wanted to frame that to connect these next three presentations. And Stacy, take it away.
Thanks, Claire. Mayor, City Council, and park fans. Just talking a little bit about some of the strides we've made in our march towards a 10-minute walk to a park, and I'm going to be moving around because we're in the middle of a step challenge, and we've scheduled a retreat where I can't get my 10,000 steps for a day, so if I keep moving around, that's why I'm doing that. So just a reminder, like Claire said, 10-minute walk to a park is more than just getting things in place. It's about the quality, and one of the big things that we did this year in our march to quality park spaces, going through and gotten the CAPRA accreditation, and we're really, really proud of that. And you'll see that on our integrated into most of our logos going forward. So the big things that we did last year in May, and by the way, these images were Anaya intelligence. I didn't use artificial intelligence to create them. It took me a little bit longer than 10 minutes to do them, but we made a big jump from up to 77% of our residents living within a 10-minute walk to a park. And we began that initiative at 60%, and we made big leaps towards that by creating those relationships with LISD and getting our schoolyard parks, making sure that when new developments were coming in, we integrated parkland into those and creating partnerships with developers to help us build those, improving our mapping. Jose, our administrative analyst, and Jason have been working really hard on making sure that we work with the Trust for Public Land to identify where there's gaps and filling in our sidewalk gaps. And we're still on target for hitting 85% by 2025 and 100% by 2035. Jose has mapped out right now where we've identified a way to get to 98.7% at this point, and so we're looking to how we squeeze the more juice out of that piece of fruit. But we'll get there. So we're making big strides on that. And just as a reminder, the places on the map on the slide, the darker the purple is the bigger the vulnerability and the bigger the need to have places to have access. So we're working on those right now. We're also coming out of the healthy infrastructure plan being adopted, really looking at our urban tree canopy and sustainability to make sure that when people are making that 10-minute walk to a park, that it is enjoyable and safe, and that they're also benefiting it as close as they are to home from a robust urban tree canopy. And so what we did, our next step on that is we went from the big tree canopy analysis, which is like, from satellites, really the 30,000 foot view of it, and now looking at what it means in our public space. So we worked with HAF to take the next step in that and did an analysis of about 11 spaces through town parks like LL Woods, Wayne Frady, streets like College Streets and Valley Parkway to do tree inventories, tag them, and start building some tree planting and tree maintenance plans, which we are currently recruiting for our urban forester position. I think we go into interviews next week maybe. And so once that person is on board, they can take that information and really start making those robust plans for how we're going to do that, how we will integrate not only tree planting and maintenance in public spaces, but how we can engage partners like KLB to help us protect our tree canopy that is on residential areas. Because you'll remember from the tree canopy plan, you know, we have Leela, we have some public space, and then the next biggest part of our canopy is on residential property, and how do we help protect and grow that as well. And then of course we're looking at, not all of our spaces can bear large trees and forest, right? Because we're where the Blackland Prairie comes in. And how can we integrate prairie land transformation to make some of the strides we need to on, you know, urban tree canopy, our urban heat issues, and air quality. So how are we in boosting the quality of our parks? So we had the Old Town Splash Park conversion, which has been a really big boost for our aquatic offerings. And so the people who haven't quite learned how to swim or don't have the capacity to pay to get into the Sun Valley Aquatic Center or Thrive have an aquatic experience. This has been a good boost for us. We've also done 4 playground replacements last year. We had 3 in Castle Hills and then 1 over at Orchard Valley. Over the last 6 years, we've made 11 to 12 playground replacements. 6 of those have come in Castle Hills. So we're still catching up with improving that infrastructure over there and how we integrate and balance that. We had the Hedrick House renovation that got completed. And then in terms of trying to connect people where we don't have assets and we're working our way there, we have our Play Lewisville on Wheels deployments. We made about 96. We're aiming for 100. We had over 6,000 contacts, and that's incredible because we do that without infrastructure in place, and these people wouldn't normally be able to have a connectivity with the city services. We use Play Lewisville on Wheels not only to, you know, engage people in play and connect them with nature, but to inform them about city services that are coming out. We've partnered with Richard and his team on the 121 engagement series, making sure, working with Ashley and her team on how do we connect and inform people about some of the NET programs. So this is really a good way to meet people where they're at. And then at Thrive, we have 17,000 memberships, and over the course of last year, 248,000 contacts. That means on average, almost 700 people walking into Thrive a day. And now you know that goes up and down. Sundays are a little slower, but that's pretty incredible for what's going on there. And we're trying really to boost engagement and connectivity with places like Thrive and Herring by improving some of our online presence, especially with our Amelia software. We've been working with them on doing some audits on how we could, you know, update what's on our website, improving our iframe, putting calendars out there, having it moving towards online booking for certain things. We just were able to improve. I think we're rolling it out next month. You can do subscriptions for monthly memberships now, so we don't have to go back and engage people specifically or have staff doing that. That can roll just kind of like our utility billings are. So we're excited about some of those improvements there. So then, looking forward, what are we going to be doing over the next year and a half to boost our 10-minute walk ratio? We're going to open Glory Park, Parque de la Gloria. We were aiming for April 13th, but the weather has really gotten in our way with setting some piers for the shade structures. So it looks like we're going to be targeting Kids Day to the Park, which is May 16th, and we'll let y'all know on that. If you'll remember, 10 of the parks, question? May 18th, sorry, May 18th. We had 10 parks that were audited during the Healthy Infrastructure Plan development, and we are moving on improvements at 3 of them. Austin Kent Ellis Park, you'll drive by, that's already under construction. We're starting a design of some of the improvements to Wayne Frady Park, making sure that we're going to change where that playground is. We're going to kind of swap it with where the basketball court is so people can move back and forth from the splash pad to the playground. It will no longer be like a drive-through parking lot, so you can move back and forth from the pavilion and where the basketball court's going to be into the play structure without having to worry about cars moving through there. And then how do we improve the use of the back area for a multi-purpose use? And Marcus will talk a little bit more about that as we run into the sports field study. We are integrating shade structures into most of our improvements now. If it's not integrated into the play equipment, we'll be doing larger pavilion type things. You'll see that being done over at Austin Kent Ellis, because we need to make sure that these places that we're making investments in can be used year round. And we noticed last year with the heat, it made some of our parks unusable, right? So how can we, I mean, I don't think we're ever gonna totally mitigate that, but it will help. We'll be doing trail improvements, making sure that we're connecting people to the existing park system. The Timber Creek Trail extension, so that's an important part of addressing some of the deficiencies in the Triangle area by connecting people with Central Park, and we'll make sure that that trail extension, as we integrate lighting into it, we'll integrate lighting around the new art sculpture there in Central Park, which we're excited about. The Corporate Drive extension, as we move east towards Castle Hills, there is a 12-foot trail that's supposed to go on the northern side of that, so that will help us have a east-west connection into the VeloWeb spine along the DCTA trail, so we're excited about that. And then we've been working to get the DCTA trail extended to our southern boundary, and Carrollton is in design to meet us at their northern boundary where their TC Rice place will be. Now the hard part's going to be is that our gains from this point on will be more difficult, right? As we move towards more density, and we look at places like developing here in Old Town, we need to make sure that we have fidelity to that Old Town plan that Richard showed, and that we have the green spaces in there, because what we don't want to do is create another triangle area, right, that happens 20 years down the road, because it's one time that it snuck up on us, and we're having to go back and do it. Shame on us if we let another one happen. So we need to really make sure that we keep that rolling through. And then the bond propositions are going to be key, and I say propositions because I know that Prop C is heavily on the Parks Department and focused on places like Lake Park and the Vista Ridge Park improvements, but the street program also has complete streets. So identifying where those sidewalk gaps are and making sure as we build that infrastructure that walkability is in there is key. And then of course we have the safety programs and the like that are going to be in there. But then another vital one will be the Lewisville ISD schoolyard park agreement is due up to be renewed this year. That accounts for about 13% of our 10-minute walk to a park ratio. And so we need to make sure that not only do we renew it, but Jose has identified a couple other schools that would help kind of bridge our gaps in that. So that's where we're at right now with the 10-minute walk. Any questions about where we're going? No? Excellent. So now, a big thing that we're moving forward on is our sports field study. You'll remember that through the Healthy Infrastructure Plan, one of the major high priority action steps was to look at how we can create more access to the assets we have with sports fields. And so Marcus has been working with Pros Consultant to do an analysis of what our inventory is now and how we can maximize its use, and then where we need to see expansion. So I'm going to hand it over to Marcus.
Thank you, Stacy. Awesome. All right, Mayor, Council, thank you for having us today. I'm going to introduce to you something that's kind of new on your radar, and that is the athletic field study. And kind of the agenda we go through is why we're doing this, what brought it on, and Stacy kind of alluded to it just a second ago. But also the methods we use to get to our findings and what next steps we're going to take from there. So what is an athletic field study? It's basically it's a comprehensive look of what our current assets are, how we use them, what type of fields we use, who's using them. It's a broad look of everything we have and seeing what we have, what we could do better, those type of things. So we assess our current and future athletic needs of the community. What do we have right now? Are we meeting those needs right now? And if we aren't, how do we get there? We identify what we need to do now to improve, and not only now, but 5, 10, 15 years from now to make sure we keep up with our growth. It's going to help guide our development for the next 5 or 10 years. It also takes a look at our operational, procedural, financial, and investment strategies that we currently have to see if we need to improve on those things. Are we doing the right things? Is our booking strategies that we employed 10, 15 years ago still relevant, or do we need to update those things? And then also determine the level of service right now. Are they meeting the needs of our current and future needs for the community? We need to make sure of that. And so why now? Well, Stacy said the Healthy Infrastructure Plan told us that they're high priority needs. There's another box there. There's 4 high priority needs off of the Healthy Infrastructure Plan. And more importantly, they're telling us we need to work on Vista Ridge Park, Spillway Park. We need to create more options for recreational-based sports. So we need to make sure we're encompassing everybody on that. And then acquire new property. Those are very, very important things we need to look at. So what are the methods they used? So we hired Pros Consulting. They came out. They spent a lot of time with our staff internally first, looking at what our booking practices were, looking at all of our options, and doing a tour facility, looking at all of our inventory. So they really had a good grasp of what we had. And then they went out to our public engagement portion of it. They reached out to all of our groups that use our fields. They reached out to some of the larger organizations that use fields. They tried to get a really broad scope of what the needs were. They looked at the recreational trends analysis, the level of service that we currently use for our residents, and then they looked at all of our inventory, not only locally but broadly as well. They looked at Capel, Flower Mound, all the cities around us to see what they had, to see if we're meeting the needs not only locally but in the general region. And then they did an analysis of our booking strategies. Again, how are we booking fields for all of our groups and people who want to use our fields? Is it easy for them to use our fields? So they took a look at all that. So they came back with 4 major areas of findings: the current asset optimization, and I'll get into each one of these individually. New asset developments, the utilization and maintenance standards, and the programming and booking strategies. So the first thing we look at right here is, and this is a pointer, right? So if you look over here, this is the current inventory of all of our fields right now, starting with youth baseball, adult baseball, and so forth. The next column is our current service and level based upon population. So in this scenario, we have 1 field per 33,350 people. Their recommended service level for youth baseball is 1 field per 20,000. So in our current facility standards, we have a deficit of 3 fields right now. Some of them we're meeting the current standards. We're a little low right now in the rectangle soccer fields. But then further on, if you look, based on our projected population growth over the next 10 to 15 years, we'll need some additional fields to meet the needs of our growth. Then we looked at the current asset optimization. The first thing they came back with was the practice space utilization. That was a major thing that a lot of our groups said, that we don't have enough practice space out there. And so they asked us to identify areas in our current park system that we can accommodate these groups. So as an example, we have Wayne Frady Park here in this back area. Is this an area that we can look at where we could put maybe a backstop or some soccer goals or something to accommodate those practice areas for these groups? And then if we do, they asked us to create a fee structure for renting out those. And so, when we put kids out on these fields, it's going to take a lot more maintenance. So we're going to have to pay for that somehow. So they asked us create a fee structure, real low, but you have to have some kind of control over that. Who's using it? Make sure we're not overusing it. If there's issues, we can close it down. Those type of things. They also asked us to identify private areas such as like church spaces. There's a lot of churches here in Lewisville that have big open spaces, green spaces, that if we make connections with them and have another avenue for people to reach out to, so if they call us looking for practice space and we can't accommodate them for some reason, we can say, hey, here's a list of places that may be able to help you. So creating those partnerships and connections for our residents. The next thing is at Lake Park. So we have two different things, Lake Park and Railroad. The first thing at Lake Park is the field and amenity upgrades. So it's a great facility. We do have really good fields there, but we do have some aging infrastructure as far as bathrooms, concession stands. They said, probably need bleachers, more shade for your patrons, those type of things. So those are some upgrades they recommended there. But they also recommended considering a long-term relocation of the soccer fields at Lake Park to be closer to Railroad. That would allow us to hold bigger tournaments. When promoters come looking to have tournaments at our place, they want fields that are in close proximity. Even though they're 5 miles apart, they don't like two different sites. So they asked us to look in the long term to how we can accommodate that. The next thing is at Railroad Park. So up here in the corner, in the northeast part of the park, we have 4 football fields currently. And based off of the utilization rate of those fields, which I'll get to in a little bit, those have really, really low utilization rates. So they recommended that we take 2 of those fields and turn them into soccer fields. That way we can add to our soccer inventory, you saw that we had 2 field deficit right now. That could complete that. And then the football teams would easily be able to use the other 2 fields. So they want to convert football number 1 to a 7v7 soccer field, and then football 4 to a 9v9 soccer field. That way we can accommodate and hopefully hold some bigger tournaments out there. The next thing they asked was, we have some issues with our diamond fields, and you'll see in our utilization rate that we have some low use of these fields right now. One of the major issues right here is our backstops. If you look at those, and if you've ever been out there, they're pretty far back from home plate. They're about 80 feet. It's not conducive for youth baseball at all, and that's one of the biggest drivers for field rentals. It's way too far back, so we missed out on a lot of tournaments because of that. So they recommended moving those backstops up, reconfiguring that, and even the dugouts for the teams are still far back, moving those closer to the field of play, and so it's a lot easier for teams to use. The other major thing they recommended is artificial turf. Now that's a big thing because it's a big investment, but it does open up a lot of different avenues for us. One is it can accommodate a lot of different sports, especially on the baseball and softball side. You can have anywhere from t-ball all the way to adult baseball fields on the same field, just because they have the same configuration, but you just move bases in and out. You use portable mounds, portable fences for the outfield, so you can configure it for any age group you want. The other big thing is the adaptability of it. We can hold, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, is for our Miracle League that we're starting now. we want to make sure they can use this, and the artificial turf will allow them to do that. We talked about the adaptability and the everybody's welcome and safe, those kind of things that we do internally a whole lot. That's going to be one of those avenues that we could bring that Miracle League to Railroad Park so they could play among everybody. The next thing is our new asset development. Right off the bat, the big thing is complete Vista Ridge, and we all know that that's coming up on the bottom. They also want us to acquire land to facilitate clustering of the soccer fields. Again, move those soccer fields from Lake Park closer to Railroad. That way we can have bigger tournaments and we can attract more leagues. They told us to look at development of the East Hill Park or Spillway Park, whatever we want to call it, for more practice space. That's a good area that we want to look at. They asked us again, strengthen our relationship with LISD, which Stacy alluded to earlier, that we need to renew that contract and then to make sure that we can expand on that. And other entities, such as the churches, for shared field space. And then upgrade field and amenities throughout the system. Make sure we don't lag behind and let things get in disrepair. So make those investments. Our current field utilization, which I talked about earlier, this gives you an idea of what we're looking at. So these are our fields. This is our field inventory. This is our current annual hours per the type of field combined, averaged out. This is their best practices maximum usage hours. So we shouldn't go over these amounts right here. This is the difference between the two, and these are our current utilization rates. So you could see down here, football, 7%, it's really low. The other one that's really low is adult baseball fields. That's all of Railroad Park. That's just showing how much they're not being used right now, and we need to make those changes so we can use those assets. A lot of these other ones, it really opened our eyes into our booking strategies that we could do a whole lot better to book more time on these fields and do a better job of putting in what's actually out there to make sure we're using our fields to the best of their abilities. So that jumps right into the programming and booking strategies. Refine our communication with the public. How do people book our fields right now? How do we make it easier for them? And one of those is changes in our processes. Frankly, they're a little antiquated. You have to call in, you have to call and see if there's field available, and then have to wait for someone on the phone and such forth. Now they want us to use the online tools. Now we're working on that already, so we can have, by the end of the year, we can have online rentals. We're going to start with putting a calendar on the page so people can see, are there fields available right now? They can look, I want to see Tuesday afternoon at 6 o'clock, is there a soccer field we can rent? So we'll have that part done by probably summer, and then by fall, we should have the ability to actually rent online, so they don't even have to call, they don't have to wait, they can just go online and get that done right away. And then they want us to take a look at our current facility use agreements and rental practices to make sure that we're up to date and using the current language that we should be using. And finally, utilization and maintenance standards. Now, they didn't dig into exactly how we maintain our fields right now, but they did want to make sure that we're using up-to-date practices, that we're going to the right conferences to make sure we know how to combat certain things, make sure the grass goes great, how to make it better and last better for our groups. They want us to become the economic driver. If we can bring the facilities up to where they need to be, we'll be able to host a lot more tournaments, which brings a lot more people into Lewisville, using our restaurants, heads and beds, those kind of things that we really like to see, and then attract new leagues because of that. They know we could be that shining star for our current and future residents. And then they just want to make sure that we're making sure we're taking care of our fields the way they should be. So looking forward, what are we doing now? So we've already started our booking and strategies procedures. We've already looked into see how we can be easier to rent from. I mentioned earlier we're going to start looking at the online calendar, online booking, those type of things, and then making sure we're taking care of our legacy sports fields, our leagues, and making sure that we have strong relationships with them. And then our field maintenance practices, making sure again that we recently hired a turf foreman that's already doing an amazing job of making sure our fields look good and they're playable all the time. So we've already begun to make those type of changes. We've already started looking at viable practice spaces. What areas in our current park system can accommodate sports? What improvements do we need to make to allow that to happen? And what investment we're going to have to make into to have that happen. Railroad football field conversion, that's something that we could do in-house pretty easily, and that we should have that for the start of 2025. So looking forward, again, now bond Proposition C, we got to go for that. The Vista Ridge Park development, we need to get that done. Help us acquire more land. Those are the things we really need to get so we can start looking forward. 4B, start looking at the baseball fields, the redesign of the backstops and dugouts. We're actually looking to get that design here done pretty soon. And then what is it going to cost to convert all those to artificial turf? And then Lake Park, facility upgrades. We'll see what we can do about upgrading bathrooms, concession stands, bleachers, those type of things, and then any other field upgrades we might need to make. And I think that's all. What questions do you have?
So I want to start off with, I love the detail here, because whenever we think about land use and I hear about a warehouse or another vertical structure going up, my immediate thought is, how are we doing with our 10-minute walk to a park? How are we doing with our tree canopy? And that helps me make an informed decision about the quality of life in Lewisville. So I appreciate the detail here. Secondly, when it comes to booking and programming strategy, have you met Chris with his AI stuff?
They actually do help us a ton on the way it works with our booking software and the user interface. We work hand in hand in all that. Yeah.
I'll basically say some of the same things that Councilman Kelly said. I think that having the online thing, nobody wants to call on the phone anymore. We got to have the online thing.
Yeah, we're definitely working towards that, and like I said, by third or fourth quarter of this year, we'll have that up and running.
And who's actually running the football fields? What are they using that for?
It's Lewis. What is it called? I'm sorry. LFA, yeah, Lewisville Football Association. They're a legacy group although they're very, very small, they're still kind of hanging on, but they're not using the fields what they're intended.
The world I live in, the football fields are soccer fields. So it seems like maybe if there's a more need for soccer, maybe that football field could be one of those fields, and it's a combo deal.
I think we actually started last year doing it a combination. Sometimes it's football, and then when they weren't using it, we did start renting it out to soccer. It's just a little bit hard because there are different lines. We have to do different paintings, those type of things. So if we can dedicate those as pure soccer fields, it's a lot easier on our end.
This seems like you got a more need for the soccer tournaments that, football's just going to have to use a combo field kind of a thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well, I think a soccer field can be used for several other different sports, right? So
Sure.
A football field's a football field, but a soccer field could be all sorts of things, like a lacrosse field.
Yeah, and we hold lacrosse tournaments here, especially during the summer.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Yeah. And one of the other things about the baseball fields, if we get those to turf, we can actually hold soccer games on those too. They're just so adaptable and versatile that we can use, if we have a big tournament, we can designate those 4 fields as into soccer fields and do some temporary paint on those. It's pretty awesome if we can do that. All right.
Well, so I've got a couple. No worries. My apologies. The online rent, I cannot stress how important that is to get that done, because I think that feeds into some of our utilization rate. And frankly, I would want to see what our utilization rate becomes once that happens. I will tell you that a couple of the points in this really disturb me. And I'm not a sports ball guy, so that's probably why. But we spent a lot of money on that baseball field, and dugouts are not standard. Backstops are not standard. How did that happen? That we have a facility that doesn't do the basics.
Yeah, when they built them as probably as more of a major league type of deal where they're from, the back of home plate all the way to the backstop. Those are major league type distances for that.
Okay.
And
so it's an adult baseball field that really needs to be used for kids.
It does, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
that's the biggest need in the Metroplex by far. Youth baseball is just enormous, and they come and look at those fields and they say, if there's 80 feet between home plate and the backstop, 2 or 3 runs can score after one pass ball. So, they're like, no, thank you.
I gotcha. Okay, that helps. And I know we have the need chart, and it says that a population of this needs this many. But if our utilization is garbage, I'm concerned about adding more fields before I know if my community actually hits the statistical need, right?
Right.
I don't know if I would want to be chasing more fields if I don't know that my community doesn't use more fields.
Right, and I think that's one of the things that we learned internally. We weren't booking the times on the fields appropriately, probably. We learned a lot about ourselves during this process. With our legacy, we just said, all right, you got Saturdays, they're all yours. Well, they didn't use the whole Saturday. They maybe used 2 or 3 hours of the Saturday, but they weren't using the whole thing, and we're allowing them to have the whole time. So now that we're taking control of putting them in hour by hour every time they use it, we're getting their schedules in early, so then that way we can rent it out to other people. Our utilization rates they're gonna go a lot higher
Good.
now.
Well, I can totally understand where new systems and processes can absolutely increase utilization.
Absolutely.
So I'm not saying I don't want more green space. Do not take that. I just think it's hard to tell residents we're going to be investing in more of this stuff when the data shows we're not using the stuff we have.
Right, and that was part of the, do we really need more? And yes, they recommend based off a service level, in that, they have a recommended, but I mean, a big part of it is us.
Yeah, and anecdotally, I will tell you, in my 20 years of having kids in soccer and all of that stuff, the hardest thing in this town is practice space. Mm-hmm. Just unstructured practice space. A flat piece of grass where I can, kick goals, put some cones out, and I don't have to necessarily book it or anything like that. I don't know if that's the case for most municipalities. I bet it is.
It is, and I've worked in a couple different ones, and yeah. It is. It's always an issue.
So I love the idea of that space maybe being virtually check-outable, but still being kind of available for residents to throw a picnic blanket down on, and
yeah,
not everything has to be programmed.
Yeah, one of the things that we've done in the past is, and we call them like level 2 fields, where it's really a first come first serve type of deal, but you can rent it if you have a practice you want to have there, for a team or such. But if you just want to go out and play on it, there's nothing stopping from anybody from doing that.
Well, I greatly appreciate the data-driven approach here. I really think that this will help take us up another notch. I want to make sure that we're not, if we're going to go all in on baseball, let's make sure that we're appropriately ranked, because Flower Mound's got a tremendous program going on with Bakersfield, and then they're putting in a whole nother complex further west of us. So what I don't want to do is get into, ¿Quién es más macho, right?
Right.
We need to make sure we have the right assets available for everybody. So awesome.
Agreed.
Thank you guys.
Right.
Any other questions, comments?
One more quick
Yes,
comment. So as we think about online, I'm sure this already crossed your mind, ease of use is paramount. And we already talked about this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have to go create an account, be able to rent a field, I'm already out. So we should be able to take, give me a credit card, preferably Venmo, something like that. So I shouldn't need an account to actually go through and rent the field. Just things like that to be thinking about. Make sense?
Yeah. Anybody else?
All right. I think we're up with Nature Center next. Do we want to? Okay. I got a request for a timeout. So we're gonna take about a 8-minute break here, and we'll move forward after that.
All right. We're going to come back into our Nature Center conversation with Stacy and Aya. Stacy, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. So recently we worked with Pros Consulting. If you'll remember, Brian Trustee had worked for the Audubon Society and had helped us early on with envisioning the Nature Center, and he went to work with Pros recently, and so we were able to work with them to come up with a business plan for the Nature Center. And just as a reminder, kind of as Councilmember Jones alluded to, like the Northern Gateway has been in plans for a long time, and we're finally making our way to making that come to fruition, right? Well, the Nature Center has been in our plans for a long time, and we're starting to make our way there. So you'll remember it's been in Lewisville 2025. When we adopted the update in 2021, the Nature Center is listed in action priorities for the green centerpiece, for extending the green, and it kind of led to the green centerpiece master strategy, which we had put in place in 2014, 2016, and adopted an update in the summer of 2022. And we had action items that had for our Lila interpretive plan, like how are we going to interpret what this great natural resource is and make sure that people learn what's going on in there. And that interpretive plan included the need for a nature center in there so we can have a place that people can easily zero depth entry their connection to nature, right? And then we also had an action step that called for capital investment in public infrastructure, of which the design and construction of a nature center was put in place. And then with the healthy infrastructure plan, that trend continued. It was adopted in March of 2023. One of the goals was to raise awareness and ignite learning, and objective 2.3.2 was the nature center. And then, of course, our 10-minute walk to a park. And one of the cool things about looking at bringing the nature center to fruition is creating a 10-minute walk to a park improvement for those residents that are living in the mobile home complex just west of Lila and north of Valley Ridge. So it's been in the plan. So we, like I said, we brought on Pros Consulting. Brian Trustee has been involved in the conversations with Lila coming under city management and with the partners, and he brought along Leslie Kane, who had run nature centers for the Audubon in the northeast side, and she's developed business plan for multiple nature centers, so she brought a real sense of expertise. What we did was back in June of 2023, we had done a design charrette with all of the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy partners to kind of come up with what elements needed to be in a nature center. And then Pros took that input and started to create a business plan. Well, how would we build our expenses and operations and programming around that idea? We did a kickoff in September. We did some general input sessions with our partners in December, and then we've been working through the draft development since then. And our priorities really were to take the 2016 feasibility study and update that for the new realities of what we need the center to do, what the new realities of the world are after COVID, identify core programs and services, and develop a staffing model. And then understanding who our target audiences are and how diverse they are going to be, and then developing an operational model and financial pro forma on that. So just a refresher from the 2016 study, it was done by Audubon, Texas, and they provided recommendations for the original location within Lila that's kind of originally we thought that it should go where the modulars are right now, or where you check in and do your Wednesday work days. It created an operational and financial model that was really relying on increased visitation and school visits, but also relying heavily on the philanthropic give and investment from fundraisings, because it was going to be operated by Audubon, and that's one of their big models. It had a cost recovery model that built from 35% to 62% over the first 5 years, which is really, really aggressive. So we wanted to refresh that. So one of the things that we used to do that was that design charrette we talked about that was held in 2023. We held it in Lisdola because there's kind of been this thought that, you know, with Leela and Lisdola, nobody really knows that those are two separate pieces of property, right? They're just the big green nature mass north of 121 and south of the dam. And how did we create some connectivity there? And so when the partners came together, it was really fun. We had some, broke out into groups. We had crayons and markers, and it was fun. No sharp objects were allowed. Just because we get a little wild. But there was consensus of that group, which, you know, having those groups, which consist of UNT, LISD, the Corps of Engineers, city representatives, and the Friends of Leela. That's like herding wild cats, not just domestic cats. So we all came to consensus on what that should be, right? So we know that it needs to be a space that can be enjoyed by all, not just current outdoor enthusiast. It needs to be reflective of the high quality of facilities in Lewisville, like Thrive and Hedrick House and the new public safety building. We have a new level of excellence that's been set for us. We want to make sure that it's the front door of Leela, so it's no longer just a mass of nature that you don't know how to connect with. It needs to be versatile, not only for our programming, but for potential rentals and special events. And then it needs to have a sustainable design. That's going to be very, very important, that it's designed in a sense that our operations can be sustainable as well. So what elements came out of that from those ideas is that we need to be able to accommodate groups of 20 to 30 regularly, but we could be expandable into 100 to 120 people, so we could do some more of the workshops that we've been doing, like Roots for Wings, our Native Plant Society friends. We want to make sure that it has a high visibility of outdoors, so that we bring the outside in like we do at Thrive. And that we have restrooms that are accessible from both inside and out, because even when the nature center is closed and people are enjoying Leela, that would be an important thing. We want to make sure that we have a clear reception and welcome area so that we can greet people, and that we have office spaces for the partners out at Leela, including places for the Friends of Leela who operate our visitor center right now. And that one of the major things that we need to make sure is that we have interpretive displays and exhibits so that people who are taking unstructured visits without staff have a way to learn about Leela. And then some of the future consideration and further considerations that we talked about needed to be addressed in the future is really site selection of the Nature Center. As I talked originally, we had thought that the only place it should go is deep within Leela, where we currently have our visitor center. But there are some other options that we're looking at. And whether we really should have compatibility with Lisdola, as we were going through some of the design charrette, some of the folks over at LISD had some concern that if we had a building that looked kind of exactly like what Lisdola does, even though there would be some economy of scale and savings realized from a design concept process, is that would people confuse the two buildings and approach Lisdola thinking they're at Leela and vice versa? And so we have some conversation about whether we should go that way. With our site considerations, I talked about our original idea was that we would be in the hot pink square there in Leela and take advantage of how that clearing's gone. But if you'll remember, about 3-4 years ago, the Corps of Engineers started their dam reconstruction project, and they actually cleared out a place along Keeley to house their construction trailers. We did have to move the box turtles. They are fine. They're over in the clearing behind our offices in Leela now. But that place has already been disturbed, and it had its own, they created a temporary parking lot out there. And it's really a great entry point. It meets that front door idea that the group talked about that the Nature Center needs to have, and it has the benefit of our utility runs, if we built the building there, aren't so long, right? Because we can come right off of Keeley. And so, you know, a lot of the times when you spend money on big infrastructure, you spend a whole bunch of money on stuff no one ever sees, but is vital to the success of the infrastructure. And so this would be a way for us to maximize our resources. The other benefit of this is right now, this piece of property actually isn't in Leela. It's part of a lease that we have with the Corps of Engineers for the property, but it's solely under the city's umbrella. And it was for a future expansion of utility and water treatment plants, which have since, we've decided that that's not the best place for them to go. They'd be closer to the existing infrastructure, not to mention that the areas right around here where those expansions are going to be, that's some of the most sensitive areas of the Leela property, our Leela adjacent property with blackjack oaks there. And so to preserve those would be important. So we have those things to consider, and we're working with the Corps to identify and get permission to make that change should we decide to go this here. The other thing, as I talked about, is this we could do this area with the Nature Center and include a nature playground, making it available to this area as their regular park without charging money to get beyond a gate, which kind of goes to our conversation earlier about welcoming and belonging and easy access, that we will have price points that people can enjoy beyond the fence line, but there is that zero depth entry, and it doesn't necessarily mean being comfortable with nature, but it's whether you can afford to get there. So with the next step in the study, after we kind of decided those were the concepts and things we needed to look at, we looked at what our service area would be. And so the primary markets within 25 miles, and about 75% of the population that we would look at hitting and drawing to Lewisville live there. And then the 50-mile market would be our 50-mile radius would be our secondary market, and about 25% of people live within there. And so we also did some research and comparisons to other service providers and nature centers in the area. And really, when you look at it, there's only 3 other properties that offer a large amount of acreage to go explore nature after you get outside of the nature center, right? So you've got the Heard Museum, you've got the Fort Worth area that has about 1,000 or 3,000 acres. And then we are unique because not only do we have a piece of property that has all 3 ecosystems in the area. So you have the cross timbers, you have the Elm Fork, and you have Blackland Prairie, but and you have 2,800 acres to explore. So that really does make us unique, even with other centers being in the area. And then we wanted to make sure that we looked at the demographic analysis of who we could serve beyond Lewisville, how we can make sure that within Lewisville we're offering price points and entry points that everybody can enjoy, and then making sure that we had, with the plan, some fidelity to our previous city plans and what we wanted to achieve there. So we came up with a program structure to meet those goals, and really making sure and understanding that everybody comes to a place like Leela from different points, and that we could help people along their way, that there would be people who from the beginning of their life are introduced to nature and can come in at an entry level, move to our camps, our restoration efforts, and then really be empowered to take care of places like Leela and those places beyond the fence line. And then there would be people who have never, ever, ever in their entire life been able to go walk in the woods or go see what a prairie is, and that we needed to make sure that we had those things as well, from making sure that we have big events to targeted programs to efforts where people can come and invest themselves, their time and treasure, and serve to make this place better. So this is kind of what we looked at as our core programs and services. When we look at youth focus groups, we really were looking at expanding on the program menu that we have now. All the programs that are listed here with an asterisk, we offer in some sense, but it's a very limited capacity because we don't have the facility to expand and maximize those opportunities. So we could almost run a utilization chart here, right? For instance, our day camp that goes on during summer, we only do it for 3 weeks, and we do it in the morning because it gets so hot and we don't have enough facilities to make it tolerable beyond that. So we do a small extended day camp that people pay extra to stay at Leela. Or we do some advanced school programming, but it's completely impacted by weather patterns. So if the weather pattern gets so bad that we can't still host those programs on the facility, they get canceled. And so this really would give us the opportunity to build from what we have, expand on what we have, and then offer new things like the older teen conservation field experiences. One of the cool things would be is once we have an opportunity to connect with youth and teens at Leela, is using that as a platform to go out and explore other areas like the state and national park system. Making sure that we can expand home programs and do educator workshops and have a place for that to happen. Right now, we do a lot of stuff at Thrive, and we go to Thrive Nature Park, but it's a small sampling. If you had the opportunity at the Nature Center and then to go out and do those things within Leela, that would really give us the capacity to grow. Looking at community programs, remembering that we need to make sure that we have that entry, that accessible entry point with adult and family programs, making sure that we're expanding our community science and volunteer programs. You know, we have the Bio Blitz, so that's a really great program where we have people come and use iNaturalist to take pictures of what they see and what they observe out there. How can we expand on that so that what they're learning inside the fence line, they can take it back out to their homes and make it a better world? Make sure we continue with our community events and festivals. Christmas at the Cabin is one of the most successful programs we have out there, and how can we expand that offering? And then really look at how we can go into more concession programs and services, like with guided kayak tours, perhaps, because we're going to have the kayak launch that you can launch there at Leela. Can we do a thing where you can check out a kayak once you're comfortable at Leela, go down to 30-40, put your kayak back into the fence and gate, and then move on? So those are kind of things that we can look at offering. One of the things that we are kind of limited at is how we can get connected with alternative school programs. So we have a wonderful connection with LISD. They bring classes out. We have a really good program with that, but we have a limitation on how we can expand that because we don't have a jumping off point. Because the way it works so well with LISD is their first introduction to places like Leela are at Lisdola, right? Well, if we're working with some of these other schools, we don't really have that option, and we have to make the infrastructure we have in place work. But there are a ton of schools in the area that we really could expand our school offering. And because it would be outside our agreement with LISD, our capacity to charge for these programs would be increased. And then looking at how we would move our visitation up. Right now, on a good year, the general visitors and school programs, that's like one of our best years pre-COVID, and we are heading back that way. Right now, I think last year we had 25,000 visitors, and we hit about 900 school programs, and we're gonna get back there. We're all emerging back from what happened during COVID and the dam construction time. But this, if we were able to put the nature center in place, we really could boost our general visitation, our school programs, our community programs, and special events, and really working towards that visitation model within 3 to 5 years. And then one of the recommendations coming out of the business plan is, how would we use the facility for rentals? Because we do know that there is a market for it to be maybe used as a place that people have eco weddings. When we interviewed and hired Chris Chastain, one of the greatest things about his recruitment time was his pitch for a program was eco weddings and how we could do that, because that is a big boost, playing off of ecotourism. And so their idea was that we would adopt a structure similar to the Hedrick House, that our core reason for the Nature Center being there is to offer the programs, to offer the education, but have a higher rental fee that would allow people access to the facility to do those types of things. And we could work with some of our outside operators to do that. And then also making sure that we have a nature center store, right? That we have things that people can buy in center, but also online, and make sure that we're gaining 50% profit, on top of cost. So they also proposed a staffing model, which would play off of what our existing model is. And so right now, all the positions that are in black exist, and there would be a need to increase some of the staffing complement to take care of the building, provide programs. The increase of the recreation coordinator would be offset by programs itself, and the customer service representative would run our, front desk, our sales programs, rentals and connections, even when we do it outside. And then the Leela buildings and grounds foreman, that would really be because, like we said, we want to make sure that this is a sustainably built facility, so we'll have bioswales there. We'll have a nature-based playground outside that we'll need someone to take care of and make sure all that's happening. And the urban forester will be involved in the sense of the biggest part of our urban forest is in Leela, so that, and we do have a restoration plan that needs to be implemented, and then looking at how we would have seasonal maintenance workers and interns. We just came back from UNT and doing a internship and professional development workshop with their kids that are graduating, and knowing that there are students that need opportunities to have jobs in nature so that they're employable when they're graduating from UNT, and that's going to be a big part of what we're looking at. So the financial pro forma, this is what it looks like. Our goal was to hit a 50% recovery rate. Right now, we have planned, because over the last 6 years, Gina and I have been working on how we would support the Nature Center through some of our funding efforts, and we have earmarked money that we know would make up that 50% recovery there. But right at this point, our current expenses for the center, hold on, I'm going to get this so I don't mess this up. What we spend now, we bring in about a 20% recovery rate right now. And I'll send y'all an email on what that exactly is. But right now, our recovery is only in admission revenues and program income, and together that hits about $120,000. But if we had another facility, we could increase our admission revenues, greatly increase our program revenues, and then have an opportunity with building rentals and site rentals to improve that, to make up the gap for the increase that we have there. So looking forward, what do we need to talk about is making sure that our design for the Nature Center incorporates resilience, for sustainable maintenance, making sure we minimize the environmental impact, which using that Keeley site would help us do. Make sure that we're boosting our visitor experience, especially for those coming in are just discovering Leela, and making sure that we're financially sustainable and give us a really good place to interpret what that site is. Over the course of time, I think we're getting better at that. When I first arrived in Lewisville, I would talk about that this Leela is what brought me here. It's what piqued my interest in looking at Lewisville, and that nobody knew what it was really shocked me. And I think we're doing a better job of that, but there are just some people we're not going to be able to reach until we get a nature center. We need to make sure with our operations that we do robust and diverse programs, that we offer those entry point ones, but we look at expanding and how can we take advantage of maybe more intense programming, but higher profit programs, making sure that we retain earned revenues there to reinvest in the facility. And we really need to make sure that we're engaging our partners at Leela. We're in the process of bringing an MOU for the Friends of Leela to you because we rely on them a lot. Not only do they do a lot of volunteer efforts to maintain Leela, they run the visitor center, and we would need to help them to help us do that. But they're also doing a great job of trying to fundraise and spark those fundraising efforts. In fact, on April 13th, they're having a run out at Leela. If you haven't registered, you should, because it's going to be they have up from a 5K up to a marathon out there. So make sure that you go out there. I know our alliance is going to be out there promoting it as well. The other thing that we need to talk a little bit about is beyond the Nature Center, the University of North Texas is exploring the use of the existing modular units that once the Nature Center is built, that they would use that as their research base, and how could they maybe have on-site dorms or research classrooms there as a place to expand what their offerings are and getting more students in the door there that then would platform into hopefully being, park fans, Leela fans, helping us take care of that. So the discussions we probably need to have today are a little bit about the site selection. I know this might be one of the first times you've heard about us changing where that site might be. The idea of, I know we've talked a little bit about the alignment with Liz Dolan and that design, and if that's something we might want to continue down or look to something making it unique to us, and then how we should move forward with the Nature Center.
Before we get into site selection, I've had conversations on and off with several of you guys. And so I really just wanted to have a touch point here to make sure, I know many of you weren't on council when we first started talking about the Nature Center. It has evolved over time. Originally it was going to be in partnership, built in conjunction with the school district, and then that didn't end up happening. And so I just wanted to make sure that we see all the plans saying to move forward with Nature Center. I know you guys have adopted them, so my assumption is you want to move forward with the Nature Center, but it is a 50% recovery. It is a quality of life proposition. I just would like to make sure we're on the same page of moving forward with the Nature Center. If you guys are, next steps would be visiting nature centers, making sure that all of you guys are fully exposed to what that really means. If you haven't been to a nature center before, we did that years prior when we first started visioning for this, but it has been a while. So I'd love to get that input, Mayor.
Council?
I'll just make, I don't know if am I close enough? There I am, okay. I like the site, this site idea, because I was always concerned when we were looking at the interior that it wouldn't be as accessible. And one thing I've raised often is we need more signage and visibility for the entire Leela complex. But I like the site. I like this site location because it is very accessible, and I definitely in favor of going forward with the whole concept. And 50% recovery is better than 20% that we're getting now, so, yeah.
To answer your question about the signage improvements, Chris Chastain and Marcus have been working on a project to put signage along 121 so that kind of keep driving people towards Leela when we're driving all along there, and also let people know what that massive nature is beyond that.
I think about the lack of signage there every time I drive that road.
You know, I'm good with the concept. I obviously understand the fact of the utility part of it. That's way better.
Yeah.
That part's a lot of money to take that interior, and who knows what you'll find out there. So I think the concept's good. I assume it's something similar to the Audubon one in Dallas that they've got.
It's a little bit, the recommendation right now is sitting at about 20,000 square feet that would give us an opportunity to maximize parking space, playground, and the multi-use facility within, or the multi-use flexibility within the center to do that. So a little bit.
Okay, it's
along that line.
This one's certainly a lot more accessible off of that road for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm one of those people that conflate Lisdola and Leela a lot, and I've been in the area for quite a bit. So I have the map up, and I see the Lisdola. There's an entrance for 121.
Right.
Is there a way to combine our efforts to beautify the 121 corridor with some sort of other, besides signage, an entrance off 121, maybe with a bike trail that goes all the way back up?
So we've talked about that a lot with the Corps, and right now everything. I should have gotten a different map. So imagine that Leela comes to here, right? Is everything beyond where the gate is at Bittern Marsh is considered wildlife management habitat. So they don't allow recreation access to it. You have to go back there with an official or somebody who's doing that. But we are talking to them about creating that bike trail there. I don't think we'd ever get to the point that we'd have just general car use, but they have been open to us if we can figure out how to keep people what would be that trail along that road to have that access.
That'd be great to have a nice entrance, even if it's a bike entrance. It'd be great to have a nice entrance in there.
Yes,
Stacy,
sir.
the map is now behind you.
Oh, excellent. Is this, can I? It's still thinking. Do I touch it?
Just tell us where you want to go, Sage.
All right. So now it's just fine. So everything beyond this, the river, or the outfall, is wildlife management. And so they don't particularly invite recreation use, but that road, that fish hatchery road, is something that they would consider if we could figure out a way to keep bicycles and pedestrian. Not auto. Right. Right. We might talk about something that would be like a a Leela wagon that we would drive that can get people and kind of go on safari, but not general access other than bicycle pedestrian.
So I want to make sure it's clear because you're talking about fish hatchery. I'm talking about 121.
Right. So, Chris, can you push that this way? There you go. So there you go. So you're talking from here and coming up around on that.
Oh, that's anywhere around
Yes.
121 would be great to have a nice entrance. Even the
Right.
Lisdola entrance, I see it, but it's not.
Right.
It's not super inviting to me to go in there and do anything. So
I think some of the signage that we're going to put in, and as we start working towards how we would redevelop not East Hill Park, Spillway Park over here, finding ways to create those connections is something that's in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will say just a comment on that, Patrick, is that it is really, and she was talking about managing wildcats. It really is that because everyone has such conflicting interests. For example, the Corps is primarily concerned about the safety of the dam and limiting access. You have LISD who's like, we would love to get access through LISD's property, exactly what you're saying, but they're like, we don't really want the public there regularly because we have kids and we have security issues, right? So we have these conflicting interests. All of us kind of love the vision, and then we've also got people who just want it pristine and no access, right, and out there. So I think there's a happy medium we're working towards, but I think it'll take a little bit of time to negotiate those things.
Well said.
In light of today's world, especially as far as the dam goes, that needs to be limited with, potential attacks on our water system. Not that that's going to happen, but it just needs to be contained. I think that if people know that if you're in a wildlife area, we don't need cars going in and out of it. You have perspective entrances and exits, and that should suffice, other than pedestrian bridges and biking. I love this because it's part of the same land. It's not removed by two streets.
Right.
And I can see the whole entire back of it, just windows, trails that come in. I mean, I love it.
Thank you. I do think, to your point, is one of the things that appeals to us is if there were a security threat and we weren't allowed access deep into Leela, we could still get there, right, and have access to our asset. It might be limited, but we could still get there without. So.
I will start off positive first. I like the new location. This is like I don't know how many iterations of this we've had and how many groups we've tried to work with, and it seems like we're on our own. I remember Audubon, the ISD, and they all fell through for whatever reason. The location is better. I would just like to maybe get some information on the cost of building a structure. It should be less than maybe what we've had before, because I know it's a smaller footprint. And then see how that recovery comes into play. Like I said, I'm lukewarm on the nature center now, only because it's been multiple strikeouts. So, but I'm not closed-minded. That would be a great asset if we can get it off the ground.
I think when I first arrived, I think there were talks about 21 million, looking at that, and I think what we're looking at is more down in the 10, 11. Especially, seeing some savings with not having to build all that utility and a new road. I mean, I think those are some savings that we would be able to see.
You beat me to the punch. I echo the same sentiments as Brandon. I do definitely the location. I feel much better about that. It actually has more visibility. Instead of being interior to the site, but it's less impact to the nature. It minimizes the impact on the infrastructure that we got to run through there, which, that would clear a whole bunch of trees too, just to get that stuff in there. But I do have a similar question about, because I look at the cost recovery models, and this is really just an operating model. So I'd be curious to see how much are we talking and how are we going to finance that in addition to all the other stuff that we have going on. I'm supportive of the project, but in my mind, it's more of a priority issue. Is it what needs to go first? Because I think with all the things that we need to do, probably we're not going to be able to do it all at the same time.
Right.
I was going to say a lot of this is also dependent on the bond election, and so really we're holding back. And this was a touch point to make sure you guys want us to go forward and continue to look at this even. And then 2 is let's see what happens with the bond election, and then that would give us the capacity to carry this as well. If not, we're going to have to rearrange priorities financially.
But I believe whenever we did the cost recovery model for Thrive, that also included, and I may be wrong, but I thought it also included essentially a bank for reinvestment into the building, knowing that we're going to have to do maintenance and eventually we're going to have to do some major renovation on that facility.
Right, and we've started holding that back, but like we've started that with Parks and the Hedrick House and Herring, so that doesn't include this right now. A lot will depend on how it gets built, but that would need to go in there.
Okay.
What's the square footage? What was the square footage?
20.
Okay.
20, and so 20,000. So if you imagine if you took the racquetball courts off of Herring, that would be about 20.
You're probably at the 10 million, around 10 million. Yeah.
So we thought.
Plus escalation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead. Is this a question? Yeah, you missed it.
No.
Yeah, no, I mean, the comment was, or the question was about alignment with Lisdola's design, and the answer was Lisdola really wouldn't like that because they don't care, they don't want to get the confusion.
That conversation's been out there. I don't know if it was higher up in LISD that made that comment, but we've heard that suddenly and just didn't know. I mean, you guys have seen the Lisdola. Is there a strong desire to match it? The original thought, just so you know, that the matching was with the intent of making it seem almost seamless. So where we have this concept that there really are two functioning buildings that are working together. If we did summer programs, we might be able to use that building and it looks the same. But I think from an LISD perspective, there's also a security issue there, right? If people show up from the public at Lisdola thinking it's Leela.
I think if you'd asked this body a month ago, we might have said, you know, it'd be nice if they looked similar. Now it's, I want it completely different.
So we can keep moving forward.
I'm going to plant a seed here because this is, I think, a place where I can do that. I would love to see some sort of incorporation or some way that we can figure out how to start growing native materials that we can then use for plant sales as fundraisers for whether that's Leela, KLB, the parks, the new Parks Alliance. I would love to figure that out. I know the Corps has given us some weird pushback about their material. I'm like, but it's our dirt and it's our seed, and so.
Right. So actually, one of the rules of the Corps, and it's not just the local area office, is you can't make money off of Leela that does not put back into Leela. So we do have a greenhouse there that we grow and cultivate things there. We're looking at how in other areas of the park system we might be able to do that. The other thing that we've looked at is maybe working with LISD. They have a greenhouse, and how can we convince them to cultivate natives there and they become our supplier over time, and that we are, then we're also grooming future employees and future park fans that way. So I know, relationships are up and down, and, hopefully we swing back on that, but we share your, that desire to do that.
As long as it's on the radar, because I think it is
radar.
Such a great opportunity. We just got to figure out how to make it work.
We agree.
All right, Council, any other questions or comments before we go ahead and move on from the Nature Center? I think you've gotten the consensus you need.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Stacy.
All right.
All right, next up we have Mr. David Salmon and Aaron Russell on infrastructure and facilities.
Mayor and Council, this is a good opportunity, and this is a slightly longer presentation, but this is intended to just give you an update on all of our capital projects, what we've accomplished and where we're going next, so that you can ask questions. Obviously, you have residents that may be interested in some of these projects, so this is an opportunity for you guys to ask those questions about where they are and timeframes.
And it's Kelly, not Kelly.
I'm sorry, and it's not Aaron, it's Kelly. That was a change. That was my fault.
Well, Well, good afternoon. I'm excited to share with you some of the projects that the engineering department's been working on over the past year with regard to our infrastructure. As mentioned earlier, we've been short-staffed for over a year and a half, but we've made quite a bit of progress over the last year with our projects. The first one I wanted to highlight, of course, is our Timberbrook project, which was completed I think it was in summer of 2023. This was a project that sort of took on a life of its own, but it's finished, stick a fork in it, and actually it turned out very nice, as you can see from the picture. Another project that I'm especially excited about because it took so long to get it started because of the railroad implications is our Windhaven Parkway, Corporate Drive Segment 6 Windhaven Parkway project. That project began construction about a year and a half ago, and they're almost complete. The project is probably 90% complete. We expect the contractor, Sunt Construction, to be completed sometime in late April, and we're going to plan a ribbon cutting ceremony for this project at some point coming up in the near future. Well, you keep that in mind. Yeah, Claire doesn't know yet. Anyway, just if you look at the picture at the top, actually, they've actually started paving, putting down the roadway pavement already. That's a little bit older picture. Corporate Drive Segments 2 and 3. This is an exceptionally large project. Again, a long time coming. We had a lot of right-of-way we had to get. We finally have that right-of-way. This project was awarded back in December. The contractor, Sunt Construction, is mobilizing, and you should see some action out there very shortly. Corporate Drive Segments 4 and 5. This project is the extension of the first two segments I just mentioned, and this will complete our Corporate Drive project that we've been working on for many years. This particular project has been bid. Staff is evaluating bids, and we're planning to come to the City Council in April for bid award on this project. So we would expect construction to begin sometime in June. Here's our Valley Parkway and Civic Circle project. It started relatively recently. The contractor is Tissio Construction. They're actually working a little bit ahead of schedule. They've been moving very quickly. Because they're moving so quickly, it's caused a few communication problems for us, but we've worked on that. Anyway, it should be finished just about the same time as our public safety complex. So it'll kind of wrap all that up nicely and everything will be fresh and new out there. I also want to mention that this project does have a few complete streets elements associated with it, some pedestrian improvements and some lighting. Our North Mill Street project was also awarded back in December. This project, the construction is going to kick off in April. I expect that we'll probably, this project will be a little bit painful simply because of the fact that it's the main route in and out of that entire neighborhood out there. And so it's probably going to cause some cut-through traffic in some of the neighborhoods with people trying to get around the construction. We'll have that to look forward to. But again, it's been a long time coming, and I know that those people are happy to see the construction out there starting. Our Indian Oaks project was awarded last year. The contractor's been moving along. They're moving along on schedule, considering that it's a neighborhood, we usually get a lot of comments and just complaints from residents on these neighborhood type projects because it does cause so much inconvenience. And frankly, we've had very few comments and issues with this project so far with regard to the residents being inconvenienced.
Is that one staying culverts, or are we actually putting in drainage on that?
No, we're just going to replace all the driveway culverts.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, one of the fears when we first started designing this, it was kind of funny when the surveyors just went out and started doing their topography survey. We had tons of calls from residents worried that we were going to put sidewalks out there and that we were going to put underground drainage and curbs and gutters because they didn't want that. That's why they bought out there. So it's going to look pretty much the same as it did before, except it's going to be brand new concrete pavement. Also back in December, the Elm Street and Poydras Street project was awarded. We've held off on the construction on this one because of the apartment building construction. The apartment developer wanted us to hold off until they got the exterior of their building completed so that we wouldn't have competing contractors. So we're expected to begin construction on April 22nd on this project. And again, this will have complete street elements like we've done in Old Town with the bump out. So we're going to have some back and angle parking and some parallel parking, landscaping. And probably one of the most exciting things about this project is that we are taking the utilities underground. Another project that's been a long time coming is our West College Street project. This one had a lot of right-of-way on it. When we finally have all of our right-of-way, we anticipate bidding this project late spring, early summer. Another project that we've got kind of almost got to the finish line is our I-35 aesthetics project. This project has required a lot of arm wrestling with TxDOT, but we finally got there. I think we've got what we want, with a lot of work from a lot of people. And anyway, TxDOT has our plans, and they're going to incorporate almost everything that we originally wanted, so we're in good shape on this. I just wanted to run through, I just highlighted some of the larger projects we've had progress on over the past year, and I just wanted to list a lot of the other projects that we have ongoing or things that have been completed over the past year, just to give you an idea of the magnitude of the number of things that we've got going on in our engineering department with projects. We're working on the North Cowan Avenue project. We're working on Southwest Parkway. We've got a trail out at the Levy Improvement District down by Vista Ridge. We've got our Northwest Old Town streets and then an Ace Lane sidewalk and 12-inch water line. We just completed improvements at Purnell and Mill Street, added a back-in angle parking, and worked with the apartment developers on that. Our Holford's Prairie Road project has been stalled for a while, but we're going to pick up the right-of-way acquisition again this spring. It's going to be a very heavy lift. That Holford's Prairie project is very heavy with regard to right-of-way requirements. Our Jones and North Keeley paving and drainage, it's kind of an interesting project in the fact that we have what was called a FLAP grant. It's a federal grant from the Federal Highway Administration, and what's nice about a FLAP grant is that they do all the design and they actually do the construction. All we have to do is review the plans, and we work with them to make sure we're trying to get what we want, and of course the city, and there's a 20% city match, but the grant pays for 80% of it and they do all the work. All we have to do is review plans. We're picking up the right-of-way acquisition again on McKenzie-Hembry Phase 1. We do have some of the right-of-way and some of it we don't. We do anticipate some difficulty with the right-of-way on that particular project, and so we're picking that up again. And then we just awarded the contract for the Windhaven Cookie Lane signal. Working on Main Street utility relocations right now. We completed the ones, or actually we completed it and then realized that there was another piece of water line. TxDOT changed their plans at some point during the design, and so we're having to add a little bit more water line now to that project. We're doing, of course, utility relocations at Business 121 and Corporate Drive. We've completed our Prairie Creek Trunk Sewer project, and we've got 2 other sewer projects that we're going to be completing this summer. Now, looking forward, we've got our South Cowan project that has been partially funded. We've got design money. We intend to begin design select a consultant to begin design sometime in late spring, early summer. And again, this will have a complete streets element to it with wider sidewalks, probably some bump outs and landscaping, and we'll go out to the neighborhood and the residents on the front end and try to understand what it is that they're looking for before we start that design. We have our Lewisville Valley 1 subdivision project. Again, we've got design funding for this. We've got future bond money programmed in the upcoming bond program, but we can get started on the design now. We've got the design money. Lewisville Valley 4, same thing. We've got design money, so we're going to go ahead and get started on that in 24, 25, hopefully early summer, and then try to be at 30% design by this time next year. We've been working on our East College Street project. This project is at 90% design. We're hoping to bid it later this year, and we're in the right-of-way phase right now. We've made some pretty good progress getting right-of-way parcels, so this is moving along. I don't really expect any issues with delays on this. And again, this will be a complete streets project. It'll kind of mirror what we did on Main and Mill with the bump outs and the landscaping and wide sidewalks and bike lanes and South Keeley. We're at 90% design on this. We've only got 3 right-of-way parcels remaining. Once we wrap up those right-of-way parcels, the design can be completed, and I would really expect this to be bid sometime maybe this summer. And then look at some other projects we wanted to highlight that we're working on and hope to get started in the next fiscal year or in the upcoming year. Of course, is our King Arthur Drive traffic calming. We expect to select a consultant in May and then hopefully be at a point where we have enough to show the public and get some input later in the summer. Mackenzie-Hembry Phase 2, we'll try to get a start on it. We've got the Valley Vista drainage improvements that we're going to get started on fairly quickly. Meadow Glen neighborhood rehab, our Valley Ridge East extension. That's the extension of East Valley Ridge that connects over to Corporate Drive across the lake just north of Railroad Park. And then we've got a couple of water line projects that we're going to try to get started on this year. So as you can see, we've got a lot on our plate, and we're hoping to be fully staffed here pretty quickly, as Claire mentioned earlier. So anyway, a lot of work, and we're pretty excited that we've made so much progress in the last year.
All right, I get to hit utilities and facilities. So our fleet and facilities building, council, you remember a year ago, we did that event for opening up that facility there. We just recently completed an 11-month warranty walkthrough at that facility last month. And a little just tidbit on this one, we held a, Jim, it was a Public Works Director Summit luncheon, right, at that facility. And we've actually had a lot of feedback from some of those other represented municipalities. We did a tour yesterday with another municipality, and they're looking to take some of the ideas that we had in this facility and apply it to their own. So it's Lewisville leading the way. Hedrick House, earlier this month, I'm probably going to go through this one pretty quickly, but earlier this month we had that event, open house here in this, and then really the only thing that really remains out here is small warranty repairs. We haven't paid quite all the bills on this one, but this is on the waning ends of this one, of this project here. Probably should have used a better picture to show the inside of it, but City Hall basement remodel. Hey, we should probably hold a council retreat in this place. 2.6 million, the lower level is what we're calling it. Punch list items really have knocked most of those out. There's still a couple of remaining items out there. We're not closing this project out because there is a generator component to this as well. That's coming in June of 24. And from there, we're gonna take the existing generator here at City Hall and we're gonna truck that over to the animal shelter.
And council, just reminding you guys that a lot of these movements of generators really came out of the February storm a couple years back, and really council directing us that we needed to have. We definitely had some issues with not having a generator at the animal shelter, so this is one of the solutions to that.
Well said. Temporary police and fire facilities. So we started that temporary fire station number 1 in October of 2022. That was wrapped up about a year later. And then PD, we renovated a lease space, and then PD moved in March of roughly at the same time. And they moved in March of 2023. And the big issue here is we're currently occupying those facilities, and ultimately we'll be vacating those facilities once Tittle McFadden comes online, which we're estimating to be April of 2025. Speaking of, Tittle McFadden, once again, we're actively in construction. We get, I know council gets numerous updates on that facility. One thing I do want to point out specifically, just in terms of appreciation, look at the design started in December of 21 and construction followed in October of 22. That is light speed. That is astounding in terms of how fast that design was created. Testament to staff and the contractors and vendors that we were working with to get this off the ground. Big lift. Fire training towers. Council awarded construction in January a few months ago of this year, and estimated completion is a year from now. Right now they're kind of digging in the dirt. They're playing in the earth or doing some earthwork, and really this is the biggest issue that they're having right now is some groundwater. We're trying to remove that groundwater so that we can lay some foundations at some of these facilities here. Traffic signal network. So this has been a longer phased project here. We originally had funding in 2019, 2020, and we pulled that funding due to reasons related to COVID. And we refunded the first phase in 21, followed by that by 22. We're currently in phase 3. We're acquiring equipment for the video monitoring system, i.e. cameras. Currently in this process. This was tied to our communication master plan with the ultimate goal of creating a traffic management center. We've kind of modified that just a little bit, and we actually have screens and with our traffic engineer and with our traffic operations supervisor, and they're monitoring those feeds that are coming from those traffic signals as we speak. As we procure, we are installing and ultimately connecting those feeds. So this is still ongoing. Prairie Creek wastewater treatment electrical improvements. This is the first project in the wastewater treatment plant master plan. We had some pretty dated electrical systems here, mainly transformers. We should be going out to bid, probably not March, more likely April of next month here. And it's funny, we pre-purchased transformers last year. These should arrive in May and be ready to be installed once we actually select a contractor to construct. I want to say that the the lead times on transformers and anything related to electrical is just, it's so far past a year now. I think it was like 445 days. Cool. This is an interesting project. So this has been on the books for a while. The bioscrubber off McGee. This is north of 407. There's a new development there. This was previously zoned for light industrial, and that zoning changed to a townhome residential type zoning. And we aesthetically, that probably wouldn't look really good to have this gigantic tower, and that's actually a small one, but a gigantic tower next to someone's house. So we decided, hey, let's go back to the drawing board, and we brought in a chemical study, a treatment study at our Whippoorwill lift station, and we have determined that a chemical phasing will work at our lift station there. And so we have scrapped this, we've moved that funding into this following project here, into the Whippoorwill lift station. So we currently have about 1.4, we're estimating it's gonna be around that cost. The biggest hit here is going to be overwhelmingly electrical. We're going to put a generator out here and communication systems upgrades at this facility. The pumps and the motors, they are new, but yeah, really just electrical based. You should see this coming up in a couple months. Collection system master plan. So council, you remember that we just updated our land use assumptions. We did that last year, mid to late last year. And so we're following that up with a collection system master plan update, as well as an impact fee study update. And we kicked this off in January. We're currently doing basically a data dump over to the consultant. And we're expecting this to be roughly a year, and it may bleed into 2025, but keeping fingers crossed, it's going to be late 2024 when we're wrapped up with this. All right, so the remodel of finance and HR. So right above me is our finance department's offices. They also have another group, our utility billing group, and so right now they're locationally displaced from each other. So this project is ultimately going to take the finance offices and the HR offices and just do a big switcheroo. So we had a cost estimate of around $600,000. We have gotten those costs in, and we're sub 600,000. I think we're like 550 right now.
I also wanted to talk about the importance of this project. So this area is kind of the plan for the new HR area, but where you used to see Bernadette sitting, this is where this will be. So it's also from a public facing side, is when you walk into City Hall, there will be someone there. It'll be HR staffed at the front to be able to welcome people, answer questions, those types of things.
Schedule is going to be an important component of this project, because obviously we're displacing some offices and people. They will be more than likely down here in the lower level being able to work, but we want to try to get this done as quickly as possible to minimize just the disruption. Speaking of lower level, whenever we designed this, we left that far western portion of the basement in a more of a future storage area or future space considerations. And the paint hasn't even dried, and we already have a new use for this area. So currently, our public records are stored at the Stephen L. Backus Public Services Center, and we're going to move those records into this area. Right now, we're gathering some costs for just putting up a wall in that future space, that red outline space. We're going to ultimately dedicate to record storage.
Are those records, I mean, is that paper?
Paper.
How long till we digitize that stuff?
That's the purpose of this.
Okay.
So really, if you think about it, one is, and you saw this in the audit, as well as when Thomas got hired, was the fact that it's not well AC controlled out there. So you have a lot of boxes out there that I think probably could be destroyed, but it's moving it here so that Thomas's team has ready access to be able to deal with them and then work with the departments to do it.
Very good point. Yeah, currently it's a metal building that it's housed in, and bringing it here, definitely climate controlled and preserving those records as we're moving into that digitization of those files. Next. So this one in the next slide is related to our water plant master plan, or the water system master plan. And the first item that we were going to hit was ozonation. We kind of had a structural infrastructure issue that we're concerned about, and so we brought this one and we just switched up ozonation and this combined pump station in Clearwell. Ultimately, what this will do is this project's going to delete this 1 million gallon Clearwell. We're going to introduce a 2 million gallon Clearwell in its place, have a combined pump station and a generator. We did an RFQ, and that should say March 3rd and March 9th. But we had a pre-proposal conference last week. A lot of interest was in that room. There were a lot of individuals from different firms were in that room in terms of the design considerations for this one. And moving on to the next one. So this is going to be moving forward here shortly. You should see this in June. But ozone did get pushed. It is still the second project at the water plant side. And then just conceptually, we do have these facilities going over here. There is one thing that we can do, and we're considering going ahead and moving forward with it now, because as we move into design, we're going to have to do a pilot study. You can actually do that pilot study now, or sooner than actually going into design. And what that study, followed by the design, you ultimately have to submit that to the state, and the state has to generally accept and generally approve, because you are changing up the treatment process with this move here. So we can actually go ahead and get that pilot study out of the way. That would take 6 months to a year. Yeah. The wastewater treatment administration building. This is our admin as well as our lab, and our lab is elbow to elbow. They are just running all over each other. It's very, very tight over there. So we instituted just remodeling this whole entire area. There was an old training space. We've moved offices into that space, and now we have some workstations for the laboratory personnel. We've blown out the lab. We have a receiving station for dropping off samples from construction groups or other municipalities that want to drop off their water and wastewater samples to us. Really good project. I think in 2 weeks, we're doing a transition period from phase 1 into phase 2. And if you go there today, it'll look entirely different from whenever this is actually completed. Once again, late June 2024. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this one, but Midway Branch Lift Station in Forest, Maine. This was a project from a number of years ago. Design of the station itself is actually at 90%, but this is the solution for handling the east side sanitary flow from Castle Hills over and getting it over to our wastewater treatment plant. The only thing that's changed really is the force main. It was also designed. It was going to run through the Leela corridor, the utility corridor that ran through Leela. That has changed. And then Aaron will follow this up with that study on the east side sanitary sewer. Aeration base. So this is the last project that I'm going to be talking about, but it's the second project in terms of the wastewater treatment plant master plan. Council, you will see this next council meeting, and it's to award the construction manager at risk to move forward with this project. As you recall, TCEQ, our primacy or governing agency, they say, hey, once your plant reaches 75% of its capacity, you have to be in design. Once it reaches 90% of its flow capacity, you have to be in construction. This will get us to construction because we have surpassed that 75%, and we're just barely hovering and about to kiss that 90% discharge level. So you will see this next meeting. And that's all I have. It's really just good to see progress on the facilities utility side, as well as the engineering and streets and side there. So, yeah.
That is a ginormous amount of projects.
Oh yeah.
Quick question. Is there a number of the I guess going back to David's stuff, the number of infrastructure projects and what that dollar figure ballpark could be that we still need to do that are currently in the pipeline that are not priced yet.
Talking about from a risk of inflation.
Right.
Is that what you're trying to get
that
at?
are beyond the bond program potentially?
I don't know if we've assembled all those numbers together, but we can do that for you.
Okay, I'd like to see.
I mean, I'm sure we have.
I know we took over $1 billion in projects to the Blue Ribbon Committee, so we have a lot out there that aren't funded anywhere that could be on the next coming.
Yeah, I think that's an important number to kind of have in everybody's mind. What the, you know, because I mean, just that list of David's is astronomical, but there's more astronomical needs beyond that. Yeah.
We always have a running joke in our CIP meetings where, you know, if Stacy goes over budget on something, you know, it's not nearly as bad as when David goes over budget on something. And now Kelly with his water and wastewater.
Good afternoon. So before I jump in on fleet maintenance, I just want to take a pause and have a look at this building and congratulate everyone for what an amazing building that is. As a person new to Lewisville, that building, I have not yet been able to find anything that I would have hoped was either in there or done differently. So that is a great, not just beautiful, but a great design. So there's a couple of things that we consider in fleet. And one is that we're a service department. And so we have to always remember that if we have a vehicle, that means one of the department doesn't have that tool that they need to do their job. So we need to get it back to them as quickly as we can. The other thing is that, I forgot the other thing, so I'm going to move on. That was, well, let me focus on the customers here. I had a great entry, and then Kelly finished earlier than he was supposed to. So, as the director, that's the great part of my job is I get to blame everything on Kelly. So when we talk about service, we spend time with each one of our departments that we serve, and I would like all of our departments are important customers of ours. They're not quite as important as police and fire, and I say that not just because I like Chief Rollins and Chief McGill a lot, but it's really about the nature of what they do. Their operation really can't be deferred. So when you compare that to public services, for example, there's a lot of our operation that we can defer if we don't have the exact equipment if it's down in the shop. So a fireman can't do that. When they get the call, they need the truck, they have to go right then. So we really put them at the front of the line whenever we're maintaining their equipment. It must be available. So we had a talk with them, just wanted to relay some of that feedback that we got from them. Increased fleet availability is a big focus of theirs. They did tell us that they wanted to see expanded availability, and that was really a PD request. They have multiple shifts, so they're a 24/7 operation, and so they would like to be able to talk to a mechanic. When they have an overnight shift, they need to drop a vehicle off. It really hurts the communication if they're not able to actually speak with someone of what's wrong with that vehicle. So that was one of their requests. I do have our current schedules up there and their current shifts, and that's something that we'll be looking at down the road. Communication is always a big thing, no matter who you're talking to. If you're over communicating, you're not communicating enough. One thing that we're looking at, and I'll talk about in detail, is an asset status dashboard. So anytime a department doesn't have a particular piece of equipment, they're having to adjust to that. So it's a tool that they need to do their job. So any information that we can give them of when they're going to get that back is very helpful to them so that they can better adjust to that situation. And we'll also be looking at a weekly report for that communication. So one of the major hurdles that a fleet shop has to adjusting to growth is the facility itself. So I mentioned the great facility we've already built. That was step one, really in adjusting to the growth that Lewisville has seen. Anytime a city grows, you buy more equipment, that impacts the fleet shop. So just to compare to where we came from, it was just under 10,000 square feet. It was a metal building, had 5 bays. I can hire 15 mechanics, but if I only have 5 bays, I can only do so much work because 10 of those don't have a place to do their job. The new building is 14 bays, definitely much bigger, about 4,000 square feet per mechanic, $22 million project, huge lift for the city, and really took us to the next step. The other part of that equation was compensation. So the city invested over $5 million in the compensation adjustment. In Fleet, we had a history of persistent vacancy rate and retention challenges. Now, a lot of that probably had to do with the building they were in, but certainly a lot of it had to do with the compensation as well. So once we completed that compensation study, I can tell you that the results have been pretty impressive. We are seeing, Kelly relayed to me that we're seeing more applicants for mechanic positions than he could remember, and they're high quality. So we're actually being able to staff that up. That's key because even if there's no point in adding a bunch of positions if I can't fill them anyway. So that is a big step, a big win for the city. Some other things that we've done, we've instituted a tool allowance. So many mechanics want to use their own tools, so we give them that flexibility. If they want to use their own tools, we give them a tool allowance to replenish those tools. And then a step plan, which is an encouragement for those mechanics to increase their education and certifications. It's very key in our department, not just to have numbers of mechanics, but to have those levels of expertise. The most critical is being an emergency vehicle technician. Again, I can have 15 mechanics. If none of them are EVT certified, I can't work on a fire truck. So some remaining challenges, like I said, that EVT is a challenge to get them educated to that level. The other part of that equation is they become valuable when we get them to that point. So keeping them is going to be an ongoing challenge that we'll continue to look at. Step 3, software upgrade. This is ongoing, so we've installed our software and we're continuing to get that put together in the right place from a standpoint of using it fully. One of the things that really solves a lot of our communication problem when we talk to fire and PD was this customer portal. So it has some abilities, has an ability for them to enter a service request, gives them some repair history on their vehicles, shows them when upcoming maintenance is available. And the key one is repair status. Now that is not fully functional yet, but we're working with Faster, our software company, to get that up to speed. It has enhanced warranty tracking. That's key to make sure that we take advantage of the warranties that we have on equipment. Electronically tracks part order status. So if you think about, we have just about 700 vehicles. When you start ordering those parts for fixing all those vehicles, it doesn't work to have it on a wipe erase board. It definitely doesn't work to have it in someone's head to remember what's the status. You have to electronically track the status of where we are on those orders. And on top of that, we live in a world now where the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So the best squeaky wheel gets the part back faster. So that's a big help for us. Improved task time tracking, that's where we're able to it's going to help us get a lot more granular in how we assess the performance of our mechanics and really improve our processes. And then touchscreen technology, it makes them more efficient. They can have a tablet at their workspace to enter their data. And then improved reporting. From where I sit, I need key performance indicators to be able to judge how well we're doing, dashboards. The SQL Server reporting is something that's also a huge thing we can work with. Chris Lee's staff's already helped us a lot to pull some of the data for this presentation, actually. So because it's SQL Server, it helps us really dig into that data. As I look forward and I was watching Chris's presentation, I was thinking at some point maybe we can use AI to predict when we need to replace vehicles. So just kind of thinking in terms of how powerful data is in this environment.
Aaron, when you get to that point, you need to go talk to our friends at PACCAR because their facility, that's what they do here in Lewisville.
Okay. So step 4 brings us to kind of where we are today, is starting to dig into that data. And we're really just starting to beginning to to scratch the surface of assessing where we are and putting a plan together of what we need to do to take the fleet operation to the next level. So what you see in the chart on the left here is mechanic availability. So that's the average days that a vehicle waits for a mechanic. So when someone drops a vehicle off, how long does it take before a mechanic actually can look at it and start working on it? This is not where I want it to be. You'll see 37% is over 3 days. So we've got a vehicle sitting in our lot for 3 days before a mechanic even has time to look at it. Again, keeping in mind that that's a tool someone needs to do their job. The one on the right is how many vehicles do we have out there waiting at any given time. So it's kind of summarized by month, and then there's an average over the last 12 months. On average, we have almost 8 vehicles sitting in our shop in the parking lot waiting to be looked at.
Is that per mechanic or is that facility-wide?
That's facility-wide. Preventive maintenance is a huge piece of the puzzle when you start talking about maintaining a fleet. We want to be a maintenance shop, not a repair shop. It costs so much more money to repair things than it does. I mean, we've all learned to get your oil changed on time, right? It holds true for our entire fleet as well. So the preventive maintenance compliance rate is something that's very important for us to look at. 85% is kind of an industry accepted standard, and we're not meeting that. So essentially what's happening is we're pulling off of preventive maintenance to go fix a police Tahoe because it's urgent, and so we're behind the 8 ball on a regular basis. Maintenance profile, so we just look at unplanned versus planned. Best practice is 75% planned maintenance. Again, we want to be a maintenance shop, not a repair shop. So we need to flip that. It's kind of upside down right now. And those are things that kind of snowball on you, right? The further behind you get, it gets worse and worse because you're getting more repairs coming in because you're not effectively maintaining. And then fleet availability is just another way of looking at our success. So 90% is kind of an industry standard. I know every department wants this to be 100%. This is really just how much of their fleet is available at any given time. You can see one of the ones that concern me is the fire engines. We're only at 69%, and I know fire stays kind of in a tensed up situation when they don't have enough fire trucks. Because, as I said earlier, when the call comes in, they have to go. Asset downtime, so what you're looking at here is when someone brings a vehicle in, how long is it down? And this is really related to mechanics. All of this is related together, but the white line is kind of the industry standard, but I've referenced the benchmark. It really comes from a City of Dallas fleet study that was put together using data from state of Texas and federal government. But again, if you look at the fire engines, the standard is 5 days, and we're taking 11 days. So that's why their availability is lower than it should be. And so that's something that we definitely need to work on as well. So being an engineer, I always try to quantify everything, because when you say, okay, this is bad, well, how bad is it, right? So what I've tried to do here is try to quantify that situation. The chart on the left is the cumulative downtime over 12 months in days by category. So the blue part is what it should be if we were sitting at that standard or that benchmark for downtime. The yellow is how far we're above that. So if you look at especially fire engines and patrol, light trucks, it's quite a bit. And then the chart in the middle here is the equivalent asset cost to mitigate that risk. So there's a couple of ways to mitigate that risk of having extensive downtime. One, you can make adjustments in your operations to reduce it, to turn those vehicles over faster and get them back in the hands where they need to be, or you can buy more vehicles. So that when the fleet shop's keeping them too long, you have a backup, right? So you mitigate that risk. So for us, based on the downtime for the past year, that would mean we buy a new fire engine, 4 new patrol vehicles, a non-patrol SUV, and 4 light trucks. Now, the chart on the right puts a dollar amount to that. And you can see I've broken it into that initial first year. I've called it purchase, but really that includes the lease payment as well. So, you know, the fire truck costs a lot of money. And then the annual is what we would have to put in every year to be able to repay that.
Where's your blocker? We tend to lose one a week.
I don't have in that because I've limited it to these categories because these are the categories that I could find good benchmarking data for. So this actually, I'm glad you brought that up because this doesn't include our entire fleet. It includes the categories where I could find good benchmarking and good data for out there to compare to. So I'll take you back to our preventive maintenance percentage was not great. And so there's different ways to address that issue. One is to address that with internal staff and internal processes. Another way is to contract things out, right? So I wanted to look at, you know, we just need to solve the problem. We're not trying to, I don't care how we get it solved. Let's solve it the most cost-effective way. So we wanted to look at what does that cost to outsource that and get caught up on our preventive maintenance. So $172,000 a year is what it would cost to get the fire trucks up to speed on and keep up with their preventive maintenance. We actually got a quote from a contractor that will go to each fire station and do that work. $167,000. We call it the white fleet. That's what it would take to get our white fleet. That's basically every white truck that you see driving around, for simple terms, to get them caught up on preventive maintenance. And then $84,000 is really, we would be more aggressive at outsourcing repairs to reduce the downtime, to get vehicles back in service more quickly. And then the $60,000 is a new position, because if I'm outsourcing all these vehicles that I'm not currently outsourcing, I got to have somebody to take them to the place and pick them up, right? Or else I'm pulling a mechanic out of the shop, which kind of defeats our purpose. Some other things I wanted to talk about, just unaccounted costs, additional maintenance costs when you're not doing preventive maintenance. Hard to put a dollar value on that, but intuitively we all know those are additional costs. And then premature replacement, again, if you're not taking care of your equipment, you're having to replace it sooner than you should. And then inefficient department operation. So as I mentioned kind of at the beginning, anytime that we don't have the tools we need to do our job, we're having to make adjustments within our department. So we're not as effective as we would be if we have them. So again, hard to put a dollar value on that, but it definitely does happen.
And just to clarify before we go on to this next slide, the last 2 slides you had were really talking about if we have to solve this problem, there's many ways you could solve this problem, right? It's whether or not they're the most efficient way. And I think Aaron's going to talk to you about the proposal we have for you. So I don't think I just didn't want you guys to get confused. One of them about just buying more vehicles, that's not what we're suggesting. If we're saying go ahead and just outsource everything, that's not what we're suggesting either. So Aaron's now proposing what he's found he thinks is the best solution.
Can I ask something real
Yes,
quick?
ma'am.
Where are we at on all of our orders from 3 years ago, as far as like our cars and stuff like that, PD? I mean,
I believe the actual processing time is getting better, but I know fire engines are still 3 years out, 3.5 years. And so we've got 4 on order right now, just pre-ordering so that we'll get them in time for when we need them. So we had a year, no, more like 2 years on our parks van, and we've gotten some that have really taken a long time.
PD, what about?
I don't know about PD cars.
I think the turnaround time has improved quite a bit on those because the chip problem has gotten substantially better. I don't have I'm sorry, I can get back with you. I don't have an actual number on.
And what chip was it? And can you drive one without a chip? No.
Well,
you can drive one without a chip.
I have a GMC vehicle. I bought the vehicle in 22. It was missing 3 chips.
So.
So I personally own a GMC produced vehicle, and I bought it in 22. It was missing 3 chips. The creature comforts didn't work. all the basic necessities did work, and they were selling pickup trucks and Tahoes without them. And they just got put in a couple weeks ago. And I've driven the truck for 2 years.
But by creature comforts, you mean like
Come on.
air conditioning?
I think Chief Rollins wants to answer the question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There we go. So yeah, the vehicles are totally safe and operable without chips. The only thing that didn't work were things like backup alarms. So as officers put the car in reverse, there's no backup alarm back there. That was just a simple comfort of the vehicle that was not available. The car was totally usable and functional and safe. But that has been resolved. All the vehicles are now equipped with chips, and there's no downtime in receiving that right now.
So we got our back order in. Yeah, on place.
They're very happy with their back order.
So as we look, you know, like Claire said, I've looked at this a number of different ways, but now we're at the phase of we look at, okay, compared to industry standard, where should we be as far as staffing? So we look at a couple of different benchmarks. The first one is government fleet, widely utilized standard organization for benchmarking and fleet operations. What they say is 54 assets per mechanic. Now, the second one is 60 to 100 assets per mechanic, which is a huge range, right? A lot of this, well, it really depends on the diversity of your fleet. So if I'm in a GM dealership and I'm maintaining only GM vehicles, just sedans, SUVs, and pickups, that's a completely different scenario than what we do, which is maintain a fire truck, lawnmower, pickup, backhoe, you know, all kinds of different things. So if you're maintaining if you're a GM dealership, each mechanic can maintain so many more vehicles. They're so much more efficient than you are with a fleet like ours. It's so much more diverse. So what you see at the bottom, currently we are at 114 assets per mechanic. And then you can see as we add additional mechanics, what it would take to get us down to the 54. So that's kind of the analysis on the fleet. What we're looking at before we just jump in and start adding a ton of positions is digging into the data and making sure that we take a measured approach on how we do that. So with that, the next steps is we do believe that we need additional mechanics in the future, and we will probably be bringing that to you in future budgets. They will definitely have a public safety focus because, as I said earlier, that's really the sticking point when it comes to service and the critical nature of that. And as I said, the number will depend on our efficiency study that we've already started, and we'll be digging into that over the next year. So will it be improving data capture, analyze operational efficiency, effectiveness, staff level will be as part of that. And then what's that right mix of certifications, right? I don't need all of them to be EVT certified as much as I would love that, but I don't have to have that. But what's the right number to make sure that we're effectively maintaining emergency vehicles? And then we'll take a look at the operating hours as PD requested, expanding the operating hours to be able to have a touch point for them to talk to someone. Because as you can imagine, taking your vehicle to a dealership for maintenance and not having anyone to talk to and hoping that they somehow figure it out without talking to you. So, and then as we always do, we'll bring back a survey of benchmark cities. That's all I have on fleet. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Sure.
So when we talk about, the chart in here shows how we have maybe it takes our mechanics a little bit more time than desirable to be able to even kind of do an initial assessment of the vehicle. And then, so I imagine once they actually look at the vehicle, are we having further delays based on, okay, now they've done the assessment and we need parts we don't have. And now we got to order the part and wait for the part.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call them delays, but it's certainly part of the process that you continually work on and we can get better at as far as getting the part we need. We can't stock every part we may possibly need. Our fleet is just too diverse. We would need a warehouse and have a lot of money sitting on a shelf. That's probably not the most cost-effective way to do that, but what we can do is get much more efficient at getting the part ordered, sourcing it at a place that will get it to us quickly, and really, to put it bluntly, not accept that when they say, hey, this part's going to take 2 weeks to come here, okay, maybe you're not my guy. I'm going to go over here that's going to get it to me faster. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I was just curious if maybe there was a way that, this may not be possible based on, the number of stations that you have, but is there a way that we could have a process where we implement initial assessments on the vehicles when they come in so that we could maybe identify what the problem is faster and order the parts faster?
And we do that now. So we get them in. So if you go out to the shop, you will see there's 14 bays and 6 mechanics. Every bay is full of so they're already full of a car. Because we bring them in, get them assessed as soon as we can, so we can figure out what kind of part we need to order and get it ordered. So we're already doing that piece of it. The problem is there's so many of them that really don't need a part that could be turned around so much faster that we don't have a mechanic to complete that work. So. Okay.
In regards to the fire trucks, is the plan to at least temporarily try to contract out to make sure to help bring that downtime down, or are we still studying what we're going to do with that?
We're still studying to somewhat, but I think, in my opinion, we need to at least take some step to get that, go ahead and move forward with that.
This has probably been the most interesting presentation I've had today, simply because I've never had this kind of granularity in data.
Take that, Chris Lee.
I've never had anybody from Fleet come to us and say, this is what we look like as an entity, and this is how we're going to move forward. I think that's great work by staff. I love every presentation I've seen today, but this one is because it is the first time I've ever seen it in my time.
That.
It's awesome. Oh, I know. I don't win anyway. But thank you for the granularity and for finding the solutions. Y'all who present tomorrow have a chance, though.
So. Appreciate your time, so we'll get into something that's even more interesting. Sewer. Everyone's most interesting subject. So we do have a sewer system collection or sewer collection system master plan that we have started on. It was by schedule. You do those updates every 5 years, and we've actually already begun that update of the entire system. But we've had we're a little bit a victim of our own success in that the development rate is picking up quickly. And so it really necessitated us to get ahead of that full system study and look at the east side, because we've got some key parts of the city that are developing quickly, and we want to make sure that we stay ahead of that development with sewer capacity. So before I jump in, I'm going to use some terms that not everyone probably uses every day. Gravity trunk main really so when the sewer leaves your house, it goes into a sewer by gravity. It collects that. Usually that's an 8-inch pipe that flows into a bigger pipe, and then eventually there's main arteries that take the sewer to the plant. Those are typically in the range of at least 24 inches to 30 inches in size for Lewisville. So when I talk about gravity trunk main, I'm talking about those big mains that are the main arteries. Lift station, you've heard the phrase, poop doesn't flow uphill. It actually does, but it takes pumps. So a lift station is just a pump station. So it flows in the gravity into the lift station, and then that pumps it through a force main, which is just a pipe where we force it to go uphill, so it's under pressure. So the other term is sewer surcharge, and that's a scenario where we have a gravity main that you can see in the graphic here. The blue is the size of the pipe, and that's how full the pipe is. When we slightly exceed the capacity of the pipe, it starts to fill up the manholes. It's not overflowing, but it's starting to fill those manholes, and that's what we call a sewer surcharge. So a little background, like I mentioned, we've done some. We're already underway on the new system master plan. Some previous master plans, 2011 and 2018, had different strategies for conveyance sewer from the east side of Lewisville. So the main part of that 2011 plan was 4 lift stations, all pumping into one force main. While technically that can be done, from an operation standpoint, it's kind of a nightmare because those pumps kind of have to take turns and they fight each other. So it takes some logistics to make that work. That has now shifted to a different strategy, which is the midway lift station. We won't have multiple lift stations pumping into one force main anymore. As Kelly mentioned earlier, the ultimate solution to this is the midway lift station and force main to divert flow. That is the lift station itself is 90% complete. The force main route assumed it would go through Leela. We've now determined that's either not possible or would be so hard we don't have the time to get that approval done. And then because it was planned to go through an Upper Trinity utility corridor, and we've now learned that they have exclusive access to that corridor. So not likely to be able to get through there. As I said, we were going to evaluate all of this with the 24 collection system master plan. Some land use changes have happened, which have necessitated all this. In addition to the high rate of development, there were some changes in residential density as well. So more people results in more sewer flow. And then, so way I'm going to go through this is I'm just going to show you the different sections of pipe and kind of the results, what we studied. What we looked at is, as I mentioned, gravity trunk mains, lift stations, and force mains. It really encompasses the capacity of the main parts of our system. We looked at current capacity and then build out capacity in those areas. So it's not a full city study, it's just that east side. Point out the high growth areas. You can see Old Town over by Midway, and then up by the lake and far east Lewisville. I've indicated some dates where we expect some of these developments to start coming online, and that's key for us because I don't care that they're under construction. What I care about is when do people start moving in and flushing toilets. So Ohala is expected in summer of 26, and then over by Midway, we're gonna have some starting to come on spring and fall of 25. Winter of 26 is when we expect the first phase of Pier 121 to start coming online. This far eastern development, after talking with some of the developers out there, we're probably outside the 10-year window. Keeping in mind that can change, but one of the things that we would like to study that's not part of this, but we will want to study more in depth is with the master plan is, do we want to let that sewer dictate the density in that area? Because it goes right through a golf course. So if we have to parallel that sewer to add capacity, it's going to be really, really difficult. So to go through as I mentioned, I'll go through the results of each section. So this is the section that we looked at first, the far east, gravity trunk main. No improvements warranted this time, but again, it's outside. Because it's outside, we feel like that development is outside the 10-year window. Definitely want to look at it though, because there's one tract that's I think around 200 acres that's zoned multifamily. So that can definitely impact a sewer system. Also we looked at the lift station and force main here. So the way it works, sewer flows down this line into a force main and then is pumped up to this point into another gravity main, which is the next section that we looked at. Holford's Prairie trunk main, no improvements warranted there. So I'm all good news today, right? Midway branch east, another gravity trunk main. It's what collects it from the north up by the lake. No improvements are warranted there. it does have capacity until we get to the Midway Branch West and Lower Elm trunk main. So this is where these two sewers converge all the way down to the Timber Creek lift station. We are currently surcharging on that line a little bit in peak flows. It does have capacity to accommodate the Ohala development that's coming online soon, but does not have capacity to build out. So we're going to have to do something to address that. In addition to the capacity issue, I think we've had a couple of collapses on that gravity main, and that's the latest one. Whenever the contractor got out there and dug that up, if you look inside the pipe, there's some definite condition issues that will need to be addressed. Given that this section of sewer line was all installed at the same time, that could be a very, very costly thing. So it's likely, the whole thing's likely in poor condition. We know some of it is. Does someone have a question? Okay. We'll need to inspect that before we really make the call. What I'm going to give you later is worst case scenario. We have not inspected it yet. It's about $600,000 to video it because you have to bypass pump because it has so much flow on it to be able to see the inside of that pipe. And then we look at the Timber Creek lift station, and then it has two force mains that flow out of it, a 36-inch and a 24-inch. And those pump the flow all the way to the wastewater plant. The lift station will not have build-out capacity. Would need to be expanded. The force main capacity is sufficient. However, the 24 inch is in poor condition. We've had a couple of failures on that, and I think it's around 50 years old. So it's getting to the end of life. So just kind of put it in to pull all that together. We have about 20,000 linear feet of gravity trunk main that's undersized. The Timber Creek lift station is undersized. The 24-inch force main's in poor condition. And we need a gravity sewer to serve the east side of Old Town, and that will provide sewer for that whole side. And what I didn't mention is I don't have on my slide here is also the condition of the gravity sewer, the 30-inch gravity sewer. So main challenges, as always, are funding and time, because we're talking about a lot of money, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but the time scenario is because we have this elevated rate of development, and we need to stay ahead of them. So the game plan, as Kelly mentioned earlier, is to divert the flow. So where the sewers converge here, we will intercept it here, Midway lift station, divert that flow directly to the plant. That alleviates that capacity problem on the gravity sewer, also alleviates the capacity problem in Timber Creek lift station. The other thing it does is it makes it where we don't need that 24-inch force main anymore. So we will not have to pay the money to replace it. However, even though we've diverted a lot of flow from that 30-inch gravity main, we will probably need to do some extensive work to it, if not replace the whole thing. And I'll talk about the cost on that in just a second. And then again, we'll need to construct the Old Town gravity sewer, which is actually under design already. The developer is designing that line, and they're actually going to construct it. They're going to perform the work to construct it. So that's in process. The route for the force main as we divert the flow, we've already done a route study on that. So routes 4 and 5, there was 5 possible routes that the engineer determined. Routes 4 and 5 were determined to be not viable. Number 5 has us going down Midway Road. There's just too many utilities in there. There's just not room to fit it in. And then there's also on Route 4, there's a physical barrier that would be very difficult to get past. So those 2 routes were kind of tossed out. Routes 1, 2, and 3 were evaluated from an economic standpoint. And so Route 1 uses the corporate drive right away, and that has some pretty significant advantages for us. Number 1, it only has 8 easements that we would still need to acquire. So based on, because we have to acquire less easements, it not only makes it cheaper, but it makes it quite a bit faster. Because as David Solomon will tell you, easement acquisition is one of the things that really makes these projects hard. So then we get to project funding and schedule. So we have this laid out on when we will need the money to accomplish our goals to stay ahead of the development. Midway Lift Station, about $12.5 million. We need that right now. As mentioned earlier, it's 90% designed. We could finish that design up and get it bid out. We need to do that because of the lead time on the equipment to stay on schedule. Midway Force Main, we need to a little over $2.5 million, get design on that started, and then we would actually construct it in 24, 25, probably leaning into 25, 26. And so this funding for construction of that is spread over 2 years. And then the Lower Elm Gravity Main, that's a $34 million project. That's assuming we have to replace the whole thing. That's worst case scenario. I always want to give you the bad news first and then come back from there. But if we have to replace the whole thing, that's what it would cost. And so then we've reprioritized some projects and moved some money around so to try to kind of lower the impact on our financial situation. So the Midway Lift Station and Force Main already had $3.8 million in that project available to spend. Timber Creek Force Main, a little less than $1.3 million. That project, that was the 24-inch force main that we don't need to replace anymore. And then Castle Hills Gravity Sewer, $500,000. That's a project that we don't need, at least in the near future. And then also we have some reimbursements for the utility relocations from TxDOT, $3.3 million that we expect we'll get in 24, 25. And then down here is another $9.5 million we expect to get in 26, 27. There's $9.5 million for the Castle Hills Lift Station, Force Main, and Gravity Sewer in 25, 26 that was programmed into the capital program that we, through this study, have determined we're not going to need to build those projects. And then another $4 million in 26, 27. So you can see at the bottom line is kind of our funding needs to accomplish this. And I'll turn it over to Gina to tell us how we're going to do that.
Thanks. So I did want to talk about this for 3 different reasons, but one of them is that added about $36 million to our utility fund expenditures over the next 4 years. And we are time constrained, as he said. Development's coming in, it's already in some cases and being built, so we really can't spread that out over 10 years to make it nice and easy on our rates. So when you look at this chart, the top purple line has the total amount system-wide that we need every year. So his chart just talked about this area. This one shows system-wide, so we're looking at $28 million in the current fiscal year we're in right now. 38 million, 32, 32, 20 million, and another 19 million. Aaron talked about the 3.3 million and the 9.5 million. Those are reimbursements from TxDOT for our I-35 utilities that we relocated, and they're going to pay us back for them. So we were able to take those off that total cost. And then you see the bottom 2 lines, the 11,679,000 is what we estimate right now we're going to need in cash. And then the bonds are below in the darker purple, so 16.3 million is what we plan to issue this year in bonds. So one thing to learn from this is that at mid-year you're going to see Ashley's going to do the mid-year report for you, and you will see a fairly large supplemental increase to utility fund for a transfer to capital to pay for the needed infrastructure this year, likely in the range of $7 million, which is a huge increase in cash. The bonds will probably progress just as we had planned, so that won't be a change this year. The second thing to note is that this adding $36 million over the next 4 years is probably going to have an impact on your rate. We've done a rate study. Dave Erb is currently working with Chris Eckroot with NewGen on that rate study, and he's going to give him all the updated information. But if you'll remember, we had a 5.4% increase in utility rates scheduled for this budget year. So when we're going into the year, that's kind of what we had in mind. I would expect that to see that change at least a little bit, because we have 14 million in fund balance right now that we will throw at this and try to help alleviate it with cash. But it's a lot of money in a short amount of time. So I just want you to be prepared that that rate increase that you thought was coming may be changed a little bit. So as soon as we have that, we'll talk about that at budget workshop. And the last thing I wanted to say is whenever we set our goals for you every year, we talk about a 50-50 kind of where we really want to be cash and bonds and how we were trying to get there. And you can see from here where we were at about 5 million this year before we changed it to 11.6. We were at 5, and we were trying to bump that up slowly to get to 6, 7 million, 8 million for what we're funding out of cash. Here, whenever your overall needs next year are 38 million, we can't fund 19 million in cash. So that 50-50 split is going to be delayed for the next couple of years at least. We'll still be adding to our cash funding, but the rate of increase on the actual expenditures is so much in such a short amount of time that that's not going to be possible for the next couple of years. So I wanted to give you a heads up on those 3 items before we get into budget. We'll have much more information and more specific information at budget workshop, but I wanted you to have that in the back of your mind as you're kind of going into that budget season.
Any questions? I thought this was the most interesting.
There. There's definitely some 4-letter words I could say.
It's like, ouch. Okay, Mayor, next up we have Richard Lukey with Business 121 Corridor Planning, and he's got our consultants here with him.
We are going to take a 5-minute break just for Rich. Maybe 8. How about 8? 8. 8. Okay.
with today, and we've got Richard with the Business 121 Corridor Study.
This is another one of those transformative projects, Business 121. Got a few people I want to introduce real quick. Michelle Berry, our planning manager, who's been overseeing this project. She's been doing a phenomenal job. She will be recording information on the flip chart. And then Kendall Howard from HAF, our consultant extraordinaire, who's been doing an excellent job. I'll be turning over to her, and she'll be giving you the update on the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Richard, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. So staff did give a briefing update to you all at a work session back in January. I will briefly recap kind of what we've been doing to date, but then I'm really going to focus on some of the initial recommendations and further analysis that we've done, and we're going to do just a couple quick visioning exercises. So in terms of the overall purpose, this is a corridor study that looks at the entire stretch of Business 121 as it runs through the city of Lewisville. So it's about an 8-mile corridor. It connects many residents and businesses, and it also serves as a gateway for many within the region. So the outcomes of this study will look at opportunities to improve the look, feel, and also the functionality of the corridor. And so we're going to be honing in on potential improvements related to safety, corridor beautification, and economic development. So here is the overall study area. I mentioned at our January work session that we did divide the corridor up into 5 distinct sub-areas based on, sorry, I think it might have a automatic timing. 5 sub-areas based on the character. So starting in the eastern part of the corridor, we have the East End area shown in blue. Purple is the Leela Elm Fork area, sub-area. Orange is the Old Town Central. Yellow is the Corporate Drive area, and then the pink is the Southwest End study sub-area. So as you all know, as you drive down the corridor, the look and feel and the character of the corridor varies. So our approach to this project is that the strategies are going to need to vary along the corridor as well, and so that's why we took this sub-area approach. So just looking at the overall schedule, we're about in the middle of this process. So we wrapped up the existing conditions and the visioning phase. So now we are in the development of recommendations, the envision phase, and looking at end of this year to wrap up the project. So we did do a little bit of a deeper dive when Richard and Michelle presented back in January. So just some of the high-level things we looked at as part of our existing conditions report. We did do an in-depth mobility analysis looking at crash data. We did looking at traffic volumes as well, and then we did intersection audits at each of the signalized intersections, so looking at opportunities to improve functionality and safety, and also pedestrian improvements specifically at those intersections. Another portion of the existing conditions assessment was looking at the built form and character along each of the sub-areas. So we developed a series of what we're calling experience maps. So this looks at kind of things like challenging intersections where there are maybe gaps or lack of sidewalks along the corridor, and what the overall built environment looks like in terms of the built form. And then we also have a market consultant as part of our team that's doing an in-depth market analysis along the corridor. So they are specifically looking at, sorry, there's an automatic, I think, timer on these slides, I apologize. They're looking at things like retail supply and demand, office, industrial, residential, and hospitality. So these graphics are just an example of some of the analysis that was done as part of this process. So this is looking at retail supply within the city and when it came online, and then what portion of that retail supply was captured within the corridor study area. So our existing conditions report is pretty extensive and has a lot more detail if you want to dive into the weeds of that.
What does pipeline mean?
So that means it is coming online soon. So it's approved and in the development process. So in terms of the engagement that's been done to date, we've utilized stakeholder listening groups as well as surveys and a public open house back in October. And so we've gotten a lot of good outreach and really good feedback from a lot of folks that either live or work along the corridor. We've also had lots of stakeholder conversations as well. With business owners, property owners, and then residents and community organizations. And so all of our existing conditions that we've done to date, as well as all the feedback that we've received, have led us to this draft corridor vision, which we want to review with you today. So the overarching vision statement, which will serve as the framework for the entire corridor plan, is Business 121 will remain a vital transportation corridor for the region, will be a vibrant place to live and do business, and will serve as a proud gateway into Lewisville. So that kind of touches on a lot of the key themes that we've heard throughout this process, and as well as supported by the existing conditions analysis that we've done. And so then accompanying that overarching vision statement are a series of key themes focused on mobility, quality of place, and economic vitality improvements. So mobility improvements focus on increasing safety and enhancing the function and flow of the corridor. Quality of place focuses on improving and changing aesthetics and the overall experience. And then economic vitality focuses on strengthening the economic position of the corridor, looking at transforming underutilized areas or centers into more productive uses. And so the first exercise, if you will, that I want to do with you all is to get some initial feedback on this vision statement. So we do have a corridor advisory committee that has been established for this process. So it's made up of many of the folks back in the back of the room there, so key department staff as well as representatives from TxDOT. And so we'll be meeting with them in about a month or so to get their feedback as well, but we wanted to use this time to get your thoughts on the vision statement. So my first question is, what is your initial reaction to the vision statement? Is anything missing? And then the second question is, what does success look like for the corridor related to those three key themes? So mobility, quality of place, and economic vitality. We did pass out some note cards at your spot, so I'd ask you to take maybe just a couple minutes to jot down your thoughts, and then Michelle's going to help me out with, we'll go across the room and document answers. So yeah, the two main questions: what's your initial reaction, and then what does success look like for the corridor from a mobility, quality of place, and economic vitality lens. So I'm going to go back to this slide so you can have the corridor vision statement up for reference.
I want to make sure I do this right. Is it one card per question, or do I do a few cards?
It just depends on how much you write. You can write multiple questions on one card, yes. All right, so to keep things moving, we'll go ahead and get started. Do we have any volunteers who would like to answer question number 1 first? So what's your initial reactions to the vision statement, and do you think anything is missing?
I'll start.
Okay.
I guess I think it's the statement in general is good. The question is, are we stuck with Business 121, or can we have sub areas titled for all those 5 areas?
So yeah, that's a great point, and I'll just add that so there will be specific strategies for each of the sub areas. So there will be goals and strategies associated with each of the sub areas. This overarching vision statement was intended to be for more of the entire corridor.
I'll go, but I'm going to like Councilman Meredith. I had a tunnel vision for the question. I think about how I use it. You know, that is my main corridor coming into Lewisville. When I leave, I'm sorry, I'm in Lewisville. My main corridor coming into the parts of Lewisville that aren't Castle Hills, as is I think a lot of the eastern part of Lewisville. So that's the first impression you see when you come across. So I concur that traffic has to run smooth. You know, few accidents. It's got to run efficiently because it's a long stretch to get from the eastern part of the city over to the rest of the city. Aesthetically, it could use a hug in places. Some of the businesses that are over there right now, even though they're industrial, or their equipment around, they look good. They have trees, they got a nice fence around them, so they present very, very well. So I guess I'm concurring that, yes, let's have traffic run smooth. Don't want to do anything with that. And the overall aesthetics, I think we're looking for improvement on that. Overall, the vision, I'm a fan of it.
All right, thank you. Councilman Schroyer?
My battery died. I like the overall vision, and I do drive the corridor. I do drive it almost daily in one of my other jobs. And as Councilman Kelly said, some places do need a little bit of a hug and cleaning up. I don't want to slow the traffic down, but I think we just need to look at the improvements and get it done.
Thank you. Councilman Meredith, anything else to add?
As far as the success, I would think that also especially on the west side of 35, and I'm pretty sure there's a pretty huge accident rate on that side of there. I think that, and just the overall what crime there is right there, that can be potentially reduced.
Thank you. Mayor?
It's funny, I'm listening to Patrick, and I'm kind of feeling like I know visually where his head is. I was on the exact opposite end of 121, thinking about coming the other way. So kind of interesting, and it goes to the previous question, I think, where there's the subsections. I mean, when this report came back, I was like, in my head, I'm like, there's 5 areas, and this report came back, and there's 5 areas. I mean, it's very clear how these segments break out. So I think that that's going to make it somewhat challenging because each area is going to maybe have its own aesthetic or its own needs. I want to be specific that mobility improvements will increase safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. I think by saying for all users, we default to all users of vehicles. And I think we want mobility in multiple ways in my head. Success to me would be greener and softer, just as themes. And economic vitality, what's the metric? That one doesn't give me, the minute I start hearing economic, I start wanting to put numbers to it. So there's a lot of, What does that mean? What does economic vitality mean? Does it mean a lot of extra head shops? Does it mean do we upgrade restaurants? I mean, I don't know. So that one I'd want to dig into.
Great, thank you.
Well, I sat here and read the mission statement. In my head, I was flipping it, but because it's a state road, I see why it's the way it is. I haven't thought about this at all, except since when I first got on council, because I've been pushing this, and this goes back to the tugboat analogy. It's taken a while to get to it. I'm all for the mobility improvements. I think we need to make sure that the pedestrians can walk it, because if you walk in a certain section, I know, in fact, I know where TJ is talking about, and I know where you started, and I know where Patrick started. So you guys started at different ends. But on the westernmost part of it, we want to make that more walkable. We want to increase, and I think we've done some sketch work on what we would like to see that look like, and we've done some studies. Because I think the economic piece to that will be, well, if we invest into it, we'll get a diversified businesses there other than those hemp shops and things that aren't really great. Like I can walk from Corporate down to Southwest Parkway to Bel Air that needs those walkways. I would love to see that corner of 35 and 121 reinvigorated with different and dynamic businesses. Once you go to the other side of 35, then you get to the more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Industrial type businesses, and we want to make sure that we want to keep those businesses, but we want to make sure that there's an enhancement on the road.
And there's been some good ones there. I
Yeah,
mean, you've got like the RV facility that's there, and those types of places. So,
but when you get past, I think it's Midway where the light is going into the landfill. That's where it needs a lot of aesthetic improvement on the side of the road, because that's where all the trash collects going into Lisdola and everything. That's the area that needs the most help. That's probably won't see businesses, but actually represents the city and part of what we'll talk about tomorrow in beautification. So I haven't thought about this at all. Just a few things off the top of my head.
that's green space, right? You're driving through this big, beautiful green space. It's like, no, it's not really. Yeah, it's more trash man.
So I think a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said. When I think about Business 121, my first thought is I'm started at the same end that TJ starts at, even though I probably travel the other end a lot more. So I definitely agree. There's a lot of accidents on that end of the road. I think we had one here recently with the pedestrian. But we also have vehicle accidents there too. So there's lots of things going on with that corridor. The lighting's not very good. I think some of the timing on some of our traffic signals maybe creates more hostility from people trying to speed up to get through that next light so they don't get stopped. So definitely need to see some mobility improvements. There's a lot of people, that's for cars. For the people, you have a 6-lane there? You have people crossing. I see it every time I go through there, and I hold my breath every time because it scares me. They do it all hours of the day, and essentially there's where they live on one side of the street and a business they would need to go to on the other side, and they're not going to walk down to the light because it's way too far. It's not pedestrian friendly, so they take their life in their own hands and they just run across the road. So we need to help figure out a solution to that, because it is a TxDOT road. The cars are going fast, and I don't know how much, since it is a TxDOT road, how much leverage we have to slow that traffic down. So what can we do? Let's see, what else did I write? And then with the better timing on the traffic lights, the intersection with 35 and Mill Street right there, that is a disaster and a half. So we all know that. You talk about hostility, going through there. If I had to drive through there every single day, I would be quite hostile as well. So how do we figure out how to fix that? And then I think you hit the nail on the head with the aesthetic improvements. We need to create an environment that people are proud to be there. And also, I would love to see, I know it's TxDOT again, so they don't like a whole lot of trees and stuff, but if we are going to make this a more pedestrian or bike-friendly facility, we gotta have some sort of shade out there as well, because nobody wants to walk in the heat. I think that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
I just want, I don't know. All over. Oh, yeah.
Say it out loud.
I'd say completed by December.
Oh, that's not good.
She didn't put a year on it.
All right. Well, thank you for that feedback. So we'll continue to work on refining the vision statement as well as those key themes.
If I could take a quick second to address Councilwoman Green's comments about Mill Street. Of course, we know the overpass at Business 120 and Business 121 and I-35E is going to be reconstructed, I believe, starting in 2025. The good news is part of that is relocating the Mill Street intersection about 800 feet further east. So that whole area is going to be reconstructed, realigned, and I think that's going to make it a lot safer. And I think that's going to be the catalyst that's really going to spur redevelopment. Because look what happened at 407. Nothing happened until that interchange got completed with all the extra design that we put into it. And I think that will happen again down at Business 121. So we're really excited about the potential there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, and I'm excited that we've been talking about the Mill Street realignment for a really long time, so I'm really excited to see that happen. I do think we still need to be looking at the timing because that traffic starts building up a lot further back. So it's definitely made worse by that intersection, but it starts sooner than that. So I think we're gonna get there. It's gonna be a combination of both, I think.
Absolutely.
Hello? Yep. It's on. Okay. I have a question. I don't know if we have control over it or not, but like the 407 underpass, the 407 underpass, all of the light standards have at least one electrical plugs, one dual electrical plugs. Can we make sure that these do not?
We'll work with David on that.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that feedback. So the next last portion of what I'm going to cover today is the focus on the next phase, which is the envision phase. So this list here is kind of what the project team is currently focused on in terms of establishing place types, which I'll get into, developing corridor and framework and mobility framework, as well as the economic market forecasts and concept plan refinement. We'll also touch on the catalytic site development here in a couple minutes. So I first want to focus on place types. So what are place types? These are essentially future land use categories that are really built upon the character of these different areas. So if you think of your current comprehensive plan with the Vision 2025 plan, there are only a handful of different future land use categories. This does get a little bit more granular within this corridor area, and that's for a couple reasons. One is to both consider existing uses that are stable and likely to remain there in the long-term future, but then also to account for different types of development in terms of revitalizing certain areas and redevelopment opportunities that we would like to envision for the corridor. So you should have a handout in your purple folder with this place type information, but I'll just touch on the highlights here. So again, these represent different potential future land use categories that could be applied along the corridor. So residential neighborhoods are really focused on kind of on the peripheries of the study area, so not immediately adjacent to the corridor, but looking at those existing stable residential neighborhoods. Residential mixed use, this is more horizontal type of mixed use, providing living, shopping, working, recreational opportunities within a short distance, so slightly higher density housing types than the residential neighborhoods. The green centerpiece, this is obviously consistent with the Vision 2025 plan along Leela and the Elm Fork area. So looking at preserving those natural assets. Corridor commercial, this includes both retail and professional services along the Business 121 corridor, and then there are also portions of the study area that do touch the 35 corridor as well. Mixed use nodes, so this would be a little bit of a different future land use category than really what exists along the corridor today. So this would be more vertical mixed use, looking at opportunities for residential, office, retail, and entertainment uses. So they're intended to be dynamic activity centers within the community. So I mentioned we're working with our partners, our market assessment partners, and so they're looking currently at developing a forecast demand for additional residential along the corridor. So any recommendations that are made related to things like mixed use will be based on that, what the market can support. And then there are portions of the study area that encompass the existing Old Town District area, so that is accounted for within this place type framework as well. And then this last slide here, you know, when you think about the corridor, there are really different types of more industrial type uses, so we didn't want to lump them all together into one catch-all industrial category. So the first one is industrial legacy. So this is kind of picture the long-standing, smaller scale, either industrial or auto-oriented uses. So if the you know, those are a lot of long-standing uses. So I think the focus for the future could be on improving the aesthetics and the built environment in those areas. Industrial transition, there are areas of the corridor where currently, as the Old Town District is continuing to redevelop, you are starting to have a kind of a stark juxtaposition between your mixed-use areas in Old Town with more of the older style industrial. So looking at potentially transitioning some of that industrial over time to facilitate that shift to the urban living areas of Old Town. And then the Industrial Employment Center, think more along the southwestern end of the corridor, those kind of larger format industrial areas for corporate innovation and technology-driven activities. So we're still refining those. But part of what we're going to be using these place types for is doing some scenario modeling using ArcGIS Urban. So this is a web-based planning tool that is used to do scenario planning. So for this particular process, we're working with Esri to develop a corridor model within the Arc Urban environment. And so it's a great tool for communities to use to be able to model what potential development could look like and see what impacts it would have on the community in terms of fiscal impacts and other benefits. So what we're going to be using it specifically for this project is looking at 3 catalytic sites in more detail to test some different scenarios. So the catalytic sites that I'm about to run through were chosen based on their potential for redevelopment and long-term redevelopment in the future. And so the first catalytic site is the Mill Street alignment area that we were just discussing. So the specific area, and I believe your purple folder has handouts of these as well. So the specific area that we're looking at is the area shown in the dashed lines there. So it does include the new cut through for Mill Street, the new alignment, and then parcels to the north and south of that. So it's about 9 acres total. And then one consideration for this site is LISD is contemplating relocation of the bus barn, so that would be 6 acres that could potentially be available and could be part of this, will include as part of our scenario modeling for the catalytic site. So there's a aerial image showing the surrounding context there. As Councilwoman Green mentioned, there is quite a bit of congestion there, as you do have a number of signals in close proximity, so that does back up traffic quite a bit. But hopefully with the realignment, that will help to alleviate that somewhat. So that's our first catalytic site that we are focusing on. The second one is a much larger site, looking at both the Bel Air and Lakeland Plaza shopping center. So this is just south of 35E along Business 121. So about 41 acres total, including those two shopping plazas. There are 20 total parcels that make up this catalytic site. And so some things to take into consideration for these sites is, one, you can even tell by looking just, this isn't even an aerial, but you can tell that there's very large parking lots. And most times of the day, they're very underutilized. There's also great visibility from 35E at this site. And then since there are larger shopping centers, Bel Air has 2 primary owners, and then Lakeland has 1. So we see this as a great opportunity to kind of reimagine what these sites could look like in the future. And there's, again, the surrounding context there. And it does not include any of the right-of-way for the reconstruction of 35 in that portion. And then the third site is Southwest Plaza Parkway. So this is the northeast corner of Business 121 and Southwest Parkway. So this pad site here is the Comerica Bank. And then there is a older style strip center anchoring that. It's about 4.5 acres total. This is smaller scale strip retail, 3 different property owners. And something that we're taking into consideration is there is a complementary project looking at complete street improvements for Southwest Parkway. So how can we tie into that as part of this analysis? And so as we move forward on this process, we're going to be using this ArcGIS Urban model to look at both lower impact and higher impact scenarios for each of these 3 catalytic sites, which we're currently in the process of developing. So the next time we meet with you, we'll be able to share those different scenarios and some metrics to compare them with. So then we can get feedback and develop concept plans for these 3 catalytic sites, which will be part of the overall Business 121 plan. But are we okay on time to do this last one? Okay. So I do have a few more questions. This is the last bit. So we wanted to get a little bit more in depth in terms of your thoughts on these catalytic sites. So first question there is, what do you know as members of council about, or just as residents of Lewisville, what do you know about these sites that we should know, that we should take into consideration as we look at different opportunities moving forward? The second question, what place types do you envision for each of the catalytic sites? So for that particular question, please feel free to reference this handout that's in your purple folder. So this has all of those definitions for the place types I reviewed earlier. And then the third question, what do you think the city's role should be? So there will be, some sort of involvement from the city in the future if these catalytic sites were to come to fruition or be implemented in the future. So what is the level of interest, say, in potential incentives, public assistance mechanisms, or potential tenant relocation? So as part of this process, we are going to make recommendations for strategies to help implement these catalytic sites, but we don't want to recommend anything that there wouldn't be appetite for from the elected officials. So wanted to kind of get your thoughts on that as well. So please take a few minutes to, again, jot down your thoughts on the note cards, and then we'll have a discussion. And there should be handouts of the 3 catalytic site maps as well if you want to reference those.
Richard, the Bel Air and Lakeland Plaza, does that have anything in the 35 overlay plan where we had placemaking kind of hubs?
Yes, that is one of the core sub-districts.
Yeah.
And there were some concepts established in the I-35 redevelopment plan that are reflected in the I-35 overlay. So
Okay.
I'm sure that's something that we will build on and take in consideration to enhance some of those concepts.
I wouldn't want to get at cross purposes to that project, and I'd want to make sure whatever we did at this location had alignment with the previous conversations.
But that would just apply to the Lakeland.
It's just Bel Air, Lakeland. I'm not sure if it was a radius around that intersection.
The I-35 overlay included both.
It includes
sites.
both?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's start with the Mill Street realignment area, the first catalytic site. Is there anything about these sites that you know that we should know?
How many skeletons, Ronnie?
There could be. Am I there? Am I here? Okay. Why do y'all point to me on all this?
The first question is, what do you know about the history of these sites, right?
Okay, right. Well, I know that it wasn't always LASD. That used to be Payless. Across the street from where you see, Jackie Davis, are you here? Across the street where you see the school bus depot, and right by, literally across Mill Street,
One more up.
where Mosley's Auto is. Do you remember the trees that were right there? And that was the first rest stop for the wagon settlers that came through Lewisville. Yeah. And some of those trees are gone now, but they kept it vacant for a real long time. Pines
The site-
Motel.
Site where the Old Town Motors and the
Mhm.
tire shop is located
There
on
was
the
a
west side.
grove of trees, and it was almost round in nature, and it was these trees, and that rest stop, if you will, but that's where they would come and take a break in the 1800s. And you're just talking specifically up by the pawn shop, right? Why could we not extend that down?
As in all the way down to 35E.
Yeah. The Pines Motel was the one and only swimming pool in Lewisville, Texas. And that's where people went and they learned how to swim. Diagonally across the highway was the J&J, but they still didn't have a swimming pool. Jackie probably learned how to swim in that pool, and my husband did. What else do you want to know about this area?
What would you like to do with it?
Good stuff.
That's good context and history. Well, let's stay on Mill Street, but let's go to the second question. So, what place types would you envision for this area in the future? So, looking at your handout here for the place types, and I can go back to those slides if you need me to.
William, Kristen, I expect you guys to lean in heavy on this one.
So more commercial, residential, mixed use, industrial.
I definitely think it's commercial. For sure. I kind of see Mill Street as, what do they call that, Richard? It's the transect, or as you're coming in and you're getting more and more dense.
More of an urban transect.
Yes, so I definitely think this is more on the auto side, where we're more auto-centric in this area. So in terms of what I'm looking at right here, I would say, my initial thought would fit more into the corridor commercial, which is kind of what it is right now, right? Sort of.
It's hodgepodge. That's what it is right now. I would like to see some green space in there, along with the corridor commercial. I don't think that area would lend itself too well to residential or mixed use. I don't know.
But, nobody's gonna use green space right there. You're not gonna go hang out right there where all the cars are, right?
But it's not, green space isn't necessarily for you to hang out, but a visual aspect when they're coming in or passing through Lewisville on Business 121. I'd like to see more.
Like the crepe myrtle grove that's there.
Yes, minus the buildings with it.
How big would you think that would need to be?
Not big, but enough.
So we could still incorporate a little of both, right? Maybe you have a commercial development with open space on it.
Right. And this is big enough for some good quality commercial.
Yes.
Quality commercial.
Any other thoughts on this first catalytic site?
I think you obviously got a huge industrial thing going on there right now. Maybe you can make that somehow, a better industrial area right there. Maybe there's some other places that could fit into that would enhance that area and just kind of keep the theme going. I could even see a few, entertainment, areas along there as well to make some people want to go down that corridor even more, possibly. Blues clubs.
So I'll weigh in as well. I think corridor commercial makes a lot of sense here. I was looking at this. There are some neighborhoods that bound this. I've got it up on Google Maps. We have that large Northwood manufactured home community across the street. We've got some residential behind it. I'm trying to envision the green space. I'm having some difficulty with that, but anywhere we can pop a little bit in is not bad. But I think mainly it's going to be corridor commercials where I'd go.
I think the key is the realignment of Mill Street and getting it away from 35, and then what's that? Texas Street is also a very odd corner. So I mean, those are the key things. Once we get that realignment done, then we can determine what can go there, because that needs to be pushed away from 35 to make a better stop to let traffic flow. And then we can work on the other edges, because we got old auto dealers on one side, we got the bus depot. Like once we get that's the key to, once we get that, I guess, planned out, because we have to work with TxDOT. Do we know what that's going to look like yet, Richard? I know they have a plan, but.
Yeah, the plan has the frontage road continuing parallel with 35. So
Okay.
you won't have to get onto Texas Street like you do now, which is very confusing to
Okay.
folks. So there still has to be access from the fire station, and there'll still be a median break. But like I said, the main intersection will move 800 feet further northeast.
Okay, so I think.
So there'll be almost probably 3 times spacing, the spacing we have now between Mill and 35, between the signal spacing. So it'll be greatly improved once we endure all the construction.
And I think once we get that done, then we can look at what type of commercial is there, what's there now, what we can upgrade. We have some tools in the toolbox to kind of help get that going. So I'll stop there.
All right. Any other thoughts on Mill Street?
I think we can go ahead and move on to Bel Air.
All right. So first question, is there anything that we should know? Any context?
That is a high traffic. I mean, I've been there in the morning. That is, you cannot even get off of that street very well. I mean, it's something needs to happen to widen that or something, or make that a better flow through there. That is extremely, I'm sure it's in the afternoon, it's even the same difficulty as in the morning. It's almost like Texas Street. It's very hard to navigate that intersection. It's just weird how you come off of there and then people are going towards the highway at the same time. It's very hard.
Yeah, that cut through on the other side to get onto the frontage road on 35 is just, it's wonky.
It's dangerous too.
Bel Air comes across, how it comes across 121, and then
Oh,
you
yeah,
get on the frontage road. And it's just like a little 2-lane. Oh, by the way, I'm going to turn right here. I mean, it's not a good linkage there.
It was definitely an afterthought. But to speak on like Lakeland and Bel Air, those are definitely 2 spots I've been looking at since I moved here that could be upgraded into a better utilized space. It's something that I think it'd be better for us to try to work with the ownership that's there and get them to see the vision and maybe invest in it. But like when I see that corner on Lakeland, I'm like, that'd be a great spot for some small entertainment, maybe a hotel or something there. That because it's right off the off the highway, that'd be great for like what's that team in Oklahoma versus the Texas team. It'd be great. I mean, it'd be a great spot for that and for activities. You saying?
And I mean, we've definitely seen somebody who sees a vision for that space
Oh, yeah.
because they're developing that the roadside right across.
And Bel Air is extremely unutilized. We were just talking about that. Like that office space is not utilized. The church is there now where the Oak Rover was. So we could. And I'll stop.
Since it opened, that has never been 50% full.
Just to clarify, you're speaking about the Bel Air Plaza? Okay.
I mean, it may be that the church is taking all that in right now, but for years, I mean, it just never made anything. Yes.
So
But we have so much concrete that, and especially Lakeland Plaza, I swear there's sinkholes in those in concrete holes in that thing. You could literally lose a car in some of those holes. Does anybody remember when the restaurant burned?
No, Ronnie, nobody
Chili's
does.
used to be right there. There was a Chili's there. It's wiped clean now. It burnt to the ground. And that was a big draw. There were actually 2 major restaurants right there, plus a Bonanza.
That's where the fire department got that burnt chili site.
That's where they got it.
Okay, I got
and
it.
then there was a big Bonanza. That building is still there. It probably shouldn't be. And there was another restaurant too, and I can't remember what that was. But there were a lot of restaurants right there. Well-known restaurant chain. But once Chili's burned, they started closing one by one, and everything went into disrepair.
Yeah. I think you could have quite a cluster of restaurants and whatnot right there. I mean, you've already got the kind of the nucleus of it going. So you got Paisanos on the other side. You've got Morisco's 2000 in there. So there's definitely, you've got the new coffee shop. So
See, there were. Is anybody here besides me that remembers Jackie? There were 3 or 4 other buildings that were restaurants that were completely knocked down.
Tia's was one of them.
Ronnie.
Tia's, that's right. Okay, there was a Tia's, and it was the last to go, I believe.
yeah, it's now a funeral home.
And they just raised it. But there were a lot of other buildings there. And when Chili's left, they all shut down and got bulldozed and replaced with substandard material. I don't know what it is they used to. So that's my take on that.
Well, there's your history.
what about your vision for what these areas could look like in the future in terms of future land use?
I think mixed use. I mean, I think they hit that right on the head with the restaurants. I mean, that could be a great little restaurant gathering place right there. I'm sure you could fill that for sure.
You've got a lot of neighborhoods on the Bel Air side of that you could really draw and create some public space, some opportunity there. I think the massive amount of concrete with the UDC rework, there's definitely opportunities for them to improve their footprint because we don't require that amount of parking anymore. So that's a good conversation to educate them on what their current entitlements are.
Yeah, mixed use is definitely what I would see there, and I think restaurants would be a good restaurants and entertainment would be good for that area. I mean, there's already the Electric Cowboy, and so.
So as part of that mixed use, do you foresee any residential as part of the mixed use?
So I'll go a different direction actually. So when I look at the map, I see a lot of housing off to the left. I have horrible with north, south, east, west there. I think it's north, west. A lot of housing up there. Yeah, up there, little white dots up there. So I think you could bring more housing down there. It looks like we could use some green space there. It's not green space as it's outlined here because there's no natural assets to preserve in that area. It's all concrete and asphalt. But I'd like to see some green over there as well. So and then if that was the vision as much as it is just kind of a wish list. But when I look down at Bel Air, I can see that being more mixed use and drawn from the looks like multi-home, multi-unit down
That's
there, so you can
multifamily.
draw, yeah. So if you did mixed use down there, and you did just more of a neighborhood and with some green over there, now you can see that from the 35. But that's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think you've got plenty of housing all there already. I don't think you need any more. I mean, I mean, if you look at that space up there, there's a ton of houses back. I've been back. My friend lives back in that neighborhood. I mean, there's a ton of houses back in there. I mean, I think you already got the population. You just need to bring the restaurants, whatever else there.
The right mix.
Yeah.
And I think you need to be aware that South Shore is for those that realize that you can literally get right on South Shore Place. You can cut through from Bel Air if you've lived here and you realize it, that how that whole neighborhood works, and then you take a right and do the flyover, and bam, you're on 35. So you have a lot of people coming through there in the mornings.
All right.
That'd be
Any other thoughts on Bel Air and Lakeland Plaza?
Let's move on.
All right, last one, Southwest Parkway Plaza. So this is the smallest of the three sites. Again, it's the northeast corner of 121 and Southwest Parkway. So any thoughts on existing context that we should know or future vision for this site?
You said Complete Streets is coming through there on Southwest Parkway?
Yes.
How soon? I know it's soon because we have
Currently under design, and then after that, construction.
Hmm.
24 plus months.
Right. There's just some things in there I love. Like,
Oh, the Cajun shops,
got it.
good eats. I don't mind it being the center that it is, but if it were more pedestrian friendly to walk up into it, you see the green space there in the middle. Can you create a park or a little pocket park in there to help them with that? Maybe that's your little truck yard. I don't know, but can you help them redevelop that center section so that people would feel like they'd want to walk in there and take advantage of the space?
Can we do something like we did with the, what's the shopping center where AutoZone is on Main?
Yeah, facade grant.
Yeah, maybe do a facade grant to kind of reinvigorate it a little bit and do some changes. Maybe that one needs a little less work, but just more help.
Create some of the parking space patios, like some of our other plazas have gotten.
I think
I've never seen this parking lot utilized more than 30% ever.
She's down there a lot. That's the glass shop in the front.
Sure is.
I think you already have got a potential to maybe do some kind of international area here. Well, there's that new, what is that, Green Olive Market. You got the Cajun place there. I think you got a great little, and put the park inside of there. I think you could really make something with doing something like that.
Hey, you just got to make it easy for that pedestrian traffic to get up in there. It's right now it's kind of like most of our urban environment is disconnected.
All right. Any other thoughts on Southwest Parkway Plaza?
And what tools are we willing to use, guys?
Yes, last question.
And I'll take a stab at this. I think anything that we've been willing to do with Old Town, we need to be willing to do it through this corridor. To Brandon's point, the conversation around this has always been Old Town gets its wheels under it, gets to rolling, and now it's a pivot. And to take those resources that we've been investing and be able to start working them through this corridor. And I like that we're at least picking these key areas because it's, we don't have the budget and the economy to take on the whole thing all at once. Where can we create these catalytic spots that, we just drop a pop of color in there and then we get the spillover effect as it goes.
And I did just want to add, even though we are focusing on these 3 specific sites for this scenario modeling purpose, we still will have other recommendations that will cover other parts of the corridor, maybe other focus areas or certain policies that will be applicable to the entire corridor.
Certainly, yeah, you don't want to start this and not have that package, because when somebody gets inspired, you want to be able to capture that.
Any other thoughts on this last question? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. So we will take all the feedback and continue working on the scenario development for the catalytic sites. And our next update will include information on those other bullets. But thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion? I know we have 2 more items
I was
left.
about where I'm looking at
Yeah,
time.
I was gonna suggest.
Dinner's about ready at 6 o'clock. We're going to be over at Denona, so we're going to. I think we need to go ahead and just close out,
Yeah.
unless council has any other comments or questions about the day. All right. Well, hearing no comments or questions, we have no further action to be
We'll
taken
adjourn.
today. We're going to go ahead and adjourn until tomorrow morning. Thank you all for the time. Amazing and incredibly productive day. Thank you.